All right, good evening, baseball fans. It's a Saturday night broadcast. And there's Bernie. Bernie, I saw you were with the chat with Al. I was lurking for a few minutes. But yeah, I thought I'm home. Why not just do something? So good to see you. And Bernie, wow, awesome picture of the recent, all those baseball encyclopedias and everything. That just brought such joy to my heart to see all those big, fat baseball books, right? It's the way to go. Thank you for sending that picture in Discord. So I have messed around with National Pastime Next Generation Plus. Pretty cool game. Pretty cool game. I'm loving it. Hopefully there'll be some more seasons, or I'm going to troll around the forums to see how seasons are created in that thing or whatever. Not enough old baseball in it, but boy, is it really cool. I was messing around last night and did a Phillies Pirates game. After our broadcast last night. And boy, does that play really, really, really well because you can play it as cards and dice, and you can also just play it like right on, believe it or not, Microsoft Excel. And boy, it just love it. The one I'm sad to see not around anymore. I downloaded it on a different computer that's not working right now. Uh, 3 or 4 years ago, called Valhalla, and I can't find it anymore. Apparently, I went to the website and apparently it's gone. So I need to find that again. It had every season of Major League Baseball, and it's somewhat similar to National Pastime Next Generation Plus. Good stuff. I'm going to be, or kind of working on ratings here and there and still exploring Pocket Pennant Run to get ginning up for that. Working on this Bats League. Thinking about that All-Star Game project. Just doing a lot of baseball stuff to keep my sanity. So, hey, there's Cousin Ken. Good evening. Yeah, didn't mean to pull anybody away from Al's friends of the channel chat, but you know, it is what it is. I felt like doing baseball. So tonight, this is going to be a continuation, just doing exhibition right now of the Bats League. So this will be the Chicago Cubs versus the Brooklyn Dodgers. So this is all pre-expansion, and I'm using the term Brooklyn Dodgers, even though some of these guys would play in LA at some point. So thanks to Cousin Ken Castro for kind of talking about putting this one in Out of the Park Baseball when it's finished. It'll be an Out of the Park 24 format and Out of the Park 23 format for Cousin, although I should just do a Christmas gift for him and get him Out of the Park 24 because it looks nicer and everything else. But anyhow, but the other thing I'm going to post for you guys once I'm all done is I'm going to put up the huge player database that I use to create seasons in Out of the Park Baseball. And if you saw my 2 tutorials recently about how to import players, both individually and bulk, into Out of the Park Baseball, the sky's the limit. Feel free to use it. It's a big database, but you just bring it up as a common delimited file, and if you can work your way around WordPad, you can create anything you want. So there we go. Yeah, so I might just oh, you're welcome, cousin. Yeah, I might just buy that for cousin on Black Friday for $5, or I'll have to disown him if he doesn't want it. This game for $5. So yeah, absolutely. Besides, then I don't have to make it into Out of the Park 23 format, because what I'll basically have to do is export, and not a mine for cousin. What the hell? So how I would do that though is export the rosters from here and then reinstall Out of the Park 23 and import the rosters back into Out of the Park 23 format. So, but we would definitely do that. Oh, I know you're not poor, cousin. It's not that, but if I'm gonna, and I know you're always cards and dice. I get that, but the fact that you're at least finding some value in Out of the Park Baseball makes me really happy. As happy as that. Did you look in Discord at all those? Bernie sent that as a private message to me, but I think he should put that picture of those glorious, huge baseball books for everybody to see on Discord, right, cousin? I mean, because we know, but we got to get these folks here that only know baseball reference to understand the true gospel of baseball books. MV, holy moly! MV late over there for you, my friend. 2:20. I don't know if you guys set your clocks back. I know when I was living back home, we did them. Was it a little earlier, a little later than the United States? But anyhow, we get an extra hour of sleep here in the United States. So, MV, it is great to see you, man. So, before we get started, guys, as I started at the top of the broadcast, and now there's three of you here. Okay, so you guys already did your clocks. Okay, cool. I'm interested in point about Out of the Park versus Action PC 1914 rosters on May 4th, 1914. Out of the Park had 5 pitchers available, and Action PC has 15. What's up with that? I'd have to look at it. And I mean, I'd gladly, maybe Bernie after this game, if people are up for just an old. All right, Ken. You guys are up for old baseball chinwag after this game. We can start 1914 on here, and we can sort of have a look and see. Hey, there's our friend Cooney 007. There's Doug. Welcome in, guys. Wow, I'm surprised. Lots of. I mean, compared to like a big owl chat here that's going on at the same time. 5 of you here. Thank you. It's very nice. I'm not sure, Bernie. It might have to do. Pib 99. Oh my God. Okay, stop the presses. Paisan. Huh? ¿Cómo está? How are you, man? It has been way too long. Way too long. Jeez. It's so good to see you. Every once in a while, I still bring up that night that you and Ken were talking about, back in the day, right? Being among, right, people playing, Appa and Strat and things like that. Man, missed you very much. It's good to see you, Paisan. Huh? Hopefully you don't stay along too. Hopefully you're doing well. You've been missed on this channel, believe me, by this family. Guys, so as I said, I was messing around with National Pastime Next Generation Plus. I really like it. It's fun. I would show it, but I know you guys have already. Maybe I will anyhow. What the hell? A lot of you guys have seen it on Jester's channel. But I'm also looking for the game Valhalla. Apparently, it's gone. And it's on a computer I can't recover it from. I really want to play that game again, too. I'm hoping that maybe Clinton comes in. He seems to know how to track these things down. So while National Pastime Next Generation Plus has a lot of seasons, Valhalla has them all. And since it's an Appa clone as well, I was maybe trying to think, I wonder how I can create seasons. But there's that. So if anybody knows where to find Valhalla, let me know. So Pip says he's doing okay. Lots of stuff been going on. Busy in the evenings, unfortunately. I get that. I'm working. I work for FedEx, and I'm working evening shifts Mondays through Fridays. So when I do broadcast, they do tend to be later now and things like that. But I decided to stay in tonight rather than do music. I wanted to hang out with you guys, and I was hoping somebody would show up. And geez, there's 6 of you here. Well, 7. There's Robert. Hey, Robert. I have to still catch a stream about State of the Channel. Everybody says it's really good, so I just got to put aside. I saw it's 2 hours, but great to see you now and then. That finally counts. Exactly. What a beautiful song. The last one ever. So welcome in, Robert. I am very happy to see that the next season replay on RGO Network that will begin in January of 2024 is the season I voted for, finally. 1972. Roberto Clemente's unforeseen final year with the Pirates. The Pirates, an excellent team in 1972. Some say even probably better than the 1971 world champion Pittsburgh Pirates. So looking forward to 1972, and that's Robert. And Robert, hopefully you're going to do some games, just some games for fun beforehand. I know you like to take a little bit of a hiatus, but damn it, people need baseball. We need baseball in these dark off-season months. It already started getting busy at FedEx, Sakuni, yesterday, and my particular department. There's 5 of us normally, and 3 people were out yesterday. It was crazy. So yeah, I know FedEx is about to go off the charts, but that's all right. You know what? FedEx is a super cool company to work for. They pay well, and they pay weekly, which I really dig. So It's all good. It's all good, and it's a good workout too. So I don't have to worry about a gym, man. Working at FedEx, buddy. Get that workout. There, Pip. Ken seeing the Pip is here. Awesome. Yep, Roberto Clemente picked up his 3,000th hit in 1972. Yep. And Robert says Roberto Clemente. And not only that, so you talk about Branch Rickey's great achievements in baseball. Of course, the minor leagues, affiliated minor leagues, Jackie Robinson. It was Branch Rickey who signed Roberto Clemente. Clemente, the first Latin American superstar in baseball, when Rickey was with the Pirates. So that's something that doesn't get talked a lot about. But Branch Rickey signing the great one, and the rest is history. I don't know. I really think here we are chatting instead of playing a game, but that's fine. I think that Clemente went. I mean, I wasn't around in the '60s to know this, but I think Clemente went under the radar until the 1971 World Series. I think that's when America was like, "Who's this guy?" He and Steve Blass really won that 1971 World Series for the Pirates. Against a very, very, very tough Baltimore Orioles team who were in the series 1969, 70, 71. I mean, those Orioles were tough. And the Pirates, of course, in 1979 would face the Orioles again, both times facing deficits, coming back and winning. And Clemente, I've watched that Game 7 on YouTube and read about that World Series. And it was like he was out there. I don't know if Clemente was out to prove hello or whatever, but he was fantastic, just fantastic. Oh, I think you're right, Robert. Robert's saying that he thinks Clemente achieves 4,000 hits if he doesn't die in the crash. I agree. I really, really do agree. An amazing player. 1972 is the debut of some nobody who I don't think will about. Yeah, Michael Jack Schmidt. Yeah, I don't know. I think the kid. I think that Schmidt kid. He might have a few hits in him. What do you think, Robert? There's Dwayne. Dwayne's been a streaming demon today. I think Dwayne did like 3 games or 4 games today or something like that. There's no keeping the man down. So, anyhow, looking for Ball Hall. If anybody can find that damn game, let me know. I really want to play it. Yes, Doug Clemente had a. I think he had a howitzer disguised as an arm. Jeez. Um, the one thing about the Pittsburgh Pirates I can say is that our franchise always had great outfields. Always. Throughout the Pirates' history, even in our worst years, we had phenomenal outfielders. Phenomenal. I mean, when you get, when you think just our right field, like our right fielders, and I mean the three that immediately, come to mind, you think Paul Wainer, Barrel Clemente, Dave Parker. Holy hell. I mean, you know, 66% of those guys are in the Hall of Fame, and Dave Parker was Hall of Very Good, certainly. Um, yeah, let's just start pitching. Anyhow, so some of you might wonder what this Bats League is for the one or two of you. APA has a roster set called Bats, and there's actually a number of them. This is pre-expansion, and while I have this for Baseball for Windows, I have an expanded version of this for Baseball for Windows. Cousin Ken has this is the original Sweet 16, the original 16 franchises, and their greatest players, 18, yeah, from the 19th century. What is 1876 to 1871 to 1960. And so Ken just one night offhandedly during the broadcast said this would be really fun to have an Out of the Park baseball, and that's what I'm doing. I'm actually putting it into Out of the Park baseball. So the National League is done. I've got to start on the American League now. So depending upon what we do tonight or whatever, I might work on that after this broadcast. And for those of you interested, I do have a couple tutorials up there. The first one's a bit dodgy. The second one better, but how to import players en masse or individually into Out of the Park baseball. Um, It's easy, and you can really do a lot. I mean, it actually then it becomes actually an infinite baseball playground, because you can do this with major leaguers, minor leaguers, your friends, whatever. And so that's why I am thinking, I'm rethinking McGreevy. I really would rather do McGreevy and out of the park baseball, McGreevy too. Um, I know that there's a lot, people want to get an action PC, but you know what? This game on Black Friday will be on sale for like $6, and that's kind of like the thing. Um, and I just, I want, I mean, we did those players in action PC baseball, and it's a great game, and I will always love that game. But I want that anime. I want the movement this time. I really want to try to bring it alive. And Out of the Park Baseball does that in a way no other game does, in terms of visuals. Can't even do this yet in MLB The Show. So um, yeah, but we'll see. Dwayne March says, "Is there any way to set cameras up in Out of the Park before you start the game?" Yes, there is. So if you're meaning, Dwayne, doing like custom setups, like adjustments, no. However, what you do is when you're working your ballparks, so up here in the middle under general game options, scroll down, and here's your initial camera views. In fact, I'm going to change the first two. So there's the above third that I created, because I love that view. And then for the action view, I'm leaving this at wide, and we'll see what it would look like. Or yeah, because overview, wide, low, I don't know. But that's how you do it right there. So you don't actually have to change it in game. Okay? If that's what you're asking. Yep. Now, of course, if you want to do other camera changes, then you have to change views in game. But again, I'm assuming everybody knows how to create camera views in this game, so we won't dig into that. But maybe another night. Okay, but not before you click on the game. So this is where I need to get you on the mic here, because I'm trying to figure out. So in other words, I'm going to cancel this because I can always get back to it. Okay, so I'm on whatever screen I'm on. Okay, and so right now I'm on the Cubby screen. Hey, Mike, good to see you. Good to see you, Mike Silva. So right now, the only way that I can add or create new camera angles, Dwayne, would be to go to any one of these teams. And again, these are not all done yet or anything, but let's say we go to the Boston Braves, because that is a team that's done as far as like the roster's done. So yeah, I would have to create those cameras in here, if that's what you mean. So editing ballpark, and obviously I haven't put in the ballpark yet for the Braves. But if I would just open this 3D model, I'm not going to do, well, actually, you know what? I'm going to anyhow. Let's just go ahead and just get this set up for the Braves. So, yeah. But no, once you're in game, but this is the only way that you can create custom camera angles. You can't be in a game and get to this screen. I wish you could. That would be a super nice touch to go in and adjust cameras, things like that. What was I doing here? What's the name of their ballpark? I don't even remember. Oh, well, anyhow, I'm not going to worry about it right now. You get what I mean. He gets what I mean. He gets what I mean. Okay. Michael, Massachusetts Mayhem in the chat. He certainly is. Robert says 4 months of inside pitch can wear a man out. The way you call the game, absolutely, man. You put your everything into it. All right. So we'll sort of at least start a game here, and if we end up just talking and some people want to come on the mic, that's awesome too. So we got Cubbies and the Dodgers. And let me make sure I've got my above third and everything set. Yep, there we go. All right, so for the visiting Chicago Cubs, Second base, Johnny Evers. At first base, Phil Cavaretta. Left fielder, Rig Stevenson in the third spot. Batting cleanup, Hack Wilson in center field. Ernie Banks, Mr. Cub, at short. Batting fifth, Kai Kyler in right field. In the number 6 spot, Johnny Kling, the catcher, batting seventh. Woody English, the third baseman, batting eighth. And Lon Warnicki gets the nod tonight for these Cubbies. For the Brooklyn Dodgers, leading off at second base, Jackie Robinson. Batting second, first baseman Jake Dalbert. Batting third in right field, the Reading Rifle, Carl Furillo. Batting cleanup, left fielder Zach Wheat. Batting fifth and catching, the great Roy Campanella. Batting sixth, one of the greatest of all time, the Duke of Flatbush, Duke Snyder. Batting seventh at the hot corner, Joe Strip. Don't know a lot about him. Batting eighth at shortstop, Pee Wee Reese. And Leon Cadore to bat ninth and pitch. We are on our way to Ebbets Field. Let's do this. This is just an exhibition. Haven't set any manager tendencies or anything, so. And let me fix the sound because I didn't do that. There, that's better. All right. You can come. Yeah, don't forget to turn your clocks back, says Robert. Absolutely. All right, here we go. Leading it off is Johnny the Crab Evers. Again, you're not going to see stats because this league, I'm still in the inaugural draft phase, getting everything done. So this is just an exhibition. And let's go around and see if we can. Sparse crowd today, but I'm sure Hilda Chester is here somewhere. A little buzz around Ebbets Field. Seen of so much great baseball greatness and flummery. Here's the wind and the pitch. Johnny Evers swings. This one grounder to short. And Pee Wee Reese up with it and fires on to Johnny Evers. And we're underway here at Ebbets Field. First baseman Phil Cavaretta now in for the Northsiders. Cadore into the wind and the pitch. 1-0 pitch. This one, high fly ball out to right field, and waiting for it and bring it down is the Reading Rifle, Carl Furillo. I'm going to be showing a golf game on this channel this week. It's called Golftopia, and it's super cool. So we're going to do it as a sort of let's learn how to play. It's brilliant. It's on Steam, and picked it up, and it looks really nice. It looks really fun. It's kind of pretty wacky, but it's a pretty neat golf game. So that'll be sometime this week. So we're kind of going to ease into some non-baseball games by at least, okay, we'll start with a sports game. But it's not like what you guys play, like these. I mean, it's a good golf game, but it's not like, action PC golf or something. It's not like a serious golf sim. It's a golf management sim where you can build your own courses and make them really wacky and defy physics and have transporters and black holes and stuff like that. So it's not really a serious golf sim, but it looks like a blast. Think of Super Mega Baseball, but for golf. And that's what it is. Because, to jump right into something like, Conquest of Avalon, way at the deep end, very grim, dark game, we'll ease ourselves over that way. All right, so here's Riggs. But baseball is always going to be the focus of this channel, especially older baseball. All right, here's Rig Stevenson, and he was our player of note when we last visited this league. Here's the 1-0 delivery to Stevenson. Stevenson swings, and this one a high fly ball to left field, and measuring it up out there and pulling it down is the great Zach Wheat. So 1, 2, 3 go the Cubs. We go to the bottom of the first. Cubs nothing, and the Dodgers coming to bat. So at the lawnmower simulator. Yeah. I saw another simulator there, Ken. Yeah, we had a blast that night. A bunch of geeks. What were we, like 3 in the morning? And we're looking at all these simulators on Steam. Lawnmower simulator, farming simulator. But there's some we can't show on YouTube, unfortunately. I'd keep Ken glued here. They're very interesting simulators, we'll put it that way. Having to do with his agricultural predilections. Well, there is one. Yeah. There is. Um, so, oh my goodness. Anyhow, see here I am. I'm getting all confuzzled. Here's the great Jackie Robinson. Lon Warnicki with the 2-1 delivery to Jackie. And Jack Roosevelt Robinson will open the Dodgers first with a bloop base hit into center. Jackie was almost halfway to second and decided to hold up there as Hack Wilson gets the ball in. Jackie, of course, known for being able to unnerve pitchers. Once pretty much got on, scored without a hit. Jackie Robinson did that a couple times in one particular game in Brooklyn. Walked, stole his way all the way around. Something you're not going to see much anymore. And, oh, there you go. All right, here is Jake Daubert. Maybe we'll talk about Jake Daubert tonight. Maybe he'll be our player of note. We'll see. Here's a 2-2 pitch to Daubert. Swing and a miss. And Daubert going after that little fastball there by Lon Warnicki. So one down, Jackie Robinson remains at first. For the Reading Rifle, Carl Furillo. Furillo actually had offered some resistance to Jackie Robinson's joining the big club in 1947. To his credit, Furillo did get over it. So 1-0 pitch to Furillo, and Furillo pops this one out to shallow right field, and going out, measuring up, and gloving it for out number 2 is Johnny Evers. So 2 away, Robinson remains at first for one of my all-time favorite players, Zach Wheat, still holder of many Dodgers records. The 2-1 pitch, and Jackie Robinson is off to the races. Here's the throw down, and that is not going to be in time. Johnny Kling had no chance to get Robinson. So Robinson with the steal. Zach Wheat back in the box. Here's the 2-2 pitch. And Wheat swings, and this one high and deep to right field. Will it be enough? It will indeed. So again, one of my favorite players of all time, Zach Wheat, goes 411 feet. Bottom of the second, the Brooklyn Dodgers lead the Chicago Cubs 2-0. All right. All right, so Ken says good call on Jake Daubert. So he'll be our player of note tonight. All right. Here is Roy Campanella now. 2-0 Dodgers lead, 2 down. Lon Warnicki, the 2-2 pitch to Campy. And big swing and a miss by the legendary Dodgers catcher, and that does it. But 2 runs for the Brooklyn Dodgers as we head to the top of the second, 2-0. And the Cubbies will send up Hack Wilson, Mr. Cub Ernie Banks, and Kai Kyler. Of course, Wilson, best known for his Major League record RBIs, set in 1930. All right, Leon Kadori deals. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Hack Wilson going after the curve. Nothing but air. And in basketball, that's a good thing, I guess. Or no, that's a bad thing in basketball, too. It's nothing but net is a good thing in basketball, right? But nothing but air in baseball. Never a good thing, right? All right, here's Mr. Cub, Ernie Banks. The 2-2 pitch. We just talked about his teammate, Billy Williams, the other night. Fly ball, right field, and that has Furillo's name all over it for out number 2. Big Clue. Hey, buddy. Good to see you, man. Metro Last Light Complete Edition. I'm going to have to find the name. So, if you're in Steam there, Ken, type in the word chair in your Steam store thingy, and you'll see it. I literally can't show that on YouTube. I don't have the game, but even if I did, I couldn't show it on here. So, but it's pretty interesting. There's some interesting agricultural simulators on Steam, that's for sure. All right, Kyler. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Kai. Swing and a miss. No runs, hits, or errors. Nobody left on base. We go to the bottom of the second. It's Brooklyn 2, Chicago nothing. And we'll have Duke Snider, Joe Strip, and Pee Wee Reese due up for these Dodgers. Lon Warnicki is fan 2 thus far, but touched up. That 2-run shot by left fielder and Hall of Famer Zach Wheat. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Duke Snider. Swing and a miss. So curveball, and the hammer gets Mr. Snyder, and that will bring up Mr. Strip. Big clue, how the hell have you been? So Mike says that he owns PC Building Simulator. Hey, cool. All right. Here's Joe Strip. Full count to Strip. Swing and a miss. So Lon Warnicki getting serious now after a bit of a touchy first inning. He's fanned 4. And it brings up Pee Wee Reese. Here is the 1-2 to Reese. And swing and a miss. How about that? Lon Warnicki strikes out the side. 2 done here at Ebbets Field. And it's Brooklyn 2 and Chicago nothing. The Cubs will send up Johnny Kling, Woody English, and Lon Warnicki. Len Cadore struck out 2 himself in this game. Here's the wind and the 1-2 pitch. Johnny Kling cuts right through that curveball, so it's strikeout city for both of these players. Cadore is now fan 3. Woody English, the 2-2 pitch. Another strikeout. And this one, that was borderline there. You can see there on the, right, and the pitch results. That was very, very borderline inside. Nonetheless, it counts as a K. That's number 4 for Cadore. 2 down for the pitcher, Lon Warnicki. Full count to Warnicki. Here it comes. Warnicki looks at a called strike 3, and we have Cadore striking out the side. Could be the beginning of a pitcher's duel. Let's go to the bottom of the 3rd inning, and it's 2-0. Dwayne March says, I might need you getting photos for players at Alva Park. Don't have photos of early World Series teams. Easy enough to do, man. Easy enough to do. Be glad to do that for you, Dwayne. All right, it'll be Leon Cadore, Jackie Robinson, and Jake Daubert, our player of note tonight. Warnicki ready to deal to Cadore. Swinging on the first pitch, and this one a little Texas leaguer into left. All right, so Brooklyn picking up its 3rd hit of the game thanks to the catcher. Sparse crowd here today at Ebbets Field, but a good crowd here with our familia. Jackie Robinson, now we're back at the top of the order. Jackie, a single, a stolen base, and scored on the 2-run shot by Zach Wheat back in the 1st inning. Cadore, decent speed at first. Warnicki with a check of the runner. The 2-2 pitch. Jackie swings and misses. Fastball from Lon Warnicki, and he has set 6 players down by way of the mighty K. And now we get to Jake Daubert. All right. So big clue, you've been away for a while. What we're doing now in most games is we're picking a player, and we're doing a little gospel reading about that player. From the holy book known as the Biographical Encyclopedia of Baseball, from the editors of Total Baseball, and this big, beautiful hardcover book will set you back about $6 on eBay. And folks, you got to get it. All right, so Jake Daubert. We're gonna talk about Jake here. All right. As soon as I find him. Some night I am going to reread that because things crashed that night. The Dave Bancroft, because it was hilarious. It was one of the funniest things I've ever read. All right, here we go, guys. Let's we're going to do Jake Daubert tonight. All right, so his name Jacob Ellsworth Daubert. He was born April 7th, 1884. Hey, I didn't know this. He's a Pennsylvania boy, Shamokin, Pennsylvania. And he died October 9th, 1924. Not a very long run there. In Cincinnati. Made his debut on April 14th, 1910 with the Brooklyn Dodgers. He was a lefty both ways, 5'10 and a half, 160 pounds. The National League's best first baseman between 1910 and 1920, Jake Daubert played 15 seasons as a regular and helped 2 different teams win pennants. Talented, modest, and a bit colorless, he was often described as, quote-unquote, nearly as good defensively as Hal Chase. But Daubert was a better hitter, and unlike Chase, always played the game on the square. A quiet man who led by example, Daubert captained the Cincinnati Reds from 1919 until his death in 1924. Born into a coal mining family at age 11, he started working in the mines but played baseball on weekends, beginning as a pitcher before settling at first base. The Cleveland Indians drafted him in 1908, but he failed to hit enough to make the team. He was sold to Brooklyn after the 1910 season. As a rookie, Daubert hit only .264, but was impressive defensively. A wiry 5 feet 10 inches and 160 pounds, he was sure-handed and mobile and had an accurate arm. On May 6, 1910, he made 21 putouts in a 9-inning game, one shy of the major league record. He led the league in fielding average 3 times. Daubert went on to started to hit in 1911, finishing the year with .307. He went on to hit above 300 in 10 big league seasons. A left-handed hitter with good speed and bat control, he normally batted second in the lineup. He stole 251 bases during his career with a high of 32 in 1911, and often gave himself up for the team. An excellent bunter, he set a record for 4 sacrifices in one game in 1914 and finished his career with a .392 average. In 1913, Daubert won the league batting crown, he finished the season. That was a little typo there. Anyhow, his career .392 batter. No, I finished the season with a .392. Anyhow. In 1913, Daubert won the league batting crown with a .350 mark. Although he neither scored nor knocked in many runs, he still won the Chalmers Award as most valuable player. He repeated his batting champion in 1914 with .329 mark. For those of you that don't know, so the Chalmers Award, the Chalmers was an automobile, and if you won that award, you won a vehicle. So that was a big thing, and of course, if you go back and look, there was a sort of a contested Chalmers Award. I believe it was 1911 between Tris Speaker and Ty Cobb, and Chalmers ended up awarding both Speaker and Cobb automobiles for winning the title that year. All right. So back to this article. After many years in the second division, Brooklyn climbed to third place in 1915 and won a surprise pennant in 1916. Daubert batted .316 in that season, but slumped to only .176 in the World Series as Brooklyn lost to Bernie's Boston Red Sox. When organized baseball's battle with the Federal League led to rising salaries, Daubert's annual take jumped from $5,000 to $9,000 per year. After the new league collapsed, many salaries were cut, but Brooklyn president Charles Ebbets continued to pay Daubert the higher wage. That was something also that Barney Dreyfuss did. Barney Dreyfuss was very, very good about that, at least with his star players. And actually, not a lot of Pirates jumped to the Federal League. Barney Dreyfuss able to see the writing on the wall. And that was the same with the American League when it started in 1901. Not a lot of Pirates went over compared to a lot of other clubs. All right, anyhow. In 1918, World War I shortened the Major League season, and owners attempted to prorate salaries. Daubert sued and recovered most of the unpaid balance of $2,150. An irate Ebbets thought Daubert disloyal and traded him, so then Charlie Ebbets does become a bit of a gavone after. Traded him to Cincinnati in March 1919 for strong-armed outfielder Tommy Griffith. Although Daubert hit only .276 in 1919, he helped key the Reds' unexpected pennant win. In Cincinnati's shocking World Series victory over the Chicago White Sox, he batted .241 and scored 4 runs. Officials later discovered that 8 White Sox players had conspired to throw the series. Daubert's best season was 1922, where when he was 38 years old, he batted .336, scored 114 runs, drove in 66, and led the National League with 22 triples. For the only time in his career, he reached double figures in home runs with 12. 2 years later, he was still an effective player, but toward the end of the season, he became ill. On October 9, 1924, he died in Cincinnati from complications following an appendectomy. So you got to wonder, had Daubert, he could have. That is. 38 years old and having such a great season like that, hitting .336, 114 runs, and leading with 22 triples in 1922. So we're now in the live ball era. Hell of a player that might have been a Hall of Famer had he lived a bit longer. So lifetime totals for him: 2014 games, 7,673 hits, 1,117 runs scored, 2,326 career hits, 56 home runs, 722 ribbies, a lifetime on base percentage of 360, a 401 slugging average, and a lifetime batting average of 303, and that is Jacob Ellsworth Dalbert. So there we go. Oof. Big Clue says, yeah, that he was a fine hitter, starting first baseman for the 1919 world champion Reds. Indeed, indeed. So hell of a career for him and a great story. So Cousin Ken, glad you thought that was a good call. I think it was too. All right, Dalbert nothing for one now. Lund Warneke has fan 6. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Dalbert. Dalbert swings and a long fly ball to right field. You can kiss it goodbye. Jake Dalbert has just put 2 more on the board for the Brooklyn Dodgers, and it is 4-0. So Jake looking down from heaven, and he says, thank you, family, for the nice little homage, and for doing so, I will do this for you. And there she goes. Touch 'em all, Jake Dalbert. All right. Carl Furillo now nothing for one. 1 out, 4-0 Brooklyn lead. Warneke into his motion and the 2-2 pitch. Furillo cuts through this one. Another fastball. Warneke coming with the heat today. That's strikeout number 7. But twice in this game, as the ball has found the strike zone, it went out the wrong way. Zach Wheat, one of those people who made it go the wrong way, a 2-run shot back in the first. Warneke with the 2-0 pitch after getting the sign. And Zach Wheat will hit one, and this will stay in the park. Just a little fly ball out to medium center field, and Hack Wilson will come in and make the catch. Side retired, but 2 big runs, 2 hits, no errors. Nobody left on. We head to the top of the 4th inning. And the Brooklyn Dodgers lead the Chicago Cubs in this At-Bats League 4-0. Bernie says, big clue. What are we ordering on? Oh, there's always room for books. What are you ordering on Kindle? What are we ordering on Kindle? Dr. Stephen Gletcher's Baseball, The Turbulent Mid-Centuryers. Gletcher is a wonderful consultant for TSN. It's an outstanding. Oh, well, I have to look now, so here we go. I'm looking. That's why the sound just cut out. Let's see what Big Clue is. Big Clue recommends a book. It's a must-buy. And this is taking bloody 10. There it is. Oh, this looks pretty smexy. So here's the blurb on it, guys. And again, when you click off of Out of the Park Baseball, it just the sound it's a Windows thing. Anyhow, Baseball: The Turbulent Mid-Century Years explores the history of organized baseball during the middle of the 20th century, examining the sport on and off the field and contextualizing its development as both sport and business within the broader contours of American history. Stephen Geicher begins with the Great Depression, looking at how those years of economic turmoil shaped the sport and how baseball responded. Geicher covers a then burgeoning group of owners, players, and key figures, among them Branch Rickey, Larry McPhail, Hank Greenberg, Ford Frick, and several others whose stories figure prominently in baseball's past, and some of whom are still prominent in its collective consciousness. Combining narrative and analysis, Geicher tells the game's history across more than 3 decades while simultaneously exploring its politics and economics, including, for example, how the game confronted and barely survived the United States entry into World War II, how owners controlled their labor supply, the players, and how the business of baseball interacted with the federal government. He reveals how baseball handled the return to peacetime and the defining post-war decade, including the integration of the game, the demise of the Negro Leagues, the emergence of television, and the first efforts to move franchises and expand into new markets. Geicher considers much of the work done by biographers, scholars, and baseball researchers to inform a new and current history of baseball in one of its more important and transformational periods. This sounds brilliant, guys. So, obviously a new book, really, really new book, published this year. So it's 3113 on Amazon. Big Clue, thank you for the. Let me fix this up here. Thank you for that recommendation, Big Clue. Looks like a really, really good one. All right, we're back at the top of the order. The Chicago Cubs will send Johnny Evers, Phil Cavarretta, and Rig Stevenson. Evers in the game is nothing for one. Here is the 1-2 pitch. Evers looks at strike three. So Leon Cadore notches number 6. So have a seat, Crab Evers, and here comes Phil Cavarretta, nothing for one. 3-2 pitch. Cavarretta tried to hold up, but fastball in there, and Cadore has strikeout number 7. So these pitchers are mowing him down. The score wouldn't give you the whole story, that's for sure. Rig Stevenson now. Stevenson swings in the first pitch. This one popped high in the infield, twisting toward the first base side, calling for it, and bringing it down is our player of note, Jake Daubert. No runs, no hits, no errors. We head to the bottom of the 4th. Brooklyn 4, Chicago nothing. So Big Clue says, let you know a little secret. First couple chapters lay the groundwork in the dead ball era, baby. Absolutely. All right. So, and Bernie's going to pick it up on Kindle. That's right. Yeah, dead ball. Say it all day and all night. All right. Dead ball and certain chair simulators there, Cousin Ken. Roy Campanella, Duke Snyder, and Joe Strip do up for the Brooklyn Dodgers. Here's the 2-1 pitch. And Campanella, high, deep. Is it enough? It is. So Brooklyn today, swinging the lumber against the hapless Northsiders. 3rd home run in this game. Roy Campanella, 427 feet. And this one turned into a laugh for baseball fans. 5-0. And since it's an exhibition game, we might just zoom ahead. But we will look at the home run here by Roy Campanella. So Campanella, with his power, able to sort of go opposite way on that one. 109.4 off of Campanella's bat. All right, we are going to take this to the 7th inning. Yeah, this one's to put a fork in the cut. Oh well, no. Now we have to keep the game going. Look at the scoreboard, guys. So Brooklyn is in the house, says Doug Hunt. All right, so you can look at the scoreboard and you can see why we're not going to autoplay the rest of this thing. All right, Johnny Evers, Phil Cavarretta, and Rig Stevenson due up. Leon Cadore has struck out 9. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Johnny Evers. Swing and a miss, and that is strikeout number 10 for Leon Cadore. Here we go. The party continues. And we have a pinch hitter now for the Chicago Cubs, Augie Galen, in there. So the lefty will try to solve Leon Cadore here. Here is the wind and the pitch to Galen. And this one, high fly ball, shallow left, and running in and making the catch is Zach Wheat. So 2 away now for Hank Sauer. So another pinch hitter. Chicago going to its bench for Hank Sauer. The 0-1 delivery from Cadore to Sauer. Sauer swings, and this will get down for a base hit. So the no-hitter is broken up in the top of the 7th. All right. So we're going to go ahead and play out this inning, and then we'll see what we're going to do then. The pitch to Hack Wilson. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 7th inning stretch, and we're going to go ahead and go to the 8th and to the 9th. Yeah, it's 8-0, and we're just going to go ahead and entire game it. Yep. Boop. So, wow. Yep, the Brooklyn Dodgers in this exhibition game, 8 runs, 12 hits, no errors. The Chicago Cubs, no runs, 2 hits, and no errors. Player of the game, Leon Cadore. Let's see, what did he finish with? He struck out 15. And Lon Warnicki, who got rocked for 7 earned runs, struck out 14. Gave up 4 home runs in that game. Ed Rolbach came in, worked 2 innings. He gave up a home run also. So let's see what is the deal here. Zach Wheat, Jake Dalbert, Roy Campanella, Joe Strip, and Ivy Olson all go play long ball for the Dodgers. Not much happening on the Cubs side. Kai Kyler had himself a double. That was pretty much it. Wow, we had a stolen base in this game. Jackie Robinson. Oh, Jake Dalbert also had a steal. The Cubs kind of just didn't show up today, except for Lon Warnke. Wow. It's only postponed a little bit, Big Clue, just a little bit. So, yeah. So he says, I understand that MV needs more time than most people to prepare since he can't offer to bribe you for a championship this time, but still, yeah. All right, let's jump out of here and jump into something else. Start screen. Let's get back to the CML League. We haven't been there in a while. So, for those that want to hang around, we'll do a game in this one. Hey, we can have a Chinwag. Mike, will you feel like coming on? We can do that. We can just talk some baseball, get some people on. I know Bernie talked about wanting to come on for a little bit. So if you guys want to jump on Discord, get you into a call, and yeah, we can do that. And that will actually give Diamond Mine Baseball some love. Just have a Diamond Mine game just playing while we're talking. We can do that. All right. So let me get Discord. You guys get ready. So, Bernie, what I'll do is just basically call you. You answer. We bring you on the call, and you'll be live. So I got to use 2 mics for this because, yeah, the one I use for games, for some reason, Discord doesn't pick it up. So let me do that. First, let me bring up Diamond Mine Baseball. Boink. And let's let Out of the Park stop. And there we go. All right, let's go to Discord. All right. If you get Big Clue on here, if he feels like chatting a bit. If not, I get it. I get it. All right, let me see. Oh my! It's nice to be in for a night with you guys. It really is. I see Todd's online. I think he's over in the Owl chat. I think, which is good. Which is good, good, good. All right, let's go to DM and call Mike here. I'm not seeing Bernie online here, so let's get Mike here. Let's see if we're going to get Bernie on here. What about you, Dwayne? You feel like you're ready for the 6-hour Diamond Mine Marathon? All right. Yeah, well, it's ready to rock. Dwayne, you feel like coming on, or have you doing 4 games today kind of killed you? Let me know. All right, so Dwayne's going to come on too. All right. Get Dwayne and Mike here. So let's see. Add friends to DM. All right. So I'm doing it up right this time. Okay, we'll get oops, we'll do this here. We have Mr. Martz. And where's our Massachusetts madman? Where is he? Is he online? He is online. That's weird. So not showing in friends list. That's strange, man. Can I get Mike as well? I did send a friend. I mean, yeah, this is really weird. Invite to server? No, hang on. This is really stupid. Let's do this. Okay. I'm going to call Mike first.
Are you there?
Yeah, Mike, now I'm going to try to add Dwayne.
Barely hear you. Hold on.
Is that better?
Yeah.
All right, Good, 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 good. I forgot I had to put this other bit up here. So let's get Mr. Dwayne on here. Okay, and so it's going to probably reconnect and bada boom,
Yeah.
bada bing.
Okay.
All right. I already have a group. Yeah.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you
Yeah.
should already. If me and
I'm just gonna.
Dwayne already.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna create the new one anyhow. All right, hang on.
Yeah. All right.
All right, there's Mike, and we're waiting for Dwayne. What? There he is. Hey, hey,
Hey,
Dwayne.
Up, Dwayne.
All
hey,
right.
how's it going, Mike?
Oh, Bernie says he's on Discord. We gotta get Bernie in here. We gotta get
Hey,
Bernie
get
in here,
Bernie.
guys. Yo, we gotta get Bernie.
Weekend at Bernie's.
Weekend at
Yeah.
Bernie's. Love it. All right, let me see. So here we go. Ba, 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 ba. La, da, da, da. Gotta make sure it's showing him online here because I can't call him if he's not online.
Dwayne, you taking a little break now from your game? A couple hours.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Those double hitters are nice because I already got the cards out, so it's real easy to go
I
into the
know.
next game.
Yep, I hear you there. Yep.
Because I'd like to do a series,
Yep.
but with Digital Diamond, with the transactions, it's going to
Yeah.
mess stuff up. So
Yeah,
I got to do a game at a time.
Yeah, I put a question on the forum, on the Digital Diamond forum about that. If you could, but then someone answered saying you'll mess up with the transactions. So,
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
because that would be the best because you leave the cards out, just get
Oh,
the series done.
exactly. That's how I always played it before, was do a series and go back and do the other team series.
Yep.
But yeah, transactions would be all messed up.
Oh well.
I forgot doing that double hitter. I forgot that the Braves sent Mac Jones down to the minors, even though in my replay he's hitting well. He only hit like 210. So, but he's hitting like 250, 260 in my replay, and I'm like, damn, send him down.
It's funny with Mac Jones. Like every time I hear that, I'm always like, put in Zappy.
Yeah.
Because like I'm a Pats fan, and like I'm like, put
Yep.
Zappy in.
I like what you said about me saying no stinking DH and you saying no stinking pitcher. I like that.
Exactly. Whenever I pinch hit for them and they get it and they
Yeah.
do something good.
Yeah, I thought that was funny.
Well,
And then I like Bernie
yeah.
the other day got me. I never heard that before. Yeah,
Just
ground
one
ball
second,
down
guys.
the short and he,
Bernie, I got you and I've been private messaging back and forth, but for some reason Discord doesn't have you listed. So as soon as you accept that friend request, I can add you into the call. All right. Go ahead, guys. Sorry. Please continue.
that's all right.
All right, Dwayne and I
Bernie
just
had a ground ball down
yeah.
the shortstop and he said that was a grass cutter. I
Oh
used
yeah,
that
you
the
never
other
heard that?
day. I loved it.
You never heard that one? Yeah,
No, I've never heard
I've
that one.
Maybe it's a
Yeah.
Northeast thing. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm like, I like that. I'm going to use that one.
Oh, it is a good one. Yeah, grass cutter.
Yeah.
I never understood what a Texas leaguer was.
Baltimore chomp, of course. I mean, I grew up with Baltimore chomps.
I've heard that one.
Yeah.
So I did know the story behind Texas Leaguer. I actually, and it just like flew out of my mind. Big clue,
Oh,
Ken.
darn.
Yeah, I did know it, and now I forgot it again.
Sure, somebody knows.
Oh yeah, somebody in here will know it definitely. Let's see, we still trying to get Bernie. So guys, continue. If it drops, that just means we get Bernie coming on here. But waiting.
Like when in Bull Durham when he talks about being a 300 hitter compared to being 250. One Texas leaguer, one
Yeah.
Baltimore chop.
One dying quail.
Oh, yeah.
All right, guys, we're gonna add Bernie to this, so it's gonna out in and again. Here we go.
All right.
Oh, maybe not out and in. You guys can still hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Bernie, you with us?
That's me. Hello.
There he is. All right. Wow, guys,
Bernie.
we got Bernie Strom here now. Look out.
Oh man, we rolled out the red carpet tonight here.
Absolutely.
Actually, 1914 Boston.
Guys, go ahead and talk. I'm gonna get a game set up here on Diamond Mine. We guys are talking. Go ahead. So this is our, like, Al has his big chat and we have our mini chat here, so it's all good.
When's your next game, Bernie?
I'm not really positive. you guys have been playing so much. I'm having more fun watching your games than putting my own ones on.
I'll put one on, man. I'll take a break. I
Yeah,
ain't a
yeah.
problem. Yeah,
I'm sure it's
with
more
being
fun. I'm
off,
sure it's
man,
easier to
I'm just
watch
going
than it is to.
crazy.
I'm sure it's easier to watch a game than it is to produce one.
Oh, exactly. Sit back and relax. Yep.
Like I have yours on, Dwayne. Like whatever I'm doing around the house, or if I'm out for a run or a jog, I have yours on the background. It's great,
Oh, exactly. Yep.
So
I don't,
Yeah, set in the
Dwayne, I
recliner
don't
and
know
lay
how
down on
you
the
can
couch.
put so many games on. It's unbelievable.
Oh, Bernie, I'm just having a blast, and if anybody knows me, the closer I get, the crazier I get. And when I can see the light at the end of the
yeah,
tunnel and knowing ain't a train coming, I'm freaking balls to the wall. I mean,
I can tell that because I noticed the
yeah.
closer you're getting, the more
Well, you
you're
go
getting
back
the
and
video.
watch some of my videos with the racing. You start looking at the dates; they get pretty damn close. 2 or 3 races in a day or two. Yeah, yeah,
It's balls to the wall.
yeah.
Big Clue
Oh,
answering the
yeah.
question here. Ollie Pickering led off his career in the American League with 7 consecutive bloop singles. The Indians had just picked him up from Texas League, hence the term for his first use.
Cool.
Oh, that's
That is
cool.
cool. That is really nice. So before you guys continue, Big Clue says, on the other hand, I think we'd all like to hear Ken explain how he invented the term can of corn. That one you guys do know, not Ken Castro, but you do know the can of corn reference, what that means in baseball, right? Or where that came from?
I did it at one point. I don't think I
I
remember
will
what the
tell
heck
you
it
again.
means.
So way, way back in the day, before any of us were born, so grocers they would have like their cans up in the shelves, and if they couldn't reach like the highest
Oh,
cans,
that's right.
they had this thing right where it was like a what do you call it, like pincher thingies or whatever. I don't know what the technical term is, and they would like pull it down off there and catch it in their apron. It would just fall off and boom, and it was a can of corn. That's where they came from.
You know what the funny thing was? Is
I
that,
heard it to,
yeah. Bad
I
Bunny.
heard it today in a hockey game broadcast.
Really?
No kidding.
You,
With the
first
save.
time I've ever heard it. I don't remember what it was. I was doing 3 things, but I got the Bruins on, and one of the announcers said something about a can of corn while they were playing, and I looked
Corn.
up.
Wow.
But
I
you know where I remember that from now is I don't
who's
know if
that?
anybody played. I think it was either triple play baseball or the video game or as MVP. But
Hmm.
one during the game, like the announcer would say, "Oh, I think it was Buck Martinez was doing the thing on the video game, and he would like I swear to God, he said it about 5 times a game. He explained it, and that's exactly where like, oh yeah, the guy would just knock it off the top shelf, catch it in the air, it'd be a can of corn. This is the funniest thing. Now that totally brings it back. Now I totally remember that.
I first
Why?
heard that term in Baseball for Windows. Ernie Harwell used it. I
Oh
never
really?
ever knew.
Yeah, I
Hey,
learned a
there's
lot from
Clinton
Ernie.
Parks, and I have a question for Clinton Parks really quickly, guys, and then we'll continue with whatever madness you want. And since Bernie's on here and Diamond Line Baseball, our first is going to be Blue Jays, Red Sox. So we'll have that playing in the background. This is. I figure we'll start with modern baseball. So this is like much later Red Sox. So no Tris Speaker in this Red Sox game. Clinton, I've been playing National Pastime Next Generation Plus the past couple days, really having fun with it. But I wanted to ask you because you're such a good detective. I've been looking all over place for the Valhalla game, and it seems like it's gone. Is it still like locatable, findable? Because the thing has every season in Major League history, and I liked it. I had downloaded it like 3 years ago, but the computer I downloaded on now is kind of like I don't even know where it is. And I'm trying to find it. If you happen to know, that would be amazing. That said, turn the show over back to you guys, and we'll go to
Oh,
Fenway
Now that's
Park.
the version of Appa, right?
Yeah, it's an
like the
Apple clone,
virtual.
just like
Yep.
National Pastime Next Generation Plus is
Yep.
an Apple clone. Yep, and I can't find it anywhere.
I think that's what
Are
Rob was
you
playing when he
playing
first
the Are
started
you
his
playing the
channel, wasn't it?
PC game?
Yeah, what PC game for what, Bernie?
The PC game for the National Pastime.
National Pastime, yeah, using it on Excel. Yeah, I'm not ready to jump into cards and dice at that level. Like I said, I'm starting with Pocket Pennant Run to jump back into that. So yeah,
There you go.
and I'm having fun with it. It plays beautifully in Excel. It's like this is so cool. It does
Yep.
everything for you. National Pastime Next Generation Plus. I mean, I love it.
Oh,
But
I was,
I'd messed around with the game Valhalla, and it's like now I want to play that too. And getting back into the wanting to play cards and dice, and I can't find the damn thing. Yeah, that's Ron Bernier's version exactly. Or no, yeah, that's Ron Bernier's. Greg Sloven, I think, is the one that does National Pastime Next Generation Plus. I think. No, Valhalla, because you're the one that told me about it, Clinton. I'll put it in chat. It's like Valhalla, but with a B.
yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah.
it's like heaven.
Yeah, because I went to the website. Oh, that's Bill Middleton, okay, who was a big name in APA. I went to the website and the domain's up for sale, so I don't know what the hell's going on, but I got to find that game. Got to find it. All right, so this Red Sox team is Bernie. You'll know all these
nice.
names, of course. Here, yeah. So we got Nixon, Drew, Garcia, Parra, Boggs, Ramirez, Vaughn, Burks, Veritek, Reed, and Martinez.
Now we're talking.
All right, yeah.
There we
So
go.
I'm going to go ahead and
It's like-
play these. I'm just going to just sit here and click, and we'll talk. Diamond Mine
That's
Baseball.
when the Red Sox wanted to compete with the Yankees. Now they want to compete with Tampa Bay.
Yeah, I know.
Ugh.
Well, the Yankees want to do that too. It seems like now people are complaining about that. I've seen people complaining for the Yankees to spend money. They yelling at them to spend. I'm like, what are they? I don't know.
They spend money. The worst part, they're getting hurt.
Yeah,
The money is. I
That's
mean,
what
you
happened,
can't keep George on the field. True. All the money they gave him.
yep.
True.
Speaking of pocket pennant run, there, Beatles.
Mhm.
I was poking around the like the as played lineups they have, and just trying to see what the 86 what it had for my season anyway.
Mhm.
And I noticed that when you pull up, if you create a roster for the as played for a particular game, and it's the cool thing is when you bring up this, you can bring up the schedule from the year, and it tells you the result, the actual real life result.
Yes.
And then it gives you when you sim it, it actually puts the sim result right next to it, so you'll know what happened in real life versus. Anyway, I noticed that when you print out the roster sheet, the thing that kind of aggravates me is that they don't give you a full roster. They only give you the people that played in that game. Like, so if they only used one sub, you only get one sub
For that
available.
particular game, yeah.
And it's kind of crazy, I was like, some games like extra inning games, they have like 6 subs, when they use a whole bunch of plays. But then, so it's game to game. It's kind of it's a little aggravating, but it's pretty cool though. I mean, it is for the $20. I mean, we've talked about it before. All you get for it's pretty good.
Oh yeah, I mean that software is just amazing. Bernie, you have Pocket Pennant Run too, don't you?
I do. I have about 40 games, and to be quite honest with you, now that I probably played them all, most of them 2 or 3 times, and then you put them away because you have your favorite.
Sure.
And I like Pocket Pennant Run. However, if I'm gonna play a game with an A, B, C, D type
Ratings.
I'm gonna play APA baseball.
Okay.
I played that game for so long. I have the charts memorized.
Right.
That's why
And
That's why I wanted to ask. I wanted to ask Dwayne this, and because it's when you do your broadcasts. I mean, I play APA sometimes too, and when you play enough of it, you get to realize you know what a lot of the numbers are. But you seem to know everything. You seem to just rattle them off as soon as you hear the dice roll. It's like
Oh man,
exactly
back
what
in
it
the
is.
'80s,
Yeah.
Michael, I played that just as much as I played it now. So
But
yeah,
I mean,
didn't take
like,
long for
you
me
seem
to
to
get
know
it
almost everything. I'm like, holy crap! Even like some of the weird. Sometimes you can hear you pause for a minute, but you said you have the small book, right? You don't have the. I have the big.
Yeah, I
have
got the
big
book they
boards.
call the '66 book.
Okay.
It's got 66 on it, and it looks like Yankees pinstripes on it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So,
It's
but
hard
yeah,
to
you guys,
get.
I'm impressed with that. I mean, I'm sure Bernie, you're the same way, I bet, but you don't,
King says I'm a young and playing only in the '80s.
that would have been me too. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
had a 40-year break in playing APA. And the first day I played after 40 years, I was remembering the numbers. They were coming back to me.
Oh,
Wow,
exactly.
Bernie.
Yep.
Wow,
crazy.
that's cool.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. I will never forget 30 is a fly out to left field.
Oh, we're in
Yep.
trouble, gentlemen. Big
Yep.
Clue says he's heading up to the office. He wants to jump on Discord with us. So buckle
Cool.
up.
With that, Bernie, with that, like I remember it as 30's left field, 31 center, and 32 is right. You know,
It is.
Yep.
yeah, that's what you
Yeah.
remember.
13's a
What I get
strikeout,
mixed up on is
14's
the
a walk.
28 and 26s. Whether
Ground
it's gonna be a
balls to the
double
infield.
play,
G4, G6, whatever. Yeah.
yeah, whether it's going to be a double play or not, it depends on
But-
what fielding you're in. That's the ones that sometimes I got to really check on myself. And what I really mess up on, and it happens with me a lot, and that's that ZZ with
Yeah.
Lou Burdette. I keep forgetting
Two
about
balls.
that. Yeah, on normally on most situations it's a walk, base is empty and all that, and I keep forgetting Lou has that.
Yeah.
Do you know
Like,
what game that I looked at that is a simple game that has all the seasons is Back to Basics baseball. I don't know if anybody else has
I
played
haven't.
it.
Oh, well, you said all the seasons. You got my interest, Bernie. What's it about?
Back to Basics is a fast action card game.
Okay.
It's a very easy game to play. It has all the seasons like from 1871 to 2014. Costs like $20, $30 or something on ASG Games, I believe. And it's a PF it's a download.
Okay.
It just is it's a fun game to play. I haven't played it enough, but quite frankly, I'm a season replay guy.
Mhm.
And because of that, I really can only play computer games because I'm not going to deal with the
Stats.
statistics.
Yeah, but what about using
And-
it
What about the
in
companion?
concert with Digital Diamond, Bernie? What about that?
That's an extra step. Why do I want to take the? Dwayne's got it down.
Bernie's taking me to school here, guys. All right, good, Bernie.
Not
I hear you.
really. Well, not really, though,
But-
Bernie.
but-
Bernie, if you're writing the
You're
scores down on a score sheet, then it's probably saving you more time. It's probably more easier to do it on the PC. Just put the command in, you know.
Oh, absolutely. But even writing the score on the score sheet is an extra step.
Yeah. Oh, you don't do that
No, he's
Oh,
saying he
no,
just
why
uses
would-
PC.
on PC. You don't have to,
I'm using
right.
PC games. The PC's writing it on the
Yeah.
score sheet. And I'm doing, at 72, I don't have as much time as some of you guys, and I'm doing 6 or 7 replays a year at a time.
Jesus, Bernie.
Okay.
That's awesome. I know it's
And-
awesome. And you have lots of
and-
time,
and-
Bernie. Jeez.
Exactly.
And I go nuts here because I see Dwayne goes on, I want to watch his game, and then I see Legends on, I want to watch his game. And Beatles comes on, and I hate missing Beatles broadcasts, and I get pissed off because I can't keep up with my 7 replays.
Oh my God.
So I don't have time to write the scores down, and
Okay.
so I'm really stuck on just playing PC games. And actually, there's a reason for that. When I first came back after my 40-year break, I did one-off games and series and things, and you do exciting series, or let's say you get a one-off game that was a no-hitter or something, or a pitcher struck out a Clemens.
Big clue
But
coming in,
struck out
guys. Keep
20.
talking.
Clemens would strike out 20 guys, and you'd play that one-off game, and it wouldn't have anything to do with the original game because it's such a small sample size. You cannot replay a game; it's impossible. So in order to get those special games, the 20 strikeout games, the no-hitters, the batters hitting per cycle, you almost have to play a season replay because those will show up during the 162 games or 154 games. You don't know when they're going to show up, but they'll show up. But you play
Here's a
one
question
game
for you,
expecting to
Bernie.
find something simple, special, you're going to be disappointed.
What's harder, a real life no hitter or a simulated no hitter? I mean, I've played a lot of seasons and I've only had like 1 or 2 no hitters my whole time. That's
Same
what
here.
cracks me
Big
up.
Clue, are you on with us?
What
Yes, sir.
All right. Can barely hear you.
Yeah, just
you
a
know,
moment.
Dwayne, you're playing cards and dice. Simulated no hitter is going to be difficult for you.
Oh,
when you
exactly.
when you sim a season, and
Geez, Ken, I've only had
let's
one
say,
no hitter. Give me a break here. God, he's calling Dwayne a youngin. I had one, and you guys saw it. Scott McGregor on this channel.
what,
One.
How
I
is
see
everyone?
I see 2 or 3 a year, maybe 4 a year when I simulate
Oh,
a
do you?
modern season. Yeah. Now I
Just
don't.
simulated, right?
I'm not doing the game. It's a game that
Right,
the
but I know what you're
computer has
saying.
done.
I feel like we're
And
comparing
and
penis
and
sizes here because Ken's saying he's had 2 no hitters since August. I mean, what the hell, Ken?
Well, body counts.
Jeez,
well,
right, Mike?
that's what
Right?
I mean. They're
I'm
rare.
the
The
master
only
of
no
taking
hitter I
pictures out
ever
of no
had
hitters.
that I played was an MLB The Show game from 2 or 3 years ago when Chris Sale threw a no hitter on the MLB The Show game. That was only one I've seen. I might have done one in a computer game myself, but I've forgotten.
Now, me and Troy Carter was playing. I can't remember what year it was. It was the A's against the Yankees, and they was both damn good teams. And he no hit me. I was the Yankees. He was the A's. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I feel lucky. I got one. This is my first season doing cards and dice in '86, and what was it, April 22nd of the season? I got John Tudor through one.
Oh, no
Even though-
kidding. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
that was using APA too. So
And like I said, you can go back and check out that Whitey Ford game. I took him out in the 7th inning for a pitch hitter and didn't
Oh.
realize he was throwing a no hitter. He was losing the game 2-0.
Oh,
He
yeah,
gave
yeah.
up a walk and a few errors, and they scored 2 runs. And he probably walked like 6 or 7 batters. He wasn't on his shit. So I get some runners on. I'm like, I got a pitch hit for him, and I didn't realize it, Mike, until the game was over. And I'm going through the box score, and I'm like, Whitey pitched 7 innings and gave up no hits, and he's in the dugout cussing me right now.
I believe-
Who
That's
was the guy in
funny.
the White Sox that threw the no hitter against the Red Sox? Was it the White Sox? No, the White Sox and Yankees game. Someone threw the no hitter and lost. It was like, I think it was the White Sox pitch. Was it? Or was it?
I know
Andy
that happened to
Hawkins?
Harvey
That's the 1-0
Haddix with
game,
the
wasn't it?
Pirates. I think
I think it might have been Andy Hawkins. I don't know on the Yankees maybe who did. I don't know. I can't remember. I'll have to look it up. He threw a no hitter and lost.
Big clue. What if
Earlier
you-
this year, I was watching Dave Gardner test out
Yep, I saw
Oh,
that.
I remember that.
and he threw an APA no hitter. He didn't even know it was a no hitter until
Yep.
someone told him.
Clemens. It was Clemens.
Yeah, I remember that. I was watching that too, Bernie.
So you
Yeah.
guys ever have you guys are talking about cycles? I've had one. Jimmy
I've had
Fox.
2 this
Again
year.
on this channel. I've only had
Oh, I
one
had
cycle
one, I think.
my whole life.
Yeah, I
I
had
can look
2
at it
in
right
the
now.
same series. Stan the Man usual hit for a cycle, and then the next day Hank says, "I can outdo you, boy. I'll hit one," and he hit for a cycle the next day. That was crazy.
See, I don't like you guys now. That's it. I'm done.
Yeah, I can
You
look-
guys
I'm
no
looking-
hitters
I'm
and
looking at my
cycles.
Digital diamond right now. I can look up my special events. I think I had a cycle this year.
Yeah, what are you guys going to tell me? You've had 5 perfect games, and how many
Now, how
natural
many-
cycles has anybody here ever had a natural cycle?
Oh, I
No,
don't know.
not that I know of.
I mean, that's got
Now,
to
who
be
would-
that's got to be the
Who
rarest
would
thing in
remember
baseball.
that?
A
know.
natural cycle. If I had a
Oh, I
guy
would
that hit
remember
Who would
it.
remember it?
single, double, triple home run in order, I'd certainly
Wouldn't
remember.
remember it at the time, but I'd go back and look at
Would
the
ya?
scorecard and be like, "Damn."
Wow.
Yep,
So
I got one,
oh,
Tony Fernandez from this
Todd
year.
had one. So he said Terry Steinbach did a natural cycle.
Ooh.
You need my email address there, Clinton. Okay. I'll just
Oh,
put it
yeah,
in the old
triple.
chat. I don't give a. Terry Steinbach. I'll
Guys
just put
fall
it in
into
the
the stand or something.
Wow, no, Clint, it probably barely hit the foul territory and rolled and rolled and rolled in the fair.
The Bill Buckner inside the park home run at Fenway.
Oh, yes.
Claudel Washington flew into the right field stand, went into the first row. It's the only way he was going to get it.
I like old Claudel.
So here's the thing. I'm going to ask you guys: is there a baseball game, whether it's cards and dice or digital? And this is for guys in the mic and in the chat. Is there a game, a baseball game specifically, that you really, really wanted to like and you tried and it just went? You ended up. It's like I can't. It's just not working for me. And can you think of anyone? Like
I
you know,
can't.
You can't.
They're all
You
got
think
something I like or
PC?
dislike.
It can either
or
be
co-
PC or cards and dice, Mike.
Baseball.
Yeah, for
Well,
baseball.
I mean,
I mean, we'll expand it in a,
Inside-
we'll expand it in a minute, but right
Inside
now
pitch.
to the holy sport. Inside pitch for Bernie. Okay.
Yeah, I would say that
Too
too,
many-
probably from the little I've
Too
tried.
many
in baseball.
rolls.
Yeah.
Too many rules.
Nothing messes up a game having to roll 5 or 6 times for one play.
Correct. In baseball, I agree. It's the flow of the game.
Yeah.
That's why I liked. That's why I'm in love with that. But the roll of the dice is like if it's a strikeout or a play, it just reminds me of hearing that fastball ziz by him. If it's a crack of the bat and a nice hit, like I say, that dice roll is like the crack of the bat, man. It's it gets me. Like I say, and if you do that 3 or 4 times, and especially trying to narrate it, sure, yeah.
Ken says that Dwayne, that got to get you onto the master game of APA, which I agree. That's what I used to play. The master game is a
I hear you, Ken. If I can get it
whole
down
another
to
level, man.
doing 30 or 40 minute ball games, trying to do a whole season, I admire you. I mean, you're doing 5 or 6 games a day too.
Dude, why are you
So
worrying about
darn.
40 minutes? I do 5-hour broadcasts. Come on, Dwayne.
But
That's
I'm
no
trying to get a whole
excuse.
season done within a decent period of time.
Robbie Wartburg has been doing 1908 for 5 years. I don't want to hear any excuses.
See, I can't do that,
Just do what you did.
especially once I get into the flow. And then like I say, then I go batshit crazy and trying to
You
get
do.
her done.
Oh my God. I can't. Your World Series project. Right. So just for
I'm
shits and
about ready
giggles.
to start that because I'm getting the itch watching you guys do Out of the Park. And
Mhm.
I've been setting stuff up on it. I got 2 computers, so I went over on the other computer and kind of messed with it so it wasn't official,
Uh-huh.
on the one that'll be streaming on.
Mhm.
That's why I was asking you about the camera view because I went on the one computer, my desktop computer, and set up camera views, but that was actually playing a game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Went in and messed with it. But
That
I
World
can't.
Series project is going to be amazing. Ken says he can't wait for it. I can't wait for it. But the
Oh,
way
yeah,
you, God,
that's
the way you
look forward.
broadcast, Dwayne. Let's say just for shits and giggles, you'll start 1903, Game 1, Pittsburgh and Boston, December 1st of this year. And with my crazy schedule, I've got to catch everybody, a lot of people's games in the background. I'm going to come back and let's say January 10th, and you're gonna be at like 1965. What the hell?
Well, the
How do you
great
do
part
this?
about that is, Beatles, I won't even really have to take a break. I can click on the next game and just put on there game 1 and game 2 if the broadcast goes good and do 2 games in an hour and a half with
That's
one
true.
broadcast.
It's just
Because, like I say,
amazing.
now I don't want a Braves game and a Yankees game on the same broadcast. You know what I'm saying?
Why not?
Because I like to give each one of them, if you want to watch the Yankee game and don't want to have to sit through the Braves game if it's the first one.
But could it be, Dwayne, that many of us just enjoy the dulcet tones of your voice?
Okay.
I
Sure.
mean,
All right.
there you go, man.
Yeah.
No, you do. You call a good game, and it's like,
Thank you.
and then but like you're a tease, dude. You're like a chick in this way. You're a tease, right? Because you'd be like, we have a double header, so I'm thinking this is cool, and I get all settled in for a double header, and then what does Dwayne do? Well, I'll be back in about a half hour for game 2. I'm like, son of a bitch. The hell? You get me right to the edge there, Dwayne, and boom, nothing.
Oh,
The
damn.
hell?
Sorry about that,
Twice on his
Beatles.
vocal cords. But
Oh,
what
man.
I like about Dwayne, I like how Dwayne he talks. He's like he's talking to you. He's like, hey folks, folks, this guy, you always throw the personal kind of things and then feel like you're talking to me. You know what I mean? It's kind of cool.
I agree.
So
I agree, man. You call a good game. So does Bernie. Bernie, again, he's like the guy you're sitting there at Fenway and he's talking the ball game, talking about baseball to you, and he knows his baseball. But Mike Silva, great ballpark architect you are. When are you going to start broadcasting, man? You've been
I
threatening.
gotta get my shit together. Like figure out how I'm gonna stream. I don't even know how to stream. Like I've
Mike,
never
I
done
don't
it
even have
before.
my shit together when I do this. What is with all these excuses tonight, you guys? What the
It's
hell?
all I want to do is just share my screen. That's it. I just want to I like kind of what you do, Beatles. I don't know if I want to. I'm not gonna have a camera for like if I'm rolling a game. I'm probably gonna do like with Dwayne as well. He doesn't show his cards or anything.
So hit me
Probably
up,
just-
man. I'll show you. I'll run through OBS with you, man. It's simple.
Is that free or do you have to pay
Oh,
or
it's
what?
free.
Oh,
It's free.
oh,
We're
is
on.
it
Oh,
free?
yeah, and this is all running through OBS right now. These Bernie and
Yeah, you've been having a hell of a time with that recently.
well, now
No, I
it's
pay for my stream.
yeah. Well,
I can
I
have
mean,
10 people on there
right, and you're
at one
using
time.
yeah, and you're using StreamYard. I don't use. I mean, I use
Yep.
StreamYard occasionally, but I'm so used to OBS. StreamYard's easier, but the thing with
Yes, it
StreamYard
is.
is it doesn't capture desktop audio, so you got to use another mic over there and stuff like
Yes, it
that.
does.
Oh, it does
Yeah, it
now.
does now.
Oh, when did
Yeah.
they
Yes,
change
it does
that?
Yep.
The
now.
bastards. When did they change
Uh,
that?
A few months
I
ago,
don't know.
hasn't it been, Bernie?
I've been streaming since April 18th,
So you
and
guys aren't using
it's
mics.
always.
So you guys aren't using
No,
mics.
You just click
Well,
on a
no,
button.
Holy
I'm
shit.
using a mic for my voice, but I'm not using a mic for the
Because
PC
it didn't capture
audio.
desktop audio before, man, because I want to start doing some music stuff on this channel as well. And I'm like,
Yeah,
It
you can
does
do it.
now.
oh well,
Yep.
hell, I'm glad I know you guys. Even the free version for cheapos like me.
I don't
I
know
don't
because I
know if
don't
the
have.
free version. I have the paid version.
Oh yeah, well you
Yeah, I
guys are
don't
like
know
the
about the
elite.
free.
I know you guys are
Money
good.
bags.
Yeah, you guys, right? So not only did you have more no hitters and you're more well endowed, but you have the paid version of StreamYard. That's okay. Abuse me. I stay in. I skip drinking Guinness and Tullamore tonight to get the abuse. It's all fine. And Big Clue is
My
being
whole thing,
suspiciously
Beatles, was the
quiet.
20 hours. I was
Yeah,
going to have to be slick and have like 5 freaking emails set up to get it with the 20-hour thing. That's why I went and got it. Especially when I'm doing racing. The racing sometimes can be an hour and a half videos, and then if I go crazy on it,
right.
you're talking a couple days. I can do 5 or 6 hours. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
that's why I've got.
No, I'm
Yeah,
just,
that's why I got
I'm
the
just,
free.
I'm just yanking your chains, guys. I mean, the only reason I stopped using StreamYard was because it's like, but I needed to do desktop audio. But you know what? If it does, because OBS takes a few more resources that I'd rather be, because like you guys will see like out of the park and Action PC, those Action PC is especially not very well optimized, and I've got a good PC. It's just not a very well optimized game, but it's right. But if I try to drag something over and then through OBS, because OBS is a bit of a system hog for what it does, StreamYard, man, if it can do desktop audio, I'll pay for the damn thing again. I just
Yeah, you'll
before,
like it.
yeah, okay, I'll give it a go because
Yep.
it's basically click a button, you're in, and if, like for you guys, instead of like hitting you up on Discord, just send you a link and bam, click on it and you're in. I mean, it's a lot simpler.
Yeah, I had you on mine, remember?
Yeah, I do remember
And you
that.
don't have to be on video. So I
Right.
forget. I think it was might have
You,
been Big Clue, wasn't it? He didn't have a video, did he?
well, Big Clue.
He
He's
was on
trying.
there with us.
I don't even. He's like being really
No,
quiet, but he knows that I'm
you
going to
can
ask
just
him
be
when
on
he's going to.
audio.
Right. Yeah,
He
I'd like
should.
to say.
Big Clue, you guys. Here's a baseball fan, and we can't get him to broadcast. Is he even still in this damn call? Get him just to do something
Yeah,
like.
I'm
There
here.
he is. He's being really
I'm,
quiet.
en-
He's like
I'm enjoying listening to you guys.
ninja. There's
And
legend.
he's typing
Legends
away.
is there in the
I
house.
know, man.
Big Clue typed in the
Typing away.
the funniest thing I've read all day. Robbie's 1908 project sits in the same freezer as Ted Williams' head.
That is good.
Legends, good evening, man. Were you doing a game tonight? Let me know, because I'm rarely home on Saturday nights. So if you're gonna do a game, let us know. We'll come over to your house. I mean, enjoyed talking to these guys certainly, but I know you were gonna be up in your broadcast schedule. Okay, so let's expand it beyond baseball. So we had one answer. Inside Pitch was a game that. Okay, so now just now to other sports games. Was there a sports game that you really wanted to love, you guys, in the chat or on here? But you tried, and it just didn't work. It was
I
just like
played it and
that.
I enjoyed it, but you better be prepared to set for a marathon because I'm sure you heard the jokes. You started an APA basketball game, and 10 years later, you're in the second half. I mean, it was a long game.
What is it
Yeah,
about that? What is it the
Apple
mechanics,
football, the
Dwayne?
same problem.
So
Yeah,
what is it with that, you guys? Okay.
what they would do, Beatles, is you would get your starting lineup, and they would have a range like from 1 to 9. Bird would get a rebound.
Mm-hmm.
From 10 to 11, Mikhail would. When you make a roster change, you had to reset all those freaking figures for rebounds and assist and all that. So then that would take you 15, 20 minutes to get a new chart made up. Now I did start getting and making up lineups like if it was McHale, Bird, Parrish,
Mm-hmm.
Johnson, and Ains in there. I had a card made up, an index card, and then I made a one adjustment. But I mean, that was every player. If you took Bird out and put Webb in, you had to do that. If you took two players out, you had to have a card for this, that. It was forever. But
Wow.
it's a nice game. It was accurate, but it took forever.
Bernie, you said the football game is like that. In what way? Like as far as length of time to play it.
Even worse. I sat down. I ordered the football game.
Mm-hmm.
I sat down to play it. And 3 hours later, I was in the second quarter.
Wow.
Well,
Yikes. So I mean, I think baseball lends itself best to simulations. Do you think that I mean, so you guys who are playing like these other sports and stuff like that. I mean, so if you had the chance, either of you guys, to redesign that basketball game or football game, what would you like to see in it? What do you think could streamline it? What do you guys think? I mean, because 3 hours and you're in the second quarter or second period or whatever. I mean, come on, you can love a game, but yikes, that's got to be. I mean, I'm sure it's fun, but you'd like to finish a game before Robbie finishes 1908, right?
But like I say, the one thing that would have
We
helped
love you,
with
Robbie.
APA is if they would have came up with every scenario for every team as far as a lineup and gave you the little cheat cards like I made up, so you wouldn't have to refigure all because the way it went, Beatles, was I couldn't just put Webb in,
Hmm.
say the higher the player's rating,
Hmm.
they went first. So like say Bird had the highest assist rating, he would
Hmm.
get the first 10 numbers.
Okay.
So if I take Bird out, then whoever the second highest player probably becomes the highest assist rating, and he would get 1 to something. I just couldn't put Webb in there and make him 1 to 3, and then move everybody around. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It was a mess. But that's how that would work, I think, Beatles, if they would have took the time to do that. But who's going to do that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
Well,
with
you're
football,
talking
you really
infinite
have to
number.
play it on the. Yeah, really have to play it on the computer. And Apple football, you'd call a running play, and then you'd call whether it be a sweep or up the middle. Then you had to check the rating on the linebacker he was running against. And there's just so many steps to one play. In baseball, in APA baseball, there's one step. You roll the dice. If it's a 66, it's a home run.
right.
It didn't work that way. It would be like in APA baseball. You roll a 66. It may be a home run. Then you have to roll the dice again to check the wind. Then you have to roll the dice again to check how far the fence is in the outfield. And then you roll it one more time to find out if the ball's fair or foul. And then you have the home run. That's what football's like.
Oof. Thank you for putting it in
It
baseball
was
terms. That makes sense. That makes sense to me. Yeah, that would be too much. I could never play a baseball game like that.
I never
Certainly.
played football. I
Well, I
played
mean,
Status Pro
Legends
football and love
Legends does
Status Pro
point out,
football, Beatles.
and he's
Rules.
right. I mean,
Status Pro had a great game.
okay, yeah. Somebody said about playing Status Pro. Glad that they play it. I mean, it makes sense. What Legends does say here. Because the crux of baseball it really is. It's that one-on-one. Pitcher versus batter, which makes sense. And while there's a lot of plays in baseball, I can see where the other sports where it would be. So I guess my question then it would be so hard to I guess it would be kind of hard to streamline that. But you're saying okay, but you said the Status Pro and don't have a heart attack, guys. And look, I'm going to play. I just like to kind of get ideas about things. So Dwayne, compared to like these other games, what makes it like move or flow more for you then compared to the other ones then?
Well, I'm not big on fast action cards, but you had the fast action deck,
Okay.
the Status Pro, which you're just flipping cards, and
Yeah.
a lot of the results are right on the cards. You would look, say it was a run, you'd flip the card over, and the running back would have a run rating, and on his card it would be like 5 yards if you had a two, be 10 yards if you had a one. You know what I'm saying? So it was quick and easy. And what I liked about Status Pro is the linemen actually played in the game. They mattered.
Oh, really?
Where they'd have blocking ratings and defense would have tackle ratings and all. So they actually came up and you would flip a card and it
Hmm.
would say, it took up a big footprint. You would have these mats and it would be like A, B, C, D, and it would say A versus D on offense, and you
Hmm.
would look at the offensive guard against the defensive tackle, and then you would get a versus thing, and it would minus things from the running back's yard or add depending on who was better, the offensive lineman or the defensive lineman. It flowed real nice. I could play a game with that was me and Troy Carter managing against each other and being asses and busting on each other. We could play a game in about an hour and a half of football. It wasn't bad. And that's keeping stats on everything, just like they do in football. So it was cool. We played that whole 1984 season, and it was awesome. It was one
That's
of
that.
You
the
know,
greatest times
the
I
way
had.
I look at it is if the play in the sports game you're playing takes longer than the play in the real game, then the game doesn't work.
Whoa.
Correct. I
Whoa.
agree.
Good point.
Yep. I mean, it works, but I don't think it's as enjoyable. And that's where you're fighting with getting stats down and being entertaining
Yeah.
in some of those games. In order for it to be entertaining, they would almost have to skew the stats. It wouldn't come out right.
Boston lost that one 5-2. Bernie, sorry. So now we'll go on to Tigers White Sox. Okay, I'm just letting you guys know what's going on in the background. I'm just playing Diamond Mind while we're talking and listening to you guys. I like
Now,
your
did you ever play Status Pro, Bernie?
I've played it. I've played it a few times, and I like it.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
got.
talking about football.
Oh yeah, no, I played it a couple of times. The
Yeah.
problem I have is that it's a big footprint.
Yeah, it
You
is
have to
a
lay
huge
all the.
footprint.
You got to lay all the cards out. I much prefer football games that use team sheets rather than team cards,
Oh,
and rate the players that way.
So I'm guessing, guys, there's more
so you like
charts in a foot.
plays
Are
game
there
then, I
more
take
charts
it.
in a
Oh,
football game than a
definitely.
baseball game? More charts in a
Yeah,
football game than a
definitely.
baseball game? Oh, there are.
Yeah. Yeah. I inherited this is years ago. I wish I'd kept it, the 1982 Stratomatic football season.
Mm-hmm.
And I couldn't get through a game just me sitting there reading the rules as I went. It was extremely frustrating for me compared to playing baseball. Of course, in baseball, everything's intuitive, knowing the sport better, but there was so much more to look at and check and double check
Mm-hmm.
and then look on the other team before you even, when you rolled the dice and stuff. Nothing compared to the baseball game. Now, somebody who's a football fan may feel differently about it. It may be more intuitive for them. But to answer your earlier question, I have played plenty of baseball sims over the years
Mm-hmm.
that I lost interest in.
Such as,
That's
just
because
curious.
well, that's because other sims do things better,
Okay.
or they have a better GUI, or what have you. Of course, typically that was joystick type sims. They're not really sims. I'm not that interested in, who has the faster hand-eye coordination.
Sure.
I want the more accurate sim. Um, an early baseball sim that I quit playing quickly after buying it. It was a huge disappointment for me because of the brand name. Was Pete Rose Baseball in the late '80s? Nothing like Micro League or Earl Weaver, which I thought it was going to be another Earl Weaver at the time. Nope. And I don't remember that much about it. I just remember like this is crap. And I soon discovered relative to Pursue the Pennant, which was out around that time, and some other things. Things of that. I'll be honest, Baseball Mogul is that way for me because
Mm-hmm.
after the first couple years, the novelty of their newspaper headlines wore off, and
Yeah.
the gameplay itself has never come up to the level of its competitors whatsoever.
I agree with
Uh,
you.
so,
I agree with you.
yeah,
I mean, you
no,
guys have
no,
seen me
no
show.
knock on the game, but it just
No,
doesn't as a game engine. It just doesn't
no.
compete. So why play it?
Doesn't for me either. Actually, I was a beta tester for the latest version, and I just it was. I mean, Clay. I know Clay, the season ticket baseball game. I guess everybody's raving about it, and I really wish he would just retire Baseball Mogul and just keep working on it because it's just. Yeah, it was the same thing for me, Big Claw. I think I've shown Baseball Mogul once or twice on this channel, if that. And it's just, yeah, it was a novelty for the time. I remember
Yeah.
what kind of got me into it because, as you guys know, I mean, out of the park baseball, it's gotten better, certainly much better, but it had a very Byzantine interface back in the day, and so Baseball Mogul comes along, and it was more accessible. And I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, let me, when I would get frustrated at out of park baseball, I'm like, okay, at least I've got Baseball Mogul because I don't really feel like thinking. But now I also, for me, Big Clue, I find Baseball Mogul to be very, very limiting and what I want to do compared to
Sure.
the other games that I play. I want freedom.
Yeah.
I don't want constraints. And
Which
yeah,
OOTP gives. I mean, that's probably more than any game out there with
yeah.
freedom. Yeah. The
Even
liberty to
more
do
than
it.
Action PC, I would say, and that's
Yeah.
saying a lot because Action PC lets you do almost anything you want. Um, but yeah, so for me, and then we get to this game that I'm showing here, and Big Clue, I know you're like a big fan of Diamond
Oh
Mine
yeah.
baseball. This
Yeah.
thing, as Spartan as it looks and everything, this one stands the test of time. I mean, but no bells, no whistles, but this play by play and the accuracy of this engine. I mean, it's an amazing ball game, and I'm finding it though to be a hard sell. It's a hard sell to get people into this, and that's partially because I don't think Imagine Sports is doing enough to support this game. I
No, they've said so. The guy bought the company with the idea of doing the Diamond Mine online,
right,
and that's his bread and butter. We're lucky that he's ever done any upgrade to the basic game since then.
yeah.
So
Andrew, welcome
The,
in.
the the
SGJ,
one
replays,
Jamie,
game
and
baseball
Andrew in,
replays did a
guys.
great job.
Who? I'm sorry. Who was that? What was?
Baseball replays did that great video explaining kind of the history of what's gone on with Diamond Mine.
Yeah. I like that guy's channel. I really want to try to get him over here. I just don't want to ask him comments. Hey, man, would you come over and talk
Yeah.
and blah, blah, blah. But some of the stuff he says, I'm not sure I agree with, but I do. He knows his baseball. He's got,
Yeah, yeah.
and
I think that's
I'd
the
love to
best
get
thing
that guy
about his
on here and talk
channel.
to him.
Yeah, he has a great deal of personal knowledge, particularly about APA, because of his background.
Right.
But more so, what I appreciate is he brings up the kinds of topics that our community is interested in thinking about,
And
right?
that's why I want to get him over
He asks
here.
questions that people like us want to. Oh, that's an interesting question. Let's
Yeah, I
pursue
like the
that.
one he just did about ballpark factors.
Yeah, yeah,
Hmm.
good example.
He's a
So,
Yes.
smart guy. He's a smart guy.
yeah.
Let's get to Andrew McDonald's comment really quickly. He says, I got Stratomatic hockey in high school. First non-baseball game he tried and never tried Strat baseball at the time. It might as well have been a box to build a brain made. It might have been a box to build a brain made no sense to me. And SGJ Jamie's in here. I got to do something for Jamie because this is like his fourth time in the channel. So Ken mentioned something. I know we're just jumping all over the place, but guys, that's me. I'm kind of like ADD without the meds. Ken wanted to talk about our convention next year, and Mike seconded that. You guys, what do you think, man? We should kind of talk about this. I think it'd be really fun.
Definitely gonna
I
try
know
to
it
make
would.
that. Yeah.
Okay, we should probably figure out where. MV says he'll fly anywhere. He can definitely do it. So we just got to figure out where in the lower 48 we want to do this.
Yep, and then tell MV someplace else. That's right.
Exactly. I still would love to do Kansas City because I think it would be fun for us to go to the Negro League Baseball Hall of Fame. But I mean, I just think we should start planning because it is November after all. So, what do you guys think? I mean, everybody want to make it a. How do we want to do this? What do you guys envision this to be like? Especially meeting up, which is going to be a lot of fun in itself. And will there be alcohol and no? I'm sorry, but you get
A
Ken's.
lot of
Ken here.
middle-aged guys staying up late in the motel till 2 in the morning, passing out after rolling dice for hours.
Jamie, you're a moderator now, so that's when you come into the asylum, or at least 3 times, you get to be, which means you don't have to do anything, but you have a wrench, so that's a thank you. I think it would be I think it'd be really fun. What about doing it like during the baseball season? What do you guys think of that? Todd B says Cooperstown.
Oh yeah, take in a Royals game. That'd be while we're there. That'd be cool.
Yeah,
It's a no-brainer, I think.
Okay. So
Yeah,
And
wherever we
Kansas
go,
City.
yeah, try to fit in a game. Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, because doing it in the off season is kind of like okay. But I think going to a baseball game I think would be amazing, and going to and Ken said the Negro League Hall of Fame. While it's not Cooperstown, obviously, they don't have the same funding. He said it
No,
was
it's
a pretty
pretty
amazing
small, but
experience. Yeah.
yeah, it's a really neat place if you haven't been.
Jamie
So
says
it doesn't
Florida.
even take an hour to go through, to be honest. So
Jamie says Florida in spring training. What do you guys think about that? Maybe for some of us up here
Expensive.
in the tundra. Yeah, yeah.
mm,
Bernie says
yeah,
expensive. Well, Bernie, we'll just come out there to Vegas then and hang out with you, which is also expensive. But we'll just stay at your house.
No, not really.
All right,
Only
we're
if you
going to
lose.
Bernie's,
You're
everybody.
more than welcome.
only if you lose.
Has anybody ever tried to get hotel reservations in Florida during spring training?
I never have. I've never been to spring training, Bernie. It's on the old bucket
No.
list.
I've tried. It's impossible.
Yeah,
Really?
Was that right?
crazy. Hey, we
People,
should definitely
people
do
book
Vegas,
those
though.
rooms years in advance.
Yeah.
Wow.
How can we not have a weekend at Bernie's
We
title?
got to have a
convention?
weekend at Bernie's. I mean,
That's-
so
You know
Bernie,
what I mean?
we're there, and we're all gonna hang out in your room where you do your broadcasting. It'll
Hey,
be
we should
amazing.
go to we should go to Bernie's whatever year that the A's start playing there in Vegas.
2025.
You should come early because it's more fun to go to the Las Vegas minor league team of the
Minor league.
A's because the ballpark's 5 minutes from my house. It's one of the nicest ballparks I've ever been in my life, major league or minor league.
My only problem with Vegas would be this: I would love to, but because it's also the mecca for Magic, you guys might
Yeah.
not see me too much. That's the problem. I'd be like, okay, guys, cool. Yeah, you're playing Strat, you're playing Appa, great. I'm off to Houdini's and I'm off to wherever. So,
Yeah.
Vegas could be tricky
be
for
like-
me.
It'd be like The Hangover, except for Beatles has disappeared off to David Copperfield.
Exactly. Exactly. So Vegas kind of would not work for me, but I like the fact because isn't this how the APA conventions and stuff started in Strat? Like it was just people start. I'm not so the Star Trek conventions got together. People just kind of got together, and I think that this could be really really fun. What's that?
Oh, Todd, good one.
Todd
P,
says,
if I want to see minor league baseball, go see Clue
Clue in
in
Cincinnati.
Dirt
Oh
man.
my God. Pip says he'll go to Vegas. All right, you guys will go to Vegas, and as long as I don't have to be there to play. But see, I can't. How do I choose between two loves, right? Baseball and Magic. So maybe while you guys won't. I
Why-
know when
why
you guys are
choose?
sleeping during the day, I'll go hit the Magic spots in Vegas. How's that? And get thrown out of a couple casinos. That'd be fun. All right. Well, there we go. That was dead in the water. Yeah, we got to do this. So, and Ken Castro saying no matter where it is, it's got to be close to a gentleman's venue, please. He says. So
He can bring his friends that don't
Why,
mind being
and
constrained.
why am I having pictures? If any of you guys ever saw that Fox show, The League, I'm having flashbacks of some of those episodes if we all got together. So that would be hilarious.
We're gonna
the
have-
fantasy league one.
We could have the McGreevy 3.0 draft at the convention or something.
oh my God, there we go. At a gentleman's club. At a
Yeah,
gentleman's
hire
club.
hire some showgirls to do the draft board for us, and yeah.
Hooters, go to Hooters.
Oh my God. So big clue. We don't get to hear from you much. What are you playing offline? What are you doing baseball wise?
Everything I can when I'm not at work. So it's just been a busy. October was a bad month. Our computer system went down for like 90% went down for 2 weeks. So the whole company, no sales, no nothing. So everything's been a Chinese fire drill since. No offense to the Chinese, since we got back up and running. So I'm sorry I've been off a lot, but
Hey, you've been
baseball wise. Thank you.
And thank you,
started
Clinton.
that book.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No,
he
no,
just
you're-
got something in my email. I just wanted to thank him. Thank you so much, Clinton, for that. Very much.
No, to be honest, Ken may be proud of me because I haven't been doing a lot outside of work. I've been doing it during work hours here in my just to the left of my work desk.
Mhm.
I've got all my cards and dice baseball on the
Oh,
bookshelf.
nice.
And I only have the one of the newer versions of APA with the larger, I guess the older edition. They had a smaller book with the charts and stuff. I would like to get that, but I've got the larger book. So when things are slow between casework, I pull that out and I try to roll up a game or two. So I've been playing. I probably played this week 4 or 5
Book I
Epic
got,
games.
Big Clue,
So
is
yeah,
copyright 2006 at 66 book.
is it that's the
Yeah,
smaller one?
that's the smaller one. Yeah, it's copyright
Oh,
2006.
Are
okay.
you doing a season replay, Big Clue, or what are you doing?
No. I've got the bats file too. I also like
Okay.
my Stratomatic collection. Besides a couple of seasons, which I've, some of them I haven't even torn the cards off yet. They're still perforated. But
Mm-hmm.
like I think I've mentioned this before. My Stratomatic collection. I buy those diamond gems, all those sets, and then I've basically got the top 10 teams from every decade
Mm-hmm.
that I have. And so I just mix those teams up and play random games. I've thought about actually throwing a bunch of the teams into a pile and having a draft of the players onto imaginary teams,
Oh,
but
fun. Yeah.
that I'd rather do that in the computer. I'm not real happy about the idea. I think I've avoided it because I don't want to have to resort the cards out and that kind of stuff.
Do
But
it.
anyway,
I've
Well,
done it
I'm
in
so
gonna have.
I like fooling
1983.
around.
I'm
These are one-offs. I don't do season replays with cards and
Well,
dice.
I will have the
I'm
bats. I
impressed
will
by
have the
anyone who
bats
does.
thing done, Big Clue, by the end of this week. So I'll
Oh,
post it
on the
for Out of the
computer,
Park.
yeah,
Yeah, as long as you have Out of the
yeah.
Park
Yes.
24. If you have Out of the
Oh
Park
yeah,
23, like Ken, you have to wait a little longer. But yeah, it's. I've got the National League done. I'm starting the American League now. So
gotcha.
it's been fun. So
That
you'll
was a
have
cool
that.
idea doing that.
Actually, am I am I correct in saying it's Out of the Park 23, 24 will be released in
No, no.
December?
It's they're always a year ahead. So right now the one that's out is Out of the Park 24. Out of the Park 25 will
Really?
be released next year around opening day. Yeah, they're always a year
Uh,
ahead, which always messes me up. So,
Well,
but yeah,
yeah,
it's
that's
not. It's not the year. It's the version
it's
number
the
that they have.
right. It's the right.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, all right.
yeah, because they've been
Uh,
around since 1999, but they've had like Mike. Do you remember they also had they had a game called
Went
Season
to
Ticket
SI.
Baseball, right? They
Yeah.
had Season Ticket Baseball, and Sega had
sure.
published it
Okay.
for a couple years. Yeah,
We went to Sports Interactive or whatever it was.
What?
yeah.
What was that?
What's that?
What did you just say
For whom? Whom? Me?
about the Sega?
Yeah, Sega
Yeah,
actually
they did.
published it one year, not for the Genesis, but it was
Oh,
like for
It
the
was
computer.
sports. It was the SI, the people that make
I didn't
Football
know
Manager.
that. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Another aspect to this whole thing about giving a sim a chance. So number one again, and I admit this is on me, but when I found out about Action PC, I'd never heard of it actually, and Ron Juckett turned me on to it, and I went and um, wound up after that, and Ron and Dave play some of the other ones too, and so I also wind up buying the Action PC football, and I actually buy the Action PC basketball. And I thought, okay, I'm going to try some of these, and I had no intention of getting all the seasons for all the other sports, but
hmm
I'm like an all-time greats thing or Super Bowl champs thing. Okay, that kind of it's like okay, that'd be maybe fun to try out. And I got frustrated as all get out trying to give especially the basketball one. And like for me, my experience it wasn't really a sim, but my favorite basketball game ever was the Lakers versus Celtics game in the early 90s on the PC. So, and as I recall, it's basically like I just hit the key to who I want to pass to, and then the guy I want to shoot, I hit the other key to have him shoot. And of course, that's allegedly based off their stats. So if you're playing, I don't know, the Pistons at the time, Dennis Rodman's going to be a good rebounder, and Isaiah Thomas is going to be a good ball handler, and what have you. But with the Action PC, I just found it cumbersome to even, have the plays. So, like Bernie was saying earlier, with baseball, it's just one roll of the dice. I don't mind if I have to roll the dice twice. I mean, if you're talking about on a PC, we're often pressing more than one button to get the play result in baseball, but it's tap tap boom. It's there and it's done. And I wasn't getting that from the football or the basketball. And again, if I just stuck it out, okay, but those sports aren't as important to me as baseball, so I didn't. On the other hand, I
Like
did the baseball
one-on-one Larry
game.
Bird and DJ.
Yeah, yeah. See that one? Yeah, which what was didn't they later make that Jordan versus Bird later?
Yeah.
We did
Yeah,
that. Yeah.
Bird couldn't miss
Yeah.
a 3 shot, and Dr. J could drive on him at any time he wanted.
Yeah. Back in college, I'm playing NBA Jam, or what was the one? NFL Blitz, and the little 3-on-3 games and stuff like that. So those were fun enough for me with other sports. I've never really done the Sims. So that's on me, just not having the patience to learn the others. And I kind of thought about, watching Steve do his, stuff with the his plans for projects with Action PC football and Action PC basketball. I'm like, oh yeah, I'd give it another shot to play his 5-year league or something like
Oh,
that.
anything Steve does is gold, except
Yeah,
that I
yeah,
miss Steve in
absolutely.
baseball, and Christopher Slovic, as he says, has him locked down. So,
Yeah.
so Bernie, if you're still here, MV was just marveling again at your talking about your 40-year break from app, and I think it's so cool that you remember that. But Bernie, I wanted to ask you, did you play Strat like it ever in your baseball
Not,
simming career?
not until 4 years ago.
What did
And
you
I'm going
think
to
of
tell
it
you
coming
that
from APA? I'm just curious. Not trying to start a shitstorm here, guys. It's just that that is kind of like Red Sox, but it's Red Sox Yankees in the gaming and baseball
it's
gaming
a
world.
it's
Yeah,
a similar
it is.
game. It's a similar game. What struck me originally were how cheap the cards looked.
Mm-hmm.
For which
You know
one?
those.
For
Ken says, "Oh, here we go."
For Strat. I
Yeah,
love the APA
it's not as
card.
good a card stock.
And you get the cards from Strat, and you think they're printed on tissue paper.
I do remember them being
it,
very thin.
the charts were cheap. The whole game looked cheap, but the game played well. I liked the game.
Mm-hmm.
But I can tell you, you got Diamond Mine Baseball, and I know you're not a big Strat fan because you don't like the company.
I hate
But
the company.
Stratomatic PC Baseball plays a lot like Diamond Mine Baseball. I find the games extremely similar.
Oh, really?
They
That's interesting.
yes,
I don't
they
find that at all.
they both have wonderful play-by-play descriptions.
Mm-hmm.
They both are very accurate statistically.
Mm-hmm.
You're able to print out stats in many ways.
Mm-hmm.
They both give you complete roster choices. They're very similar games, and they're both behind the times. They both need to hire a programmer to bring it into the 21st century. However, I enjoy PC Strat baseball.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah. Well, again, and speaking of rants, by the way, this was kind of tough for Jester today. He had this great rant, and everybody knows about his epic Strat rant. But just as an aside,
I heard it.
You got a good one yesterday.
Yeah, well, you mean on Stone Cold Hockey?
Yeah.
He's going off, and then somebody typed in the
I didn't
chat.
hear it. What was it about?
So
Didn't
he
have,
was
didn't have a
right,
instruction
yeah,
book.
no instruction book, right? So he's going off. Why the hell don't you want me to play your fucking game? And I spent $85 and blah blah blah, right? And then a chatter said,
Sounds like it.
yeah, that's him, right? And then that's in Love Jester, man. And then he goes. So somebody he says if you go to the about screen on the main page, and there was the instruction booklet, and I felt badly because that was Jester was ginning up,
Then
guys.
I guarantee he says,
Oh, my
"Why
God.
do they make it so fucking
Oh
hard?"
no, he
to
did.
find it,
He
didn't
did, Dwayne. He did. That's exactly
Yes,
what
I
they
know it.
said. He does what he said. He said, "I spent $85 Why did you make it so fucking hard to find?"
Yes, I know I do. Exactly.
His problem.
Once
He had
you
a,
fix the
Clearly,
one
they're
problem,
not
he's got
idiot
another one.
proof. Yeah.
his problem was
Awesome.
simple. He looked at it as a play-by-play game, and it's not a play-by-play game. He wanted, if you went to the hit chart or whatever the charts are called, he wanted an explanation of what that meant.
Right.
And those charts charts are just named that because they're hockey terms.
Right.
This is like their boxing game. This is a segment game, and
That one's just
all
like
they do
30
is
30-second
Right.
segment, ain't it?
they break down. There are no plays in this game. It's really just the only play is a shot.
Okay.
And what they do is that they break down the percentages of how often a team scores, how good a goalie is, how good the defense is, how bad the defense is. And they have a mathematical formula, and you roll the dice, and it falls into a percentage.
I
Okay.
think the
Very
only other
similar
thing
to
it does, Bernie, isn't how aggressive the team is in making penalties.
Well, that too.
Yeah.
They do. Well, that's easy to quantify by just
Right.
looking
I
at the
think that's
penalty
one thing it
minutes.
does.
But you have to have an intimate knowledge of hockey to play the game and make it feel like a hockey game. If you are just a casual hockey fan, you're going to hate the game.
And so
he
that
didn't-
that would
in
be
my
me
humble
because I
opinion.
do like hockey, but I wouldn't buy a hockey game because I'm very very casual hockey fan. If it's on, I'll watch it, but I couldn't name 5 hockey players from this season or whatever. So yeah, I
I like
wouldn't
when he
like
went
it.
on the
But
rant about APA. He couldn't
If
find
you
the
wanted to, if
and
you
he
wanted to
couldn't
play a
find the
hockey
team's
game,
names on there. And they was on
if
there,
you
but they was real small.
if you wanted to play a hockey game, the best one to play if you're not nothing about hockey is Action PC Hockey,
Mhm.
and
That gets
put it
a
on
lot of reviews, yeah.
See, my
put
thing
it
though
on
is this.
CPU versus CPU and watch the game. You'll learn.
Here's the thing, though, and I know this is going to be terribly parochial, pedestrian, and whatever else. Where's Legends? Because Todd B was giving him some guff about using some big words, but I love him. But here's the thing: if I go and buy a hockey game, Bernie, that's a baseball game that I didn't buy. So or a
Yeah,
baseball
that's-
book I didn't buy. I'm obsessed with baseball. So my thing with hockey is I'll watch you guys play it. If there's a hockey game on on the telly and there's nothing else, I'll watch it because it's a cool game. It is a cool game, but I'm not interested in it enough to like spend money on it, which is really terrible to say, but because it's like, but because it'd be my luck, I'd buy Action PC Hockey, and then somebody would have this brilliant sale on baseball stuff, and I'd be like, I just bought a hockey game, and I could have had that instead.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's my
Well,
thing.
hockey's my least favorite, but
It
I'm
is?
doing 3 replay seasons. I'm doing a Action PCC 73-74 replay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing a Stone Cold Hockey season replay from last year for the Bruins because Bruins set every record on the face of the earth for having a great team, and then they get blown out in the playoffs by Florida. And every year I play on the PlayStation.
Mm-hmm.
3 seasons. I play NHL, NBA, and MLB, and I play along with the seasons.
Wow.
And I have a great time doing that.
I love it, Bernie. I
And,
love your passion for it all. I mean, you've got what, 7 baseball replays, and now you've just mentioned the other 3 sports as well. That's astounding. And I'm guessing you probably play Glory Days boxing and some other stuff too, right? Bernie,
You
you're a
bet, I
gamer.
play
You always talk about being an old dude, Bernie. Number one, you're not an old dude. Okay? Because, I mean, listen to your attitude, man. I love it. I love it. And you're like doing all these replays, and your passion for it comes through. And it's inspiring, man. And
How
seriously,
many races have you done, Bernie?
I do on the Indy 500. I do the previous year's Indy 500 using Fast Action Racing from Downey Games, and then
Sorry
on the
about that.
Daytona 500 I use Red, White, and Blue Racing, and I do the previous year's Daytona 500, and I may do 1 or 2 other races a year, but I've got so many games going and so many season replays that I can only stick a few of those in. I'm doing at any given point right now. I'll just say what I'm doing now. I'm doing the 1914 season. First baseball season I've ever done outside of baseball season. It's your fault.
my fault?
Yeah, because you got me into dead ball
Oh.
baseball, and now it's driving me nuts. I can't go 6 months without playing a dead ball baseball game.
Yay.
Jamie, I agree with your comment about Action PC. He says he ditched DMB about 10 years ago and went to Action PC because he prefers watching rather than reading play-by-play. I don't blame anybody for that. So
I
Yeah, I mean,
agree with
Diamond
that,
Mine's a
but
hard sell. I get it too,
Yeah.
Jamie. But
And Action
you
is
know,
always updating and improving the game,
yes,
whereas you can't say the same about Diamond Mine anymore. So
no. I still love the game though. I don't know what it is about this game that I love Diamond Mine. But I mean, I love Action Pieces. There's like 4 baseball sims I love to death. You guys know what they are. But yeah, I get it, Jamie. I get it.
yeah.
And for the guys, for cards and dice, I'm really excited to get back into cards and dice. It's been since college days, and I can't wait. And again, Bernie, I get what you're saying about APA as opposed to Pocket Pennant Run, but for right now, Pocket Pennant Run is like perfect for me to kind of get back into the cards and dice
That
jam.
looks
You
so
know,
cool. Have you gotten it yet,
I have
Peters?
it, but here's the thing, Big Clue. I'm having so much fun in that Pocket Pennant Run manager software. That thing is a
Oh,
blast.
so you haven't rolled in it yet.
I know I did. I rolled up a few innings just to start getting used to it, and it's like
Yeah.
it's starting to feel like okay, I remember what this is like now, what it feels like. But
Yeah.
I mostly played Status Pro when I was an undergrad, so it was more
Yeah.
fast action card stuff. But I did play APA and a little bit of Strat before I found out that they have evil customer service. Um, but it feels cool. I'm not going to do cards and dice in this channel unless it's just occasionally like not to copy off of Dwayne, but I might do a Pocket Pennant Run thing with using
Oh, I
Digital
hope you
Diamond
did.
Baseball. But I'm not
There you
like, but for me to like score sheets and stuff like that, I don't think I'll ever get back to that. I'm not that hardcore. Because I want to be, but what I like about Pocket Pennant Run, and I guess this game that Clinton just sent me that I got to figure out how to, is I want a game that will let me do what ifs. And while you were talking, Big Clue, about putting all your cards in a pile and doing a draft like that, I'm lazy, man. I can't be arsed. That's why God
go.
invented PCs. So,
Yeah.
you know,
Well, yeah,
there's
exactly. Unless it's more than a couple of teams, you're getting, again, how many games you think I'm going to play. That's why I don't bother to do a league. If I'm doing anything that requires organization, stat keeping, something that's going to be an ongoing thing, I've got to do it on PC personally. So
oh yeah.
people who don't, good for you. I'm impressed, but I don't have the time, and I'd lose. God knows I'd lose. Like, hey, which notebook did I start writing this crap in last week? And it'd take that long for me to lose it and start a new one. So
Mike, how's
has
your
anybody played
there it is.
the dead ball baseball uh,
The game?
cards and dice game?
I was looking at that
Yes.
today, and I was thinking about buying it, but I wanted to ask you guys about it first because it looks cool, but it's really confusing because it says like sort of any team you want, every team, but apparently you have to buy seasons for that game. Is that right?
is that
I
the
don't.
one that is that the game
I'm
that
not really
like
sure.
It's
you're
W
being the
somebody
franchise
acres.
owner?
What's that, Big Clue?
Is that the game that somebody came out where that's you're the franchise owner or something like that?
Let me just bring up the
They have a
webpage.
dead ball era one like that, but you're not really playing the baseball games per se.
Oh no,
It's
this
more
one
like
is.
more like Monopoly or something.
No,
No,
this is
this is a
an
game. I
actual
bought it
baseball
because it's
game.
PDF, but it's
Okay.
sitting on my computer. It's so far down on my list of things to do. I haven't got around to it. I've owned it for 6 months.
Who's the
Here it
who
is. I'm
makes
going to
it?
bring up the website so you guys can see it.
Okay.
So I'm just going to superimpose it over. And right now, in case anybody cares, Tigers over the White Sox now going into the ninth. It's 3-1. So
Oh, Acres. Okay.
yeah. So this one. So I was going to buy
He
this.
said he ordered it.
So do you guys like? So it's meant for. Is it fun? Is it cool? Is it not? Is it worth it? It seems like it's kind of like
Have you played it, Ken Castro?
because it's got like Dead Ball Year 3, Dead Ball Year 4, Dead Ball 1909. I'm like, what the hell? What am I supposed to buy on this thing? Like, I'm not going to buy everything, but
It's cheap. It's not
it
expensive.
says
Is that
any
the
team
Polo
you
Grounds on the cover?
yeah, and it says any team you want, and I'm like, okay,
He
does
says
this
he's
mean
played lots of it.
so? Does this mean I don't have to buy because I don't? Legends said earlier, like some streams ago, that he won't. If he has to buy seasons, he's not going to buy the game. I'm kind of like the same way. I mean, I invested a lot of money in Action PC baseball, but I'm pretty much now I'm looking for games where, do you have all the seasons or do you have a lot of seasons? I don't want to be paying What's
Yeah.
Stratton Appa charging for seasons right now? Like, for cards and
Too
dice
much.
seasons. Who said somebody say too
Well,
much?
and it's gone up in the last 2 years because of the economy. So the price of card stock's higher. So
Right.
Strat just had a
printed
PC sale, and I bought seasons at $15 a season. I think that's pretty reasonable.
Yes,
How
it is.
how much was it, Bernie? Did you say? I'm never going to go back to Strat, but what did you say the price was?
Yeah. $15 a
25,
season.
yeah, 25% off.
Wow.
And I bought all the dead ball seasons that were $20 less 25%. So it was $15 a season.
Nice.
That's not bad. So like this, this dead ball year, whatever, and year, whatever. Those are like the seasons, or this is a really confusing website. It's not his. This is Drive Through
There's a
RPG.
couple of guys that have played this on YouTube. So I would suggest
Just
that's
looking.
how I found it. I
Okay.
would just do a search on YouTube and get a couple of guys. There's a couple of instructional videos,
Okay.
including this guy that does the game, and it interested me enough to buy it. It's just that with 7 to 10 replays going any one time, it just sits there. I never get down to it.
So it's also modern, even though it's called dead ball. It's also modern baseball, right? It's like baseball. They're just calling it dead ball, or does it just focus on dead ball? Do we know?
I think the charts are different. I'm not positive.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember. It looked pretty interesting when I looked at the YouTube videos. I seem to remember.
Okay. I have to check it out because, a junkie and all that. So thanks, guys. So go to you guys because you guys know all this stuff, man. You guys know it all.
Okay,
Mike, are you still there?
Ken, you've played it a lot. Ken Castro played it a lot.
Yeah.
So without having to type a lot, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate dead ball baseball?
While he's doing that, SGJ Jamie says that Action PC exploded price wise. By Strat seasons for Draft League, I feel like I'm getting jacked, but their prices are on par 3 play and others. Yeah, Action PC, that's why the other thing was Dave's such a great developer, and at full price, their seasons are still a great price. So I'm like, okay, when I saw Al Red Sox fan first play it back in 2016 before I joined this community, I'm like, this thing looks really cool. And I kept saying, but I have this game and that game and the other game. And the more he played it, the more I'm like, I have to get that game. And now, big clue, you and I were the same way. We didn't do like MV and just plunk down and get everything all at once. And it cost us.
That's my plan this year because
You gonna do it?
I'm trying to convince my brother to play, and I'm gonna buy him the complete collection when it's on sale at Black Friday. So
Well,
that's
shout
what
your
I've
brother.
been.
No,
Yeah.
nice. Wow. No, that's really nice. Every season of
Yeah, so
baseball.
that way
for
he can
15
play
days.
whatever he wants to play. So
That's a
When
good
I
deal.
see his ads coming through on Facebook or email, I delete them really quick because I'm so sick of buying things from DK Sports. I've got so much.
So,
And I screw up all the time and buy seasons I already have.
yeah,
Oh, darn.
oh yeah.
that dastardly guy.
So Ken, is
Yeah,
this
but he'll
for the
give you
dead ball
credit.
game?
Just write him an email. He'll give you your money back.
Oh yeah. So Ken just put something here, and I guess it's a baseball dead ball team sheet creator. So this is how you get your shit.
Interesting.
So this is how you get your seasons for that game.
All right.
Oh man, Ken Castro. All right. So Ken, and then I'll shut the hell up and turn the chat back to you guys. Ken, which version of Dead Ball do I buy? Because there's this year and that year and 1909, and I love the covers of the books. They look great, but I'd be po-folk.
That's a good song.
Beatles, you said Status Pro was your bread and butter. Is that right?
In college, oh my God,
Yeah.
as an undergrad, I'm telling you what, man, I'm surprised I actually, got my degree. Mm-hmm.
Growing up overseas, there were no cards and dice baseball games, so I was introduced to baseball sims on the PC. So it's funny to me to hear Dave and Ron's podcast about digital to dice, because that's what happened to me when I came back to the States and I'm in college. I learned about all these other games and start rolling dice. too. But I bought 25 years ago. I bought a copy of Status Pro from the mid 80s. I think it was the 85 season, or maybe it was the 82. But anyway, the Cardinals were real good. I remember that. And so I find it at a yard sale. I was like, I don't know what this game is. I've never heard of it, but it looks awesome. And so I was so excited. I get home, I open up the box, and I convince my wife to play with me. So we sit down and, okay, let's read the rules and play. And she was from Missouri, and so she takes the Cardinals. And Ozzie Smith made 2 errors in 1 inning in that game, and she quit the game on the spot. Throws the cards across the room and yells, "This game is so unrealistic." And I only paid like $5. You wasted $5 on that game, on this stupid game. And I'm sitting there like, we're not going to finish, Yeah. So anyway, that was my complete, and I had no problem with the game, but at the time I had nobody else to play. None of my friends were interested in, a sim baseball game. I couldn't convince them to try. So I was like, damn it, and she wouldn't give it another try after that. But I think of that story a lot lately because, by the way,
Jamie says really quickly, Big Clue. He says your wife should do a show with Jester.
Yeah. Well, okay. That's my ex-wife. So,
Okay.
I think she might be related to somebody in our community.
Oh, okay.
Who likes to rant in Discord. And I've noticed the common theme in virtually every rant of his is a game sucks when it doesn't meet his confirmation bias about what he thinks should happen in a single game. And it drives me every single, he's not here tonight. Anyone who's on the Discord knows who I'm talking about. And I'm like, every single complaint is the same thing. Well, I had this result, and holy crap, a guy that only hit 3 home runs all season hit a home run. This game is worthless, and I'm like, oh my God, So, and I'm like, you and her must be, just,
must be related, right? Yeah.
Old memories of somebody throwing my Status Pro cards around the house.
So but Legends brought up a great point, which we have repeatedly as far as the right, because the same and friend, awesome member of the family about AI. But how many times do we bitch at managers for making bonehead decisions? Right, like just one I'll bring up really quickly. Again, I brought up many times. 1990 NLCS, I think it was Game 3. Jim Leyland starts Ted Power because Ted Power used to be a Cincinnati Red. That didn't work out too well, Jim. Duh.
Yeah.
Right, and but yet so we're like rah rah rah. But if the AI does it, then it's like apparently a worthless game. Come on. I mean, it's AI. It's people make mistakes.
Leaves Pedro Martinez 1 too many pitches because Pedro says, "Trust me, I still got something in the tank." So
Dick Williams lets Goose pitch the Kurt.
There you go.
Yeah, gives him the 4 balls, and no Sparky's ever says he don't want to walk you. He don't want to walk you.
I'm gonna send Jamie a link so he can join our Discord. Go ahead, guys. I'm just, if I'm quiet, it's because I'm looking for.
No, it is funny to read those. I'm like, whoever created that rants thing, we need them to uncreate it because that's just.
When John DFW comes in again, I'll ask him to get rid of that. And actually, no slam on Robbie, but we could use those 2 channels for some other things. He's not doing anything in baseball for Windows or Dynamite.
Oh, Robbie, bless his heart.
I know, I miss him, and I was hoping he would come in. His Rangers won the World Series.
He works for him.
I know.
How many people can say I worked for a baseball team the year they won the World Series?
I know, right?
I hope he gets some sort of he won't get a ring, but I hope he gets some sort of little thing from him.
Yeah.
Oh, they give rings out to a lot of their personnel.
Yeah, I mean, hey, more power to them if they do. I would just be surprised.
You see them all the time in Vegas pawn shops.
Oh. Oh man. Oh my gosh. Probably. Geez. Now that's something I would keep forever. Just what the
Oh yeah, it
But
would.
yeah, good for yeah, I wasn't rooting for him, but I was sure happy for
Yeah,
him.
I
So
didn't care about this series except for there's John. Jamie, please feel free to join our Discord. There you go. Click on it and welcome to the madness. Hey John, yeah, could you get rid of the what's rants or vents? What's it called?
I don't
Hence,
remember. It's
hence.
yeah, Vince.
Yeah,
Is it Vince? Yeah. So
vents and we love Robbie, but the Robbie DMB League and Baseball for Windows League, because maybe I'm thinking we could use like instead have another channel that would be a little bit more obvious for like maybe something for people to also post like because it's really confusing like for folks like Ken and everybody else. I think like to find when people are doing offline stuff because I'd like us to really start kind of giving these guys a lot more love, you know, because they're doing great stuff offline. And it'd be nice to maybe put on maybe you could make one of those channels, John, when you have time, like just like offline projects or something like that. Because these guys are putting things, but they're like kind of everywhere. If you wouldn't mind,
yeah.
John, thank you, man, so much.
And Robbie's projects belong in the time capsule.
Oh my God, poor
So,
Robbie.
well,
I love him.
he's at school, so you know he's got to put that. He's got to put his studies first, or he's going to turn out like some of us. So
I resemble that remark. Thank you very much.
yeah,
No,
I do too.
no,
Yeah.
I was able to. I mean, I did well in school, but which I'm really surprised because I mean, I graduated Phi Beta Kappa, but I don't know how the hell I did it because if I wasn't in class, I was playing status pro baseball. Seriously,
Yeah.
that was my career at Penn State. Grad school, I had no time to do that stuff, but as an undergrad, man, I was like, I can't wait to get to school to play baseball. That's what it
I
was,
didn't
man.
know these games existed, and when I was at boarding school in high school, I
Hmm.
was flunking algebra, so I couldn't do anything. I wasn't allowed in the dorm to leave the dorm and go play ball in the evenings or go out or anything until my homework was done. Well, rather than just conform and do my homework like a good boy should, I just sat in my room and came up with other things to do because I was like, I'm not doing any algebra homework. So I
Right.
one of the things was I would tear up little strips of paper, get some tape, and make my own little dice out of paper and scotch tape and make up. Hey, I had my baseball cards in the closet. I pulled them out and I made up my own little dice games. I didn't know that that was an actual thing.
Uh huh.
So yeah. I mean, they
How old
weren't
was
very
it when you got
good
your
or
first
whatever, but
game?
it was more fun than algebra. So
Everything's more fun than the algebra. Ken doing the
yeah.
Phillies next. Phillies Mets. So, yeah, everything's more fun than
Hey.
algebra. I remember. So I remember that. So I had one emotional scar from algebra though. So I hated algebra so much, and I'm in junior high, and I I was so I served, and I use this term. I served 9 years in Catholic school. So I'll put it that way. I did my last 3 in public school. It was like yes, free at last. But I'm sitting there, and I don't know what the problem. Her name was Sister. I can't remember. Sister Leah was it? Whatever. And everybody's doing algebra, and I'm sitting there working on cards, sleight of hand. She took my damn cards, bitch. I mean, come on.
Oh,
And so,
well, yeah,
well, she could have
the
impeded my
nuns,
career. I
right?
mean, I ended up being a professional magician for a number of years and making really good money, but she almost put the kibosh on that. And so now I hate algebra. And maybe that's why I
Yeah.
became Eastern Orthodox as well. Because we don't allow our nuns to teach, right? They build monasteries, they don't teach. So there's no Orthodox nun that are going to be prying cards out of my hand. Uh-huh. So that has nothing to do with anything, but just algebra.
That's
It's,
too bad.
yeah, it
Oh,
hurts,
that's
man.
too
It
bad.
hurts. It hurts. So yeah, exactly. Clinton says so. Beatles went to Our Lady of the Iron Ruler. Just yes, I did, man. And you always had. So those of you in Catholic school, you understand this. And no, look, I'm not slamming Catholics. I mean, the church I belonged to we were one time the same church. We're just again, our nuns don't beat up people and stuff, and our priests can be married. So not as much frustration going on in the Orthodox Church. But you always have in every Catholic church, first you have the nun that has the great left hook or right hook, right? Doesn't matter. Could knock Mike Tyson or Rocky Marciano on his ass. But you also had the cool nun that could play guitar and baseball. Always. Always. That's what
Yeah,
happened
but
every year in Catholic school.
it was the wrong one that had the eyes in the back of her head, right?
Oh my God.
Just
I'm
like with
telling you
Babe
what.
Ruth with the father.
Yeah, brother Matthias. Yeah, but not, that
Yeah.
turned out well for him, right? Because who
Yeah.
knows what he would have
Oh
ended up
my God.
as. Jeez. Okay, so another question, and this is for the whole chat. Everybody has eras, decades of baseball that they love. So let's get to it. Let's extend this a little bit. Anybody wants to start? What's your favorite era or decade of baseball and why? Now everybody's really quiet. Ken Castro served 12 or 13 years in Catholic school, so he
I
knows.
personally do not have a favorite. I play from all over, all time, whatnot. Doesn't matter to me.
Okay, MV says
Like I
80s.
see MV say in the '80s. If
We'll
I
make him
have
type.
if I have one, I'm nostalgic. I'll just say this: it's not a favorite, but I'm nostalgic about the '80s in a way that I'm because that's when I first started following baseball. So
Okay,
Same
so
here.
80. So
Same
80s
here.
I
for
did a
80s for
poll.
Mike.
I
Okay.
did a poll on this. I did a poll on this question on the Digital to Dice Facebook page,
Okay.
yeah,
and the 70s and 80s came in the highest. That's because the majority of
yeah,
all the people that are playing the games grew up in
Mhm.
the 70s and 80s,
Mhm.
and those are the years.
Okay.
Mine were the 60s because that's when I grew up. So the 60s are my favorite.
Did you ever
60s.
hear the question, what's your favorite team? And I can almost guarantee you, you're going to be 13 years old when you say
Yeah.
that was my favorite team. And it
I
comes out almost exact. Almost everybody you ever talk to, when you say, what's your favorite team? It's going to be 19 whatever, and you're going to be 13 years old.
That's
It's
interesting.
crazy.
Wow.
It's true.
Yeah.
Well, 16 for me, it would be the 1967 Red Sox.
The
Well, one
summer of
theory
love.
behind it, Beatles, is you're still not interested in that bunch of things that got cooties. You don't have your driver's license yet. You can't drink.
Yeah.
So at 13, you're still in the sports.
Okay. That kind of
Yeah,
makes
that's
sense.
the theory behind it.
That
But
kind
it's
of makes sense.
almost, it's either 12 or 13, I would think, most
Yeah.
people are.
Wow.
That's a sweet spot for me too.
Yep.
Thank you, John.
Basically, well, it's basically 10 to 13. Well, 10. I was 10 when in '86 when the Sox went to the World Series and they lost. But then like you had '88 and '90 when they made the playoffs too as well. So that whole era that whole is my sweet spot right there. So
Beatles. I remember the name of the game I thought you were talking about when you guys mentioned Dead Ball earlier. It's called Lords of Baseball. It was on Kickstarter.
Oh yeah, yeah, I saw that, and I saw what it was. I was gonna buy it, and I'm like, oh wait, no, it's not a baseball game. It's a
It's not a
baseball executive
baseball
game.
sim.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like baseball Monopoly, or if
Hmm.
you will, or something. Um, but it just FYI, they don't say it outright here, but I had found out because I had researched it last year or whatever when I first read about it. The company that makes it, I can't remember, it's the son or the nephew of Brian Bloom from TSR.
TSR, great company, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's the son of one of the three owners of the company that made Dungeons and Dragons and all that for 25 years before they sold. So they have a game, family game making in the family. I'm not interested in after looking through the Kickstarter and stuff, but I was curious if anybody's ever seen this or bought it or. And it's not a sim. It's not a baseball sim, but it did look mildly interesting.
I
But
can't
yeah,
even
not a
manage my own damn bank account, let alone a baseball team.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm like I don't want to. I want to pretend to be Fred Clark running the team, not Barney Dreyfus. So
Exactly. Our Red Sox fans joined us, as has Carlos
Yeah.
Yaz. And welcome in. So Al, saw you had a chat earlier. I lurked for a while, left a like, dude. I was just planning on doing a baseball game, so and then we just decided to have a chinwag here. So this isn't about like, oh, Al's doing it, so I'm gonna do it and be a dick or something. So welcome in, my friend. Some night we're gonna get you on mic with us. It's gonna happen. We're gonna have a Red Sox fan on here. So it seems like the consensus here, you guys are mostly 70s, 80s. Ken is the 19 aughts, so that's kind of where I am too. But most of you guys are so Bernie is 60s, Clinton is 1960s, and then we got 70s. 80s seems to be the overwhelming thing, which is kind of reflected in a lot of the channels I see on here. A lot of guys doing 80s projects and stuff like that. I was just really, really interested because I know Legends. I know Steve Tate's a big '70s fan. He has said that for him, it's like a good mix of like you still have some like dead ball tactics. You have some small ball in the '70s plus power, which I can definitely see that. So there's no use asking which. Okay, no, I'm going to ask anyhow. For some of you would answer. Is there an era of baseball which you just find like meh? I mean, we all love
Now,
baseball. It's not like you hate it, but what's that? Now, well, now, yeah,
now.
now, yeah, yeah. You
Definitely now.
definitely now. So,
Yep.
For me, the closest would be the 40s, 50s.
as
I
far as
think
as
that
far
was,
as being meh for you, yeah.
yeah, it's a lot of station to
Al
station
says
baseball,
now.
station to station baseball, and it was so dominated by New York and Brooklyn that it's a big yawn if I'm not interested in those teams necessarily.
Okay,
So when I play a season and something like that, I'm wanting something like, I don't know, 1948, so I can see if the Indians make it, or
okay.
1954, things like that. Not
Blues
that.
he's going blasphemy. The golden
Yeah.
age of
Oh,
baseball.
yeah, I know. Well, see that
I'm just
now that
messing with
brings
you.
up another thing. Everybody our age, have you guys ever heard anything called the golden age of blank in pop culture? That music, art, whatever, that didn't sports that doesn't cater to the childhood of the baby boomers?
You're
I
correct.
haven't.
Yeah,
So
you're right.
Right.
yeah,
Yeah. I
that's
just
the
had to
only
mess with you.
reason.
That's funny.
Yeah,
Yeah. So,
basketball.
Well,
yeah.
and we Gen
Well,
Xers count in that too, though.
yeah, fair
Yeah,
enough. But
yeah.
to me, the golden age of again, like Beatles just mentioned, my favorite brand. Let me rephrase that. Aesthetically, I
Hmm.
think the best brand of baseball. It was like 1969 to 1992. It's that era when you had a little bit of everything,
Okay.
I agree with you.
So you're kind of
and
like coming
stuff.
where Steve Tate's coming
Everything.
at,
The
right?
only thing I don't like about that era was the thing, the cookie cutter ballparks.
Hmm.
But as far as the game on the field, yeah, feeling. Look, who leads the league in stolen bases? Oh, they got 80 steals, 70 steals regularly.
Hmm.
The guys that would
Had
lead, you
complete
could lead the
games.
league in home runs with 35 home runs.
And pitchers pitch complete games still.
Yep, still had
Yeah.
complete games back
Yes,
then.
yeah. Aesthetically, you hadn't gone to, everybody didn't switch to the 5-man rotation till, later in that period and stuff.
So
So
if I were to say
You
to
know,
you guys that the
the one
antidote,
thing
oh,
you
go
got to
ahead,
remember,
Bernie. Yeah,
the
Bernie, go
one thing
ahead.
you got to remember is here in 2023, there are 13-year-olds watching baseball that are going to remember
that's right.
2023 as their favorite period. We're
Yeah,
just a bunch
30
of
years
old
from now.
guys that are
Yep.
remembering what we
Yeah.
remember. When I was a kid, I could hop on a bus, go to then a bus, then you had to go on a subway, then you had to walk a half a mile, but you got to Fenway Park, and for $1.25, you could sit in the bleachers, and for $6 or $7, you could watch the game. Now, I don't know how many 12 or 13-year-olds, first of all, anybody lets out of the house, but when they let them out of the house, the last thing they're going to do is get on a bus,
Yeah.
a subway, walk a
Yeah.
half a mile, and go to a baseball game where the ticket costs $65 to sit in the bleachers.
Right.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
it's a
It's a
$5
different,
for me,
it's a
Bernie.
whole different thing.
Yeah, no, yeah, they'll 30 years from now they'll go, "Hey, remember when we had to watch the game on cable or or something
Right.
instead of getting it piped in as a hologram to our the little thing behind my ear."
Right.
Oh,
Right.
you guys see? Do you see the thing on MLB Network or whatever? Like when they have the game cast and it actually has like animations of the actual players running around, and they
Yeah.
do it like they do it perfectly. Like I saw a replay of it when Bryce Hopper, I don't know, he flied out to end the game. Like he was on the bases. He ran past second, then he had to run all the way back to first, and he got doubled off. And ended one of the playoff games, and they actually had the exact path that he ran. I don't know how they do it, but the exact path. I was talking step by step on when he backtracked and everything was like perfect for when he did the when in real life. I was like, what the heck? It's like watching like digital people. It's just crazy what they're going to be doing in the future.
Oh, it's astounding. I know we're all gushing about how amazing MLB the show looks. And imagine, and well, come on, things in the digital world go quickly. Imagine just even 10 years from now, people are going to be like, oh, that's
Yeah.
quaint, right? Yeah, because
Is there anybody
we
here?
thought Earl Weaver
Is there
baseball
any?
was the shit, and it's like now we're like, yeah, it's cute.
Micro
Yeah.
League.
Micro
Well,
League,
you
League.
guys are
yeah.
too young.
That was the
League
best.
put
Is there
Atari to shame, yeah.
That's where I
is
started
there
on
anybody
mine.
here that remembers in television baseball?
I
Oh
do.
yeah.
I've seen. I
Yep.
actually I've played it
My
on an
cousins had it.
emulator, so that's how I remember it.
In television baseball is like being in the Stone Age compared to MLB The Show.
Sure.
Oh,
And
yeah.
that's Don Daglow
It-
that did that, by the way, the guy who did Old Time Baseball and all that, right? That's
Yeah.
Don Daglow that
Oh,
created
that was the greatest game in the world when that
Yeah.
came out. I couldn't wait to play that game.
And that was what, 10 years
Yep.
difference, 12 years difference between those two games. I mean, that's how fast technology changes. Yeah.
Legend
I
says when
think that
Hardball
in
came out, it was
television must have
graphically
been the
wow.
mid
He's right.
70s.
Oh, was it? Well,
Probably had like
Hardball.
32K of RAM to work with.
Yeah, that was amazing, wasn't it?
Released in 1980, it says to Bernie. Yeah.
SGG Jamie
Big
says
deal
something
was
here,
when
just
we
going
got
back
a
to what
PC
we were
with a hard drive.
talking about earlier. He says
It-
you can find articles from the turn of the century, and he's right, talking about how much better the game was played in the 1880s. And I've seen those, Jamie, and you're right. Here's the thing, though. What's funny is overwhelmingly, and myself included, we've answered that baseball now is kind of meh. And so we're looking at it like I think in ways that we're seeing real problems with the game that so if somebody would write an article right now, so say the big clue, right? So he mentioned 69 to 92. Your reasoning for why the game was better from 69 to 92 is going to be right. I mean, that analysis is going to be not out of a sense of nostalgia, like you would read about the people writing, say, in 1905 that well the game was better in 1885. The game has serious problems, and what I think is this. So, and I've mentioned this before, that I find it ironic that the answer to a lot of baseball's ills lie in it had these great eras, and what if we just return not wholesale to dead ball, right? But I mean, this was even what's the guy's name? Brian, what's his name of MLB Network? He was with ESPN for a while.
Jenny.
That's it.
Brian Kenny.
And he made a compelling argument for going back to dead ball, at least some aspects of it. It was a faster game. So they're doing all these rules to make the game faster, but dead ball was faster. So instead of these crazy rules, we could very old baseball would actually be very attractive, I think, to people now that are. I find the modern game really, really boring. And when I say modern game, I mean 21st century baseball. It's boring. I don't remember. It's been a long time when, like the World Series, like this year, I'm like, I don't give a damn. And it's not because I don't really care about the Diamondbacks or the Rangers, and I'm happy the Rangers won, but it's just, I don't care. I didn't care. And I want to care again. I love baseball. So if you guys you're all major league commissioners, right? We're a whole confab. We're 14 commissioners here watching now. How do we not that the game's gonna die necessarily, but how do we make it not met anymore? What do we do, guys? What do we do?
Well, you're
'Cause-
gonna die a long time before baseball does. So the kids that are watching it now
Mhm.
are gonna be happy. They're not gonna have these conversations.
Why not? Why do you think they won't?
Well, because they don't know anything. Then they think the 1970s would be like the 18. You would think of the 1880s. Now you like the 1880s,
Right.
but I'll never forget in a conversation I was having with Ron Junket
Mhm.
a couple of months ago. He does. I follow his seasons that he just finished a 1991 season
Yeah.
on his channel,
Mhm.
and it was very interesting. And one question I asked him is, "Do you ever play dead ball baseball?"
Mhm.
And I thought he was going to rip my head off for asking the question because he has absolutely no interest.
No, he doesn't.
Didn't want to talk. Didn't want to talk about it.
Nope.
Couldn't get into a conversation,
Mm-mm.
and that's what's going to happen in the future. Baseball's always going to be there. It's been there forever,
Mhm.
and it marks time. It marks our history.
Yeah.
And we're at an age that we're watching our history march along with time. And one of these days we won't be marching anymore. And there'll be another group of people talking about how good baseball was in the year 2020.
Well said.
And I don't have a problem with that because I don't really care what happens in the year 2050.
What are you gonna do? Pay $100 for a beer in about 20 years? I mean, it's like
Well,
but
but
you're
you're going to
have to
earn.
pay the
You're
billion-dollar contract of one player that's gonna be in 20.
Yeah,
You know
but
what I mean? It's like it's
yeah,
kind of
but your
ridiculous.
income's going to be $10,000 a day. So what's the difference?
Oh, yeah, right.
But I mean, here we are. But here's the other thing, Bernie. And I'm not arguing with you. And as far as Ron Juckett, and yeah, I know he's because on his Digital Dice podcast, my name came up. And he said, yeah, he's a big fan of Deadball. It's yeah, I am a big fan of Deadball. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not that I hate the rest of baseball, but that's another conversation. And I I mean I like Ron, but I don't want to it's whatever it is what it is. And I've seen when I would go to some of Ron's broadcasts, he doesn't have an interest in Deadball, and that's fine. My
He
point
doesn't
is
have
just
to.
that right, he doesn't have to exactly. It's just my point is that Deadball baseball offered so much of what fans are looking for, a faster game, even a more violent game, I dare say it was. Um, and so I'm just thinking, here we are all saying, Matt, right? What are we all doing? How many guys right now are doing a 2022 baseball replay or a 2020 baseball replay? We're not. We're doing 1980s, 70s, 60s, 1906, whatever. We keep harkening back, and I realize, Bernie, I do get where you're coming from. That yeah, but I think we also recognize. For me, it's not nostalgia because I wasn't. Nobody here was around in the dead ball era. I do it because
Sure.
these were great players that deserve to be remembered, and I liked the style of play. It was fast. It was risky. But here's the thing: could it be that maybe, just maybe, we finally every generation right always blames the one before, right? To quote Mike in the Mechanics. But here's the thing: what if finally we are right and the game that we're looking at, we're not looking at it through rose-colored glasses, but we're playing 1960s and 70s age because baseball was a better game? Could that be a possibility? It was just a better
Of
game.
course, of course, that's a possibility. But stop and think:
Mm-hmm.
who gets paid in Major League Baseball? Home run hitters.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
I've been at I've been at hundreds of Major League Baseball games, and I've never seen a sacrifice bunt get the same applause or crowd roar as a home run.
Mm-hmm.
People today, these kids want to see home runs. They want to see 105-mile-an-hour fastballs. I don't want to see them.
Okay, then here's.
Baseball
But these,
attendance has always risen when offense has gone up. Period.
Mm-hmm.
Home runs or otherwise.
I think
People
that's
and
any
so
sport.
Yeah.
I'm going to suggest that
Mhm.
although we collectively know a lot about history of baseball, know a
Mhm.
lot about baseball,
Mhm.
and a lot more than the younger generations may know today,
Mm-hmm.
that we could possibly be slightly out of touch
Yeah.
because we're not young enough to understand what's going on.
Right.
Just an observation.
Yeah. It's just that it seems to me that because of it, Major League Baseball is trying to institute these rules to do these things, and I'm not saying dead ball is the answer. I'm just saying there's an option to that there was a reason it was a faster game, and back in that day, Babe Ruth, there was a lot of pushback when right, long ball and everything, and
Yep.
fans filled the stands, but baseball itself, there was pushback. Ty Cobb hated it. He hated the home run game. They're fun, but it's we're it's just I find here, and Legends does say, yeah, a lot of people are playing modern baseball, not in this group. I know that, Legends, believe me, this is just a very small cross section. But the only thing I'm trying to address is just that I found it interesting that when I asked that question, what was mad, most of us said today's baseball, and we're serious baseball fans. And while I do think that there's merit to what maybe what was preferred, but I think even fundamentally, if you take this is just me, just this is a hypothesis that means shit. Is like, in that era that Big Clue's talking about, 69 to 92, pitchers are still, and so we're talking 1992, pitchers are still pitching complete games, and they're having to bear down pitch after pitch. So we can leave dead ball out of it, and just even there, I mean, while I would agree with you, Legends, that there is that kind of preference to the era we might know best or whatever, which in my case is kind of weird, but in Ken's case as well. But also, it's just that I think that it was a better game. That I see some of these like, in a baseball game where you've got somebody like Bob Gibson, and you weren't going to pull Bob Gibson in the sixth inning and call it a quality start. Gibson would kick your ass. I don't know. It just feels to me like if so many
I think
baseball
what you're
fans are
getting at
feeling
is
mad,
the
and
age of
baseball's not
specialization.
well, baseball is not the number one sport. It hasn't been for how long now? It's football, it's basketball, and hockey's making a good run at it now too. And if we want to say, if baseball needs saving, and I know every generation has said this is it, it's the end of baseball, and it's not. I agree with you, Bernie. But there's something I think fundamentally wrong. If I'm playing,
Well, here's something. I don't
I
mean to
guess.
interrupt you.
No,
But,
no, please do,
well,
man. I'm just
well,
throwing
well,
shit out
well. Hopefully, Al, Red Sox fan, still on the channel. Earlier in his chat,
here.
he said something that made me smile. Uh, we were talking about the Red. We were talking about the Red Sox.
Can you share it?
Yes, I can. We're talking about the Red Sox and how they didn't sign players they should have signed and let them go. One of them was Kyle Schwarber, who was with the Red Sox a few years ago, and they let him walk because they didn't want to pay him. And I actually agree that we should have re-signed Schwarber. But let me ask you a question. I don't care how many home runs this guy hits. If he was playing on my team in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, batting 195, striking out 250 times, and hitting 40 home runs, he wouldn't be in the major leagues.
Correct. Me and Beetle
That
talked
player-
about it. Everybody's Dave Kingman nowadays.
That
You
player
hit 22,
is now,
30, 40 home runs.
Rob Deere.
Yeah.
you bet, the game has changed, and the reason why we collectively don't like it now, and because we are baseball fans with a knowledge of the game and a serious knowledge of the history, and this isn't the game we remember. And and that's why we play the older seasons. That's why I play the older seasons. I'd rather sit here and play a game of action PC baseball than watch a World Series game.
Yeah.
I'm hoping you're talking about baseball, but as far as Sims go, that's what I'm hoping happens with these 13, 14-year-old kids now, that when they're watching a game in 2050, they're like, I ain't watching this junk. I want to play a game back in 2023, and I'm going to get out whatever game company's out there and roll the dice or flip the cards or whatever system they're using and play my favorite team, the Texas Rangers, that won in 2023 and was only won 80-some games. Let's see if they can come back and beat the Baltimore Orioles that won 100 games. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, you know what I like, and what where I think there's value in what Legends is doing, which I think is really cool. And so he's doing something that right he's bringing in players from all of baseball history, but he's doing it on a platform, right? Because let's face it, I mean, Out of the Park, and even more so games like Action PC, the one I'm running silently in the background here or whatever, are for baseball grognards, baseball nerds, right? But he's right. So there's going to be some people out there, a lot of people downloading Legends and some of the other better modders, and they're saying, "Wait, who's this Ty Cobb guy?" Right? And they're learning about them, and that's one of the reasons why I love what Legends is doing on the PlayStation, right? Because it could be, it's going to be, there's going to be that kid out there that's going to be like, wait a minute, this is cool. I want to learn more about this game, and he's doing it in a way that there's a familiarity to it as well, because it's the game that they know, but now they're seeing these other players, right? I mean, they, even the most casual fan knows about Babe Ruth, but in his league, they're, and I'm just tossing out names. I'm not sure they're all in the rosters yet, right? But they're gonna see or have seen, there's George Sisler, there's Tilly Walker, what have you, and that's where I think is really cool that Legends don't not sure why he chose that, because I know he was big into out of the park baseball, but I think it's brilliant, and I think that if there's one thing that could save baseball is gaming. What do you guys think about that? To bring
Totally agree.
baseball to that national pastime, because it was the national pastime. That's what I meant by that SJG Jamie or STJ Jamie. I wasn't talking so much about revenue, but baseball before my time, at least, and I don't know anybody here is old enough to even speak to this, but at one time baseball was the sport in America. It was the sport. That's what you watched. That's what you went to. And it's not like that anymore. I know more people that just don't really, either they don't know anything about baseball, they've never been to the game to baseball, or they don't like baseball. Um, and I'm just wondering how do we, even though there's revenue and things like that, people, if you guys caught the Ken Burns documentary, right? People out in Wyoming where there was no baseball, right? In 1941 were asking about DiMaggio's hitting streak. It was gripping the country, right? Did did McGuire's pursuit of Maris do the same thing? I don't remember it as being
Yes,
that
it
same
did.
thing. Did it really?
Yes.
Because
Yeah,
I didn't have.
McGuire and
Oh
Stoker.
God.
Do
McGuire and
you
I,
guys
I
Stoker
think it
lived
was
in
had
that? Do you
Missouri.
guys think it was the same? I'm asking. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't
oh yeah.
remember that.
Yeah, I lived in Missouri
absolutely.
that year, and that was the only thing people talked about, even non-baseball fans.
Really?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
McGuire and
Okay.
Sosa's
Okay.
home run
Fair.
race
That
that
brought
year
everybody back from the strike.
revived
Yeah.
baseball.
Hmm.
Yep. But the strike was wallowing because of the strike in '94, and then
Yes.
that whole race was known to bring
That and
baseball back.
Ripken.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. No. Fair. I mean, fair enough. It just seems to me that, again, my only way to look at that is just what I read, because I wasn't around in the 1920s, neither were any of you, but that was the game. Baseball was the game, and football is. Am I right or wrong? Isn't football the most popular spectator sport in
Yes.
America?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, at one time baseball
And
was. So
that's
is you know
football supposedly traces that to what, the 1959 championship game,
okay,
if
But
I'm not
football is
mistaken.
made for TV.
Yeah,
right. And Legend says
it's
by
because
far.
of the growth of television, and
Well,
yeah, so
baseball's a lousy
through the
TV game. Can we
60s.
agree on
Yeah,
that? Baseball is
yeah,
baseball and
Out of
television.
the four sports, correct.
It's
yeah,
the worst. Yeah,
and
baseball's terrible on TV.
Hockey's right
right.
behind it. I think hockey is so much better in person.
Hmm.
The NFL started NFL Films in the 60s. You had Pete Rozelle in charge of the league
Okay.
at that time. Meanwhile, versus look at baseball being, still a parochial sport with regional powers, and the commissioner's Bowie Kuhn. Where's the leadership there?
Right.
That's the period of time, roughly that generation when it was eclipsed in terms of numbers
Hmm.
Plus the
and
field
stuff.
itself.
But
Once
it
you go
doesn't
to
matter
one
how
Plus,
field
many
and set up
people, how
cameras,
many
you
sports
got the
watch.
setup down you want.
plus football's made for TV. It's a made for TV
Yeah,
sport.
Hmm.
Yep,
yeah.
you got
If you're at a
constant
football
commercials.
game and you can miss a play, you're sitting at home. You see the play 8 times from 6 different angles.
Yep.
With John Madden drawing all over the
It's made for
screen, right?
TV.
Wasn't that what he used to do? That John Madden guy
Yes,
used
he
to,
did.
right? Yeah. Okay.
It was fun at first, and then it got to be completely freaking annoying.
It's
But
funny
you're
what
right.
Al
Culturally
Red
and
Sox fan just
spiritually.
says that the NFL has gambled on thus making it more popular. You go
Correct.
back to the dead ball era. There was
Hmm.
baseball was all about gambling.
Oh yeah.
Everybody in the stands were gambling,
Hmm.
and not only that, baseball standings and box scores were on the front pages of every newspaper in the country.
Right.
They weren't in the sports pages in the back. The New York Times printed the standings on the front page.
Right. Right.
That's
Right.
how popular it was.
Well,
And
and yet I
everybody's
know many
gambling on this
gamblers,
game.
right? And yet nowadays, and it's true, and I mean, I've told you guys a little bit of what I grew up around, and most of the guys I know say that actually, if you bet on baseball, you're a fool. stay with basketball, stay with hockey, stay with whatever. I know a lot of guys who are professional gamblers that say baseball is way too unpredictable. For these are guys that make their living gambling, and they say and to a man, they say I will not gamble on baseball. I'll place a few fun bets, but it's better. That they get into the minutia of why, but they just don't. They just say baseball on betting baseball and trying to make a living of it. It's like a fool's errand. So I mean, but you're
Well, like
right.
say, Legends makes a good point in
What's
chat.
that?
That's the 16 games.
The
They all
16 games,
matter.
right? Every game has
162
impact.
games don't matter, and
Yeah.
especially even as a fine fan, I go down to Baltimore,
Hmm.
and they could bench 4 or 5 players I want to see, and I pay the same ticket price to see the backups play that day. They
Hmm.
don't even let you know. Compared to football and basketball, well, basketball to an extent starting to do it, and the league's trying to stop them. Football, you're seeing the best players that they can put on the field at the beginning of the game.
And that's
Baseball, you
because of
don't
the
always get that.
16. And that's because of the 16. Is that how many football games are on a season?
Now
16?
it's 17, but yes,
17?
exactly. They don't have a chance to rest you. You lose 1 or 2 games, you might not make the playoffs, you know?
Right, right. I mean, because when I go to live baseball games, people love it. And I mean, people of all ages are there. But it's a terrible television sport. It's just that I find myself wishing I could go back in those days in a time machine when baseball was the sport, was the
Oh,
sport.
I agree. Yeah. But in a lot of ways, I wish I could do that in a time machine to that era anyway, for other reasons too.
Sure, yeah, yeah. Well,
I
definitely.
mean,
As long as I wouldn't have had to be carted off to Vietnam, I want to get back to,
yeah,
because I'm a Beatles fan after the fact. I want to,
yeah.
I want to be there when, because I'm all excited. Right, there was a new Beatles song released 2 days ago, but right, I know people. They're like, dude, you kidding me, man? Yeah, new Beatles song. Of course, it's awesome, but I remember when they released Strawberry Fields. I'm like, holy shit.
I
So,
remember when I Want to Hold Your Hand became a hit for the first time.
oh, I want to hold your hand. Oh wow.
You bet. I was in the 7th grade.
Yeah.
Couldn't believe it.
Yeah. So
I don't
Legends, I'll
remember
address that.
Aladdin said that either.
I'll address that to you. It's my love of baseball. It's not that I care about what people like what you like, love what you love. I mean, again, I'll just use the music reference. My favorite band is the Beatles, and the oldest debate in rock is Beatles and Stones, which Paul McCartney and Mick and everybody, they put that now to rest as McCartney plays on the new Stones album, Hackney Diamonds. But it is Beatles Stones, Beatles Stones. It's not that. It's just that somewhere along the line, baseball, and maybe it was the advent of television or whatever it was, but baseball one time held, it was, I mean, you go back and you read things. People were playing baseball in the wintertime on ice skates. And there was a baseball mania, but then it just became ingrained, and so much of our lexicon comes from baseball that we don't even realize it. Every day in business meetings, geez, that's out of left field. And people who know nothing about baseball are using a baseball term, is what I'm saying. If somebody hates baseball, that's all right. If somebody hates the Beatles, well, yeah, they hate the Beatles. My thing is just that I love the game. I love the game so much, and it's almost like the ginger-headed stepchild. No offense to anybody who might be ginger-headed out there. I don't know what you guys look like. So
No, no,
that's just
no.
my thing. Do you get me,
It's
Big Clue? Do you get where I'm coming from?
it's just like what we say about Strat and Appa.
Yeah.
It's something that we love and cherish, and we want to see it nurtured. And the people who are actually in charge of it are
Mm-hmm.
doing the opposite.
Right.
Rather than nurturing it and promoting what's good about it,
Mm-hmm.
they're changing it into something unrecognizable
Mm-hmm.
and taking the people who care about, I mean, that's a kick in the nuts for anyone who cares about it.
Oh, that's right.
That's exactly. I mean, that's the exact same thing. Or any business that does that, or
Mm-hmm.
anything.
Right.
I mean, heck, that's how I feel about the government of our country.
Right.
That you're doing that to the country I love. So I
Mm-hmm.
mean, it's not you. Rob Manfred or whoever's in charge at any time of baseball is not unique. I would like to draw because you said something earlier.
Mm-hmm.
When I was talking about the '60s and the '70s and the '80s, or the
Mm-hmm.
'70s and the '80s as baseball, That's the if I have to pick something aesthetically, and I use that term a lot because I'm saying all other things being equal,
Mm-hmm.
I think the way that the game quote unquote looked on the field is I like that better than the game today or the game before or whatnot in other eras.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean that it's best.
Okay.
Does it does that make sense? So please understand the nuance between what's preferred, what it looks like versus that's the ideal of what it is or not.
Okay.
And again,
Right.
because just like no two Americans are going to agree on every piece of legislation that should go through Congress,
Mm-hmm.
no two baseball fans are going to agree on every single rule change.
Sure.
It's just you have, I don't know, however tens of millions of fans, you're going to have tens of millions of variations of opinion on
Oh,
stuff.
absolutely.
So the issue though for me is this is a it's a game, it's a sport, and
Sure.
I'm all for improving the sport, but a sport that's been around for 150 years. It is not that it hasn't changed in that time, despite the
Well, it's
illusion.
changed a lot.
Yeah, it's changed a lot. Is
Mm-hmm.
it? But you change it gradually and with great intention and tweaking and experiment, and you pull back when you seem to have gone. You know what I'm saying? You
Right.
take an intentional approach and you test it, and what works better. Is this something people prefer versus that? If whoever owns the 30 owners and the commissioner,
Mm-hmm.
they're basically 30 business owners. They would
Right.
be perfectly happy to own any other business that made this amount of money and brought them this amount of attention, period.
Mm-hmm.
No, if it was making widgets, they'd go own that. And if they could get the same kind of fame and it, no, you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
If millions of people knew their name in the newspaper because they were a widget factory owner, they'd go own a widget factory. So to them, that's why that's why to somebody like Bud Selig, alleged baseball fan that he was, he's taking a sport and making it more like other sports. And your point earlier was spot on. What they should be doing is saying what's the stuff that's the time tested best things about our product that's unique and promoting that. Baseball history, like you mentioned about Legends doing that with him, being one of them. That's something that we,
Oh, I love what
no,
he's doing. I love
no,
what
no
Legends is
sport
doing.
can compete with baseball on that. And so
Right.
it doesn't matter if football has 10 times the viewers. Football culturally is not, the American pastime.
No.
It simply isn't.
Right.
It may be the more popular sport,
Mm-hmm.
but as Martin Luther King Jr. said, what's popular is not always right, and what's right is not always popular. So, and I'm not bashing football. It's just,
No, I know.
two different things. So, the owners, though, they're looking at it as what can we tweak to make more profit in a given year? They're not looking at it as what can, of course, nobody's looking beyond, even the few that look beyond this year. There are very few people in the baseball industry, or I suppose many industries, that look beyond even their own lifetime. Like, I want my business to last
I think you.
next year's sales higher. So
Mhm.
making new fans, things like that should be a priority, but not at the expense of, okay, for those new fans to be fans,
Mhm.
then we have to turn this into something it's not. Otherwise, they're not going to, let's just have a home run. Why don't we just turn every game into a home run derby if that's the answer, right?
Right.
Because, that'll make more money. Well, you've got to consider, other things. And that's the heartache for people like us is we appreciate, the game for
Mhm.
the jewel that it is. And I
Right.
don't want um, to put it crudely, for anybody who's watched baseball card industry in the last 30 years, I don't want to see them take the only game used bat still in existence from an Honest Wagner game
Mm-hmm.
with any provenance to it and shave it off into 5,000 little pieces so they can put insert cards into packs of tops for the next 20 years and say, hey, Honest Wagner bat in there, so it's not the same just because that's going to sell more baseball cards for them. You're destroying, a valuable thing in order to do this, and it really is, it's heart-wrenching to see it. That's the big problem I have with Manfred, besides the tone deafness and the blah blah blah. It's not
Mm-hmm.
that I don't think he's a baseball fan or that he doesn't appreciate the game. I just don't think I think the issue is, and because I've paid a close attention for however many years now, they've had this competition committee where the rules suggest changes get suggested initially, and there's players on that committee, by the way, and that is, those people are addressing, again, just like the actual government, they're trying to come up with solutions for some things that aren't an actual problem, and then the stuff that are actual problems they're either addressing poorly or not at all. And so the sport is not being gradually improved in this little tweak or that little tweak over time. On the whole, it's almost going backwards, and they do so much better to look at baseball's past. Not that some other era before now was the golden age. Honestly,
Right.
the age we're in at any given year ought to be the golden age, right?
Now you're
That's the
sounding like
ideal.
Carly Simon, but you're right.
Yeah.
No, these are the good
Yeah,
old days,
is to
she's
make
saying,
the
right?
golden age the future, right?
Right.
Well, that's not going to happen in any way other than monetarily for them in the direction they're going. But they should be
Right.
looking at, again, you always look to, if you want the tree to bloom, you look to the root, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't go stare at another tree and go, gee, I wish we produced that kind of fruit, when that's not the kind of tree. We're an apple tree, that's an orange tree. You're never going to pull, it doesn't matter how hard you try, you're not going to imitate the orange tree. And the harder you try, you're just going to make nobody happy, which is what's going to happen. So, just be the best apple tree you can be.
So,
Yeah, it's
Al makes a comment here. He says baseball, like everything, is looking for the magic the magic demographic 18 to 30.
sure.
Yet they don't watch, instead focusing on the folks that do watch and enjoy, and thus drive those who watch less. So,
Yeah.
I mean, so here's a question, and I mean, I don't know how many of us have, and again, I've got to refer back to what Legends is doing, because I don't know him very well. I admire what he's doing. He's a smart guy. Should have been a broadcaster. I'm sure he's a great editor. Good guy. And the reason I love what Legends is doing is because I'm an educator at heart, and I especially love history. And whether Legends set out to do this consciously or this was just fun and to put it up there, but what he's doing is on a very massive scale doing what I've tried to do in this little channel, is just get people to like, hey, wow, I never heard of this George Sisler guy, right? And I love what he's doing in that respect. But
His
so
stuff,
I'm
Beatles, is entertaining.
well, it's
You
no,
don't
it's
forget,
dude.
it's extremely entertaining.
I'm a wanker, man. I just have a game on. Like, here's what my broadcasts are for real, Bernie. Like, so there's a diamond mine game going on, and I should just do this and just have you guys on and talk, because you guys know why my broadcasts. You guys will say something. I'm like Rube Waddell, right? You guys are like, you hold a puppy up, and that's it. I'm in the chat and I'm talking, and then it takes me like 3 hours to get through an inning. So it makes it, because no, coming to my broadcast is like watching a train wreck. And I totally own that. I'm not Legends. I'm not Chris Slovic. I'm not Al Red Sox fan. These guys are like, to me, and no knock to any of you, because Bernie, I think you're good. Dwayne, you're good. To me, Legends and Al and Chris Slovic, and Ron Juckett too. Can't forget Ron.
Yeah.
These guys, and Dave Little. These guys, it's like, okay, I'm at a damn game, and I'm listening to the real thing, and I can't pay these guys a higher compliment than that, and a special nod to Al. And believe me, guys, I'm not an ass kisser, but I'm not. No reason to. Big deal. I'm this little channel. But Al does this amazingly with every damn sport, and even gets me. Al was doing a tennis game one night, and while I respect the athleticism of tennis, you couldn't pay me to watch tennis, and I'm watching Al Red Sox fan do a freaking tennis game on his channel because he's good, and so I love listening to these guys. But getting back to what Legends does is he is tapping into what Big Clue's talking about, baseball's history. And yes, Al, you're right. Boxing has a fantastic history. Boxing, you know, talking about these four major team sports, baseball has something that the other three can't compete with, as Big Clue mentioned, is its history. Not only its longevity, but it's, I mean, right, it's been around a long time. You guys have mentioned here that football, and I guess that is a good thing, as SGJ Jamie says, that it reboots every 15 years, that's good for it, he says, because NFL is as much a TV show as a sport, and he's not a football hater. But it's that could could it be then that baseball, as you say, Big Clue, is talk about its past, right? I mean, the year that they did the All-Star game in Dyersville, Iowa, I thought that was amazing. I thought that was so cool
Yeah.
to see coming people out in those old uniforms. And I wasn't around the dead ball era, but it resonated. It was like, wow, baseball's recognizing its amazing past. Because if you want to do baseball research, the last place you're going to go is MLB.com,
Yep.
right? I mean,
Yep.
you know. Legend says, I think it was Bernard who asked him about how popular expect his football league to be once he gets the Madden project rolling. And he said he mentioned the one thing, I wonder if people will grasp football's history like they've grasped baseball history in his project. So he's again, so there's that. So he said he'd be lying if he said he was trying to educate. He says, but he is trying to honor the history of the game, and you do it well. You
Yep.
do it well. Carlos, yay, thank
Very
you. Rube
well.
Waddell, thanks you. He says he's become his favorite old time player. Um, and to be honest with you guys, I've always been straight up. I mean, I grew up around a lot of football. So it's not something that's foreign to me. I recognize the athletic excellence that plays that game. I can't really put my finger on why I don't like the sport. I can't. It's not that I think it's I joke around and talk about inferior, but come on, guys, I'm joking, right? I don't think it's like, oh, let's wipe it off the face of the earth. I don't like it, but the people that I'm staying with downstairs, they're all football fans, and it's like, love it. It's just, I think for me, football to me doesn't have the things that attract me that baseball does, and maybe that's what it is. And I think
Sure.
primarily for baseball, it's the history of the game. It's rich
Yeah.
history, and that
So,
we have a couple guys in this channel that never thought about older baseball before, dead ball baseball, and they're saying, hey, wait a minute, this is pretty neat.
yep.
Whereas other people reject it out of hand, and that's okay. That's all right too. I'm not trying to get people to like, oh, hey, you're an idiot because you don't like dead ball baseball or whatever. It's not that at all. I just don't. I find, to me, when I see a football game, especially the Super Bowl, to me, right, for baseball fans, except for maybe this year's World Series of the past few, we do tend to talk about the games. But after the Super Bowl, I hear more people talking about commercials than I do about the games.
Yep.
And that's the thing that's like, and that's all right. If you want to talk about the commercials, that's cool. I mean, I've seen some of the best baseball commercials I've seen have been during
I think it's
Super
hard
Bowl
for football
halftimes.
because of the short career. You're talking
Right.
some running backs have a 3, 4 year career compared to
Sure.
a 15, and they're great running backs. 3 or 4
Right.
year career, and you're talking about how great they was
Right.
compared to a 15, 20 year
Mm-hmm.
baseball career with history. So I
Yeah.
think that's why it's harder to sell it because
Well,
you don't have that many guys compared to
And,
baseball.
and
Legend
their
says.
sport changes way faster. When was the last time you heard Dan Marino's name come up in an all-time quarterback discussion?
If you
Well,
talk to me, you'll
and
hear
that
it.
that
Well,
thing,
He's
and
the best
Legends.
quarterback I've ever seen.
So Legend says here, he says that football didn't do a great job of touting its history for a long time. He says in caps, and I mean, so that would be also that, right? Because what do we have in baseball? That old hot stove league, and you guys, of course, know what that means. What
the
that
Hall of
expression
Fame.
means, right? So we've had baseball's had that, and so maybe it's that. I don't know. But here now, guys are bringing up these names of these football players like Johnny Unitas. You guys brought up like Dan Marino. Um, you know, and like I know that there's a lot. Most of you guys here, all of you guys, I think, except for me, are multi-sports fans. I shouldn't even say I'm not. I like boxing, and hockey sometimes. But I don't know those. Like so for boxing, I know Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier. I know a lot of boxers, but they tend to be more back in the day boxers. But it seems to me that these sports, while they're not touting their history, it's like they ought to do so, because I'll listen to football fans and they'll talk about who was the Steeler that did the Immaculate Reception thing. Who was that? Lynn Swan? Is that who that was?
Franco.
Was that Franco Harris? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So Paisan there. So is it? Maybe that's why I just love it. So football touted teams more than players, says Legends. Baseball touted players.
Eh, eh.
Does that
Was there anything more exciting than that All-Star game that Ted Williams came out in a golf cart?
No, 2001, 2002. Yeah.
I
No,
don't
99.
remember.
That was
That was
99.
1999.
that was
1999
amazing.
Fenway.
That was amazing.
Yeah.
And everybody went absolutely nuts.
Yeah. That's
And
when
they
they
had the
introduced
they had the
All-Century team.
100-year team there, and
Yeah.
they had the all 100-year, all the living players that were on the all-century team. And to me, that's the last All-Star game I remember watching.
Yeah. By the way, that was the All-Century team that they needed the special committee to put Honest Wagner on because the fans didn't vote him to the team.
Yeah,
Dan Musial didn't make that team.
don't get me started. But again, I mean, but even back in the day, how many times did it take for Rogers Hornsby to get elected in the Hall of Fame? How many ballots he failed, and Joe DiMaggio as well. Weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, they didn't know who Hannes Wagner was. You're trying to get me fired up here. Big clue. But no, I get it.
Now, that's another point too.
Mm-hmm.
So nobody on Super Bowl Sunday. What channel? I don't know which station has the Super Bowl this year.
I have no idea.
Okay, whatever channel. The other TV channels don't shut down for the day, do they?
No.
They air alternate programming.
Mm-hmm.
They don't throw up their arms and go, "Oh, why compete?" Whoever's got the Super Bowl has a speech.
Right.
Well, we thank God we live in a country, or most of us in the community do. We live in a country where there's enough wealth and disposable income that millions of people are now soccer fans, that they have that there's a pro women's basketball league, that there's pickleball is becoming a thing, for goodness sake.
Oh my God, I know.
So you do your thing, I'll do mine, that's fine. But we can all have our own hobbies or preferences or things that we like to do in our leisure time.
Oh, sure.
And fortunately, we live in a world where all of those things can be financially viable for the people who do them.
Mm-hmm.
So the NFL, I don't look at it as, oh, somebody is an NFL fan, therefore they're not a Major League Baseball fan. Does that make sense? It's not like football stole a sports fan from baseball.
Right.
I guess what I hear you saying is the world changes, it constantly changes, and maybe some of us don't want it to change when it comes to the subject of baseball.
Well, nobody wants the world to change, period, in any respect, do they? We all, again, like we've been saying, everybody prefers what life was like. What music do you prefer? Most of us, although I like music that was around from before I was born, I have a strong nostalgia for 80s music, as bad as it was, because that's when I was those ages, and that's when I was listening to the radio.
And getting some.
So it's not right or wrong. Yeah, I know. It's not right or wrong.
Right.
And thank God that there's enough money in the
Hey,
music
thanks,
industry.
Legends, for coming in, man. Always a treat to have you, buddy. And keep rocking the FSBL. I love it. And even though you're not trying to educate, as an educator, I love it. Anyhow, I'm sorry, guys. I just wanted to say goodnight to Legends there.
No, Bernie, you're absolutely right. So, I mean, baseball needs to grow baseball for its own sake, not because, oh my God, football's going to squeeze us out or basketball's
You,
going to squeeze us out.
Right.
you know
Or
who's responsible for a lot of these changes? Funny as it may seem,
Al
Theo
Red Sox
Epstein.
fan? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just picking
Well,
on Al. I was gonna say it's Al Red Sox fans' fault. Let's pick on Al.
oh
No.
well, see, he joined. I mean, he joined the commissioner's office the other year, but that was after all this had already started. So
Who Al
yeah,
did?
but
I know
he's put Theo Epstein's put a bunch
Theo
of stuff,
Epstein.
ideas that they're currently using or thinking about using. They start in the minor leagues and see how it works out.
Yeah.
see, I know Beto. I kind of keep a low profile because I don't want to be. You ever have that guy at work that you agree with him, but the arguments he makes to coworkers are dumb arguments, so you don't really want to be associated with him, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like I always had that seem like at election time. I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe this guy is representing our team, so to speak.
Sure.
And so I would, like, no, keep a 10-foot distance from me. That's how I feel about MV with his innovation comments and stuff. It's I'm actually very pro the automated ball strike system. I'm actually very pro the pitch count or not the
I'm
pitch clock idea.
I'm with you
And
on both those things.
yeah, however, I oppose most of the other the slightly larger bases. That's fine, but most of the other changes I think are god awful. But that's because
Is there
I'm
anything
evaluating each one
worse?
when it's
Sorry
what.
about that. I didn't mean
No,
to.
go
I was
ahead.
going to say, is there anything worse than the Ghost Runner?
No, because it's fundamentally changing the game, right?
It's the stupidest baseball
Thank
idea
you,
I've ever
Bernie.
seen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank
And
you.
if you do that for the extra inning, then why not just do that every inning when you start?
Why don't you put him
Hey,
on
we
third
could
base?
have more
Make it easier.
offense, faster games. Yeah. So it's
Oh my
ridiculous.
It's like college football starting at the 20-yard line in overtime.
What?
Again, it was trying to solve a problem there is no problem.
Yeah. So if it ain't
with
broke, don't
having
fix
extra
it.
innings.
Yeah, and right,
Yeah.
but then baseball has the temerity to say, "But we reached out and we asked you." No, you didn't. You didn't ask me a
Yeah,
damn
not
thing, and you
really.
just put a ghost runner like when we used to play baseball in the street as kids. We did it because we didn't have enough damn players. Is why we had ghost runner on second.
Never mind anyone who's ever watched a reality TV show competition where people can text in their votes.
Exactly,
And you're
Al.
always like, how did the talented person get voted off? But this chucklehead is still in the, it's
Mhm.
the same thing. When you open it up like that, I'm sorry, but the feedback's going to always be the lowest common
Sure.
denominator wins anyway. So even if they did do like, hey, let's have a poll, well, that's not even guaranteeing baseball fans are the only people responding.
It was probably those pickleball fans. That's what it was.
Yeah.
That's that
Yeah,
pickleball's a
those
cancer around here in
Brits that
PA.
like,
Oh my god,
yeah,
it's
the
everywhere.
Brits that think just because it's a change, it's just because it's new doesn't mean it's necessarily good. And by the same token, just because it's old doesn't mean it's necessarily good.
Yeah.
Each thing has to be evaluated on its own merits, and that's the problem. They're not taking a top-down approach and saying, what are the issues, or what do we think is is wanted, and then what looks like reasonable steps to get us there, and let's test that. That's not the approach they're taking. It's just whoever yells the loudest. Oh well, it's very much the same approach that the Hall of Fame takes to stuff. So it's
The Ghost Runner was the cheapest way to solve the problem. The problem started when pitchers stopped pitching. Relief pitchers would only pitch one inning. So these teams in long extra inning games would run out of pitches, and for the next 3 days they
go past the fifth inning.
Right.
Yeah.
The next 3 or 4 days you lost games because your pitchers all were tired. Well,
I hate to disagree, but
the way to solve
the commissioner gave was because they wanted the games to end, period, during the COVID year.
So why don't
Because
they end it with a tie? They had ties back in dead ball era. They can have ties. I don't have any problem with a tie baseball game.
As much as I hate that, at least that wouldn't change. At least it wouldn't change the game fundamentally. Yeah. So, I hate the changes that limit strategies.
The
because
shift. I mean, come
like
on. What? Come on. What
banning
was
the
the point of
shift.
banning the shift? Was bullshit. It was bullshit.
Yep,
Come on.
yep.
I don't think it
Huge.
did
And
what it was supposed to. I
yeah,
don't think the batting
li-
averages went up.
yeah, limiting. I mean, we could honestly, I mean, they need to have fundamental conversations, and we can, this. Let's first of all, our group is talking about this stuff in a more substantive way than anybody on the commissioner's staff has ever done.
But I
Agreed.
will say this, baseball ain't the only sport. Another sport I love, NASCAR racing. It freaking chases the freaking 18 to 30-year-olds and tries to make them happy and comes up with different rule changes sometimes within a week of running a race. That's how
Yeah.
crazy they get.
Well, what are you going to do that we now have that demographic? I mean, this I don't have hard data, but anecdotally, I think we can all agree they have the shortest attention span that demographic has ever had in American
Oh, yeah.
history. So that being the case, what are we just going to chuck what we, how we do things to cater to that, or are we going to like train the next generation a little bit better? So it's again
You
I
can
don't
call it
blame a
demographics,
business for
but what
doing.
they're really chasing is the money that
Yeah,
those
well
18 to
that's
30
where the
olds
money
spend.
is that thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, you don't have to, you don't have to. I imagine most people who attend a major league game are not more than casual baseball fans.
Right. They want to see themselves on the jumbotron.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, certainly every single luxury suite in the history of baseball, right? Every corporate box, those
Oh yeah.
people are just, related to the company. They're not necessarily baseball, but nuts and things like that. You don't see them at the ballpark. I tell you one thing that Pittsburgh, when I went to PNC, they were practically doing everything they could to give away scorecards and pencils
Yeah.
to people, anyone who came in the gate. And I was like, that's, why don't we think of that and stuff? Because then when you teach somebody how to score, they're going to pay more attention to the
Yeah.
game. And, again,
Mhm.
you're turning people into a
But then
better
they can't look
fan.
at their phones. Then you can't
Yeah.
look at your phone if you don't have if you have a scorecard. So
Yeah.
all it takes is take your selfie or put your Facebook Live on there.
Yeah.
So I think people are more concerned with that kind of stuff now. They just go. They don't even pay attention to the game. It's just more like, hey, look where I am. You know what I mean?
No, in
Unfortunately.
minor leagues,
Yeah.
that's the whole thing with minor league parks is to have something to do besides watch a ball game.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
I
that's
mean,
what they're
it's
doing here in
aggravating too.
Hagerstown's building a park because the old municipal stadium was a 1950s ballpark. It was a baseball thing. That's all you could do was sit there and watch baseball. And now
Yeah.
they're building a modern park so they can go down there and play in the playground area or do whatever. Yeah,
Go swimming.
Yeah,
right.
what about people getting hurt in the stands because they're not paying attention to the game? Like they're getting hit in
Oh
the
my God.
balls and
When I
bats like
take
that.
it, like I take people like, they want to, really, it's like, I really like baseball now. I'd like to see a live game. And the first thing I tell them is like, pay attention because
Yeah.
you could get hurt if you don't.
Well, what
When
do
you see
we
that
have in the
pitcher
phone? What
come
do we
to the
have in the
set
cell phone
position,
era?
don't be
Yeah.
looking anywhere else. I don't care how hot she is. Watch the game because
Yeah.
you're going to get hit.
There you
What do we
go.
have in the
There
cell
you
phone era? We have nets that go around from foul pole to foul pole now because
Yep.
people don't pay attention.
Yep.
Baseball needs more owners like Bill Veck. Baseball needs
Oh,
more
yeah.
people who are thinking about the future, of the sport. What can I do to improve my product is the issue. And improving your product, again, I want my wife to be a better, and not that, I know, God forbid, I suggest she's less than perfect, but I want my wife to be a better version of herself as we get older. I do not want her to start looking like another woman as we get older. Does that make sense?
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and that's what Manfred and Seelig have been doing. Is they've been turning baseball into another man's wife because they go, oh look, that guy likes that type of chick.
Mhm.
So so why don't I turn my girl into a football type of league,
Mm-hmm.
or a basketball type of league. It's, and I don't want to get into politics, but it's everybody knows about the cultural, war and stuff, and how that's gone into sports in recent years with the NFL and their issues, and the NBA and some of their things, and stuff. And it grieved me to see that spill into baseball the year that they moved the All Star game,
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
and stuff. And that was so outrageous to me
Unbelievable.
for forgetting the issue itself, forgetting that, and not taking a side one way or the other. But I'm like, here's a real opportunity for baseball to distinguish itself for, more generally sports fans, to say we're just not going to let these types of things interfere with. We're just putting out the best game we can, and we'll leave that to other people, right? That doesn't belong in
Mhm.
sports per se. And instead they take the Me Too approach.
Yep.
And I was like, oh my God, you're going to lose more people than you gain by doing this, and stuff. And I'm like, here you had a genuine opportunity to set yourself apart, and like, hey, when everybody's airing the president's press conference, there's always that one channel that skips it and they're airing a movie. Well, if you happen to be one of the people that isn't interested in the news, guess which channel you watch? So they're happy to scoop up all those people. I mean, that's a
Mm-hmm.
basic business practice. And wise things like that elude them. But, when you let LeBron James buy into your Red Sox, and he convinces you, hey, you guys need to do what the NBA's doing, that's just so not a recipe for, standing out, alone. So anyway, yeah, like I said, I don't want to get into political stuff, but you guys know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Baseball has an opportunity to say, hey, we're different from our competitors, and and instead they go, oh, us too, but they don't do it quite as much or quite as well, and so they're kind of in the middle of the road, and they don't, you're not making any customers happy when you do that. So
Yeah. I think that, one thing that's nice that we got a early baseball game going on now. But one thing that's really nice, that I love, even though we all have we have some differing opinions and things like that, is what I love about this community, you guys, is that we all still have we're passionate people, we're people with conviction, and we love baseball. We love the game, and whether you know we feel that like our British friend MV, of course, as an
yeah,
Irishman, don't get me started on that. But anyhow, no, but seriously, he loves the game, right? And I mean, we all love this game, and that's the wonderful thing about it, that we can disagree. Like you guys were talking about, so like I'm like really super old school. I don't like automated balls and strikes. I don't like that. But you know what? That doesn't mean that, even though you and I know Bernie is fine with that too. I respect you guys, and learn so much from you guys. And I love the fact that our passion and our love for this great game just comes through, no matter our personal perspective on it. And I'm not trying to do a kumbaya moment here so much as just to say it's what I love about this community. That
no, you're
you know
right. Yeah,
it's
it's
we love
it
this
is
game,
special. Yeah.
and I
Talking
just
about the strikes and all that. What
mhm.
happened? Some of your best memories as a kid is the umpires making a quote unquote bad call. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
that's not one
No,
of my
not for
best.
me.
Those are some of my worst memories.
Yeah, that's
Right. I'm just
absolutely
saying,
right.
but you're still talking
Yeah.
about them this day, and you want these four guys in baseball and six when it's in the playoff to be perfect, but your
Damn
manager
right.
doesn't have to be and the players don't.
You
But
know, I
that's
don't,
I
not
don't
I,
that's
I
understand why
don't,
ignorance.
people have to have that.
They're
I
Now
not
don't
you
think
don't
that
want him
should
missing it
exist.
by
adjudicating.
10 feet, but if it's a close play and he gets it wrong, well, you missed that ball by an inch and popped it up instead of hitting a home run.
Yeah, but
Today,
why
they
does
have
Angel
the,
Hernandez have a job? Come on.
Correct.
That's not
Now, like
an
I say,
inch
it's
here and
blatant.
there. Yeah.
Right. And they should have a measure in there to stop that. But at the same time, I don't need a computer taking over his job to make sure you don't get a guy like him.
Yeah, so
well,
just
The
fire Angel
today,
Hernandez and
the
let
computer.
umpires do their jobs. But again, I
Yeah.
you know
But they don't do their job. And isn't the point to get it right? The
what
point
is the
isn't
point to
that
get
the
it
job
right?
needs to be done. Hey, people are replaced in factories by machines for 100 years now, and people have gotten over that hump.
I
This
know,
is
I
just
know.
one more area.
Dude, I'm
And
just look.
it's not like they lose their job.
I
They're
know.
still the home plate umpire. It's simply the balls and strikes because we have technology now that can do it
I
more
know. Look,
perfectly.
as we in Italian, you know what? I'm a testadora. So we say in Italian, I'm a hardhead. All right, I'm a testadora. You know the word. I'm a testadora.
Yeah.
Right. I own it. Sono testadora. But I just there's maybe for me, it's just there's been so many fucking changes in the game. It's like slow down now. Stop.
Yep.
Okay. Just can we
Yep.
try things for 5 years? Can we just please? Because it's
Well,
starting to
let's
become.
reverse
You know?
most of the things they've done.
Well,
Yeah.
at least get rid of the damn Ghost Runner, please. Because
Yeah.
Todd B asked earlier in the chat, could there be who could a Ghost Runner lead the league and run scored? That as much as Todd, that's kind of a valid question, right? And I still don't know how they score that, how that even is scored. I don't know. I guess it's a run scored. It's a stat that is. But my
Yeah.
point is yeah. You guys, it's no secret. If I had my druthers, and it'll never happen, I would get back to no damn playoffs at all, and the two best teams go to the World Series. But
Oh,
that's
wouldn't
not
that
going
be
to
nice?
happen. That's not going to happen. All
Yeah,
right.
but
So
there's
so
older fans who are long dead who'd go back to a 50-foot pitching distance, and you don't leave the game unless you're injured and can't play.
now don't say that.
So,
Now come on,
I
don't
mean,
say that about Ken. He's not going to get no Ken. I don't even have cousins still here. He takes a good joke. No, so I'm really I am resistant to change to this game I love. And you know what? Baseball doesn't give a shit whether I live or die. The
no,
people
that's
there,
true.
right? But I love this game, and I guess I've just seen there. He's laughing. Good. It's just that I've seen. It's been on all of us, and some of us welcome the changes, but it's been change after change after change after change, and it's like Maron, come on, stop here. Just can we let it settle? Can and
Totally
will
agree.
baseball ever admit, because there was talk, guys, like season before last, that oh yeah, we're gonna get rid of the Ghost Runner after this, and then they just kept it. They didn't ask me,
Yep.
and then it's the bullshit coming out of the
No.
commissioner's office.
Did you
Oh,
did
we
you see the
asked you.
commissioner's interview a week ago? And somebody asked him about. They brought up the playoff format with the expanded teams, and
Hmm.
he said, "Yeah, we've had a lot of complaints about it this year, and because all the good teams don't make it to the end of the season." And then he goes and he says, so we might touch on that for just a minute at the
Hmm.
owners' meetings, but
Hmm.
I can assure you nothing's going to change, and we're not going back to the old way. And then he spends like 5 minutes defending, like, isn't it great that the last seed could possibly win the World Series and
No,
has
it's
just
not
as much
great.
of a chance?
It's
Yeah, I
not
know. That's what
great.
I'm like. You guys think you guys are aiming at the wrong things.
Exactly.
It's no wonder
Well, it's all
they don't.
money. It's all TV.
It is. No,
TV
you're right.
product.
It's
I
money.
mean,
It's
but you know
TV.
what the thing is? It's also probably some the champagne industry probably wants the more rounds they get, the more rounds that they have, the more times teams can celebrate with champagne in the locker room.
Oh
It's like
God.
unbelievably stupid. I
So
can't
so
get over that.
so
Wild
Jamie,
card round. Oh, there's champagne in the locker room. What?
well, I want to say first, Jamie, about talking about way back. He said that they used he used Jackie Robinson as Ghost Runner. That is awesome, Jamie. Look, Jamie, I understand about baseball changing, regardless if rules change as part of it. I get that, but there are some rules and just thick and fast and this and that, and we're going to change this, and we're going to change that, and we're going to blah 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 blah, and it's like, it's to me, it's like I the best way I can explain it is this, and
Yeah.
I'll use it as a sleight of hand magician. Okay, so the idea is that when you're creating magic, and if you're watching me do magic, it's got to look like I'm just shuffling a deck of cards, or I'm just putting a deck of cards on the table, but I'm actually doing 10 other things you have no idea. But it's got to look like that. Okay,
Yeah.
and the idea with magic is that you simplify. So there's a distinction between what's simple and what's easy. You're not trying to make something easier, but you are trying to simplify. You're trying to cut away extraneous slates, and then you test it. How is this going to work? And it's a process. And what I'm seeing in baseball is not that process of trying to simplify or trying
No.
to right. But I'm trying to say, let's just throw everything against the wall. Let's just throw the shit against the wall and
Yeah.
see what sticks. And
And
that's my thing,
honestly, I mean,
guys.
just from experience, it's probably whoever on those committees is yelling the loudest
Thank
about
you,
it.
Bernie. Thank you for coming in. Bernie just saying
Yeah.
he wants
Oh,
to thank. Yeah,
Oh,
Bernie, thank you.
it's been a lot of fun.
It's an honor having you on,
Oh,
man. I want to have
yeah.
you on just one night, just you. And
Remember,
I'd
Bernie, the
love for
time
you
gets
to
changed
like
tonight, so you still got another hour.
Bernie. I'd love
are you
if
kidding
you would
me?
agree to it, maybe on a Friday night or Saturday night, Bernie. And I think everybody would love it. Love to have you on here sometime, and because I right, and I know you want to go. Just give me a couple minutes here, Bernie. You saw
No
Ted
problem.
Williams. You saw Ted Williams play, and that to me is the coolest thing in the world. You saw Yaz play as as an adult. You saw these great players. I'd love to have you on some night to talk about your baseball memories and stuff like that. It would mean so much because one of the highlights on this little channel for me was the night that Ken Castro and Pib 99 and Clinton Parks were talking about because I put out the question one night and we had one of these chinwags and it wasn't meant to be. And I said, guys, I'm curious. I said because I wasn't around at the dawn or the beginning of the cards and dice games, or what was that like to play that at a time before baseball was ubiquitous? It was everywhere. It was PC. It was this and that. And I was just and I had nobody on mic, but I swear to you guys, I was just mesmerized. Just it was like I could hear Pib and Clinton and cousin Ken talking about their experiences playing baseball and Bernie, I would love if you would do it some night, maybe after one of your games or something. I'd love for you to come on and just talk about, you know what? And I'm hoping we can get 15 people in here like we did tonight. And because the way you call the game is what I want to talk to Bernie. I want to talk to you about these things. Would you be willing to do that some night? And it doesn't
Oh,
Red
I'd
Sox
love to.
anything, man.
Yeah.
And it doesn't even have to be just baseball. All right, but just to talk to you, man. You're such a fascinating person, and
Well, thank you.
yeah. And so I
he
appreciate you
needs a
coming on.
place to stay when he goes to Vegas.
Yeah, I
So
need a place to stay to go to Vegas. What this is really about, exactly. But if you would, Bernie, I'd love because you got to see. So unlike me as a Pirates fan,
I'd love
I
to,
mean, I
yeah.
didn't get to see. I didn't grow up with. I grew up with a great old franchise, but you g- went to see ballparks in the oldest ballpark, right in the United States. It's still there, and you have such stories that you could tell, and I would love if you would share with people. It would be amazing. Whether there's two
Well,
people here or 20
I
people.
have to admit, most of the people have not that on your channel did not wasn't around to watch the 1960s baseball, and I
Hmm.
woke up every morning of the decade of the 1960s, and all I cared about was following baseball.
Hmm.
And so, what I know about baseball is if you consider 100% of what I know about baseball, 95% of it is in the 1960s.
So that's great.
So
No, that's great
it's
because
it and it's fun to talk about.
and you know
yeah,
what? What's and not and having known that now, my weakest decade in baseball is the 1960s. So I'm like, now I really want you to. If I had the money, I'd pay you to come on here because the 1960s baseball
I'll
is
do
like
it for
this.
free.
It's sort of like this vacuum. I know the players. I can name all kinds of players in the 1960s. But if you'd ask me right now, who? Well, actually, I do know who's in the 19. Do I know who's 19? I know the Cardinals were in a 67 series and they played somebody or other. But I really am really
Yeah.
bad with 1960s baseball. So
In 1967, I was there the night Tony Caniglaro was hitting the head.
it was
I
Boston
was at
and oh my God, you were there for
that
that.
was you that threw that ball.
No, I couldn't throw it that far. I was in the bleachers. I was there
Wow.
on September 30th and October 1st, 1967, when they beat the Twins both games to win the pennant. It
Oh, wow.
was an interest. It was. I probably went to 50 out of the 80 home games that year because I was 16 years old,
Oh man,
and I got a lot of stories about that
I'd be
particular
looking
season. But
forward to
I'm gonna
those, Bernie.
uh, I'm gonna before I sign off. One thing I want to say to Dwayne. Dwayne's replaying APA 61 base the 61 season, as we
Mhm.
all been following them.
Mm-hmm.
That was my first year that I played APA baseball, 1962. I replayed the 1961 season in 1962 using APA baseball.
Oh my God! Dwayne? How cool is that?
That's awesome.
Oh my
And
God!
so that's probably why I pay so much attention to Dwayne's games. I can still see myself lying on my stomach in the living room on the living room carpet with the Yankees spread out on one side and the Red Sox spread out on the other, trying to figure out how my lousy Red Sox team with Ike DeLock was going to beat Whitey Ford and the Yankees.
That's awesome.
That is great, man. See, I love that. Those are
And
the kinds of things. Go ahead, please.
that was fun.
Bernie,
That's
what
awesome.
if I can make one other comment while you're here, and I know the community is going to back me up on this. I'm going to give you a little constructive criticism. Okay, you ready?
Sure, I love
Quit
criticism.
beating yourself up on your broadcasts. You're good. All right.
Yeah.
And you always say, I messed this up, or I made this mistake, or whatever. Bernie, you're
My
really
favorite
good,
Bernie
man.
moment was when he first started doing 1914. And he was managing back then instead of just letting the AI. And I forget who he had steal base, and he says, and it worked. I
And it
loved
worked.
it.
I know. I love those moments. But Bernie, stop knocking yourself, man. You're really good. The community, they love your games and everything like that, man. And that's the only thing. That's my only complaint is you beat yourself up too much. Stop it, please. Huh?
That's just me talking. That's me talking out loud. That's in my head, so it just comes out of my mouth.
Oh, Maron. I don't know what I'm gonna do with you, Bernie, but I would really love it if we could do this some night, man, and let people know and play
You,
this. I had Slovak
Listen
on
to the
here.
Reds broadcasters. You'll feel better about yourself.
you got it. I'll talk to you guys all tomorrow.
All right,
All right,
Bernie.
Bernie.
Thank you, my
Good night,
friend. Good
Bernie.
Have a
night.
good one, man.
Sleep well.
Hey,
Take it easy.
hey, Beatles. I can regale you with some late '80s, early '90s Red Sox stories from Fenway Park.
Hit me, man. Hit me, man. I'm enjoy. Let's do it. I mean, I'm still.
No,
I'll
I'm
hang
just kidding.
out.
I mean,
Oh, you don't want
the
to?
only thing I'm not saying I'm
You're
not
a
going to be a
tease.
hooper and say I got his beat, but I think I was at the game when Tom Vernansky made the division clinching catch in the right field against the last day of the regular season against the White Sox in 1990, which was awesome.
Oh wow.
That was one cool thing. That's about not too many good stories. He's got some really good stories.
Who's your
But,
who's your favorite Red Sox player of all time?
me?
Yeah, you.
That's a tough one.
I know.
It's really tough. I mean, as a
What do
kid,
you want from me, Mike? It's 1 a.m. I got to ask these questions. It is what
well,
it is.
I mean, as
Get
a
you when you're
kid, I
vulnerable,
mean,
dude.
Wade Boggs is my favorite by far as a kid.
Wade Boggs.
Then
Okay.
as an
As a
adult,
kid.
I don't know. I have to say Pedro.
Pedro, good, both good
Yeah.
choices. Both good choices.
Yeah.
Cool. Clue, who's your favorite baseball player of all time? Your favorite Red of all time? I've asked you this before, but I'm asking you again.
No, my favorite Red of all time's got to be Joey Votto. I've spent 15 years defending Joey Votto to even other Reds fans because how can he be so good if he doesn't
was
hit
walking
40 home
papers today,
runs with
wasn't
the
he?
first baseman? Yeah.
Right.
So,
And they just gave him his
That's,
walking papers.
yeah. Well, he's not worth 20 million at the age of 40.
Right.
That doesn't have it. Again, this is not how people think about ball players. When you hear the name Joey Votto, you think Joey Votto, but you're thinking the Joey Votto that won an MVP and should have won another one.
Joey
You're not
Votto's
thinking
been the Reds
15-year-old.
franchise for how many years, though? He has been. Joey
17
Votto.
years.
Right?
Yeah.
Come on.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
When I say Willie Mays, nobody thinks 1973 Met, do
No.
they?
Right. Right.
So yeah. That's just the way human brains work. So it really is fascinating to me how sports arguments and just sports as a subset of humans and the things that we do, how much phenomena there is about critical thinking, about how we talk about things, how we think about things. There really is a big science to it, and it's a lot of fun to observe sometimes. It's also sad to observe sometimes how little thinking goes into stuff, but it's just hilarious. I think that's why I appreciate Bill James more than anything. It was his approach to most questions, unlike most of us fans, where we start with, here's a question and here's my response, and I'm going to prove why I'm right and you're going to prove why your guy is right. You know, he tries to come at a question about, well, if this question is true, what would I expect to see as evidence to support that? Is that evidence that, you know, he takes a much more, for lack of a better word, scientific approach. And that's something I've always, since I was in high school when I first started reading him,
Yeah.
and that's helped me tremendously as a fan. Now, that doesn't take away from any of the romance or anything like that, but it sure helped me to mature as far as the types of conversations I let myself get into,
Sure.
and how I conduct myself in those. Again, I find I'm looking more for, let's find the principle. Who's your favorite blank? There's no right or wrong answer to that, right? In fact,
Exactly.
there's not really a right or wrong answer to most sports questions, honestly.
But what makes
Uh,
baseball so fun is I made an allusion earlier to the hot stove league, and that was what it was all
yeah,
about, though, in a way, right?
that's
Because
right.
perennially we're going to have the argument, right? You know, who is the greatest baseball player of all time? Who's the greatest pitcher? Who is the greatest third base? And I love the fact that we will continue to argue, and we know there's no correct answer.
Yeah.
Right.
And I love that.
That'll be argued after the last baseball game ever is played.
Right,
There's only
right,
one
It,
correct answer. It's
right.
yours.
if God forbid the day ever exists, right? You know,
Yeah,
that'll be argued forever. And thanks to our, that's why I love The Sims, is anybody can play any game they want in any style they want with
right.
any teams or
Hmm.
players they want. It's completely up to your preference and imagination. And so have at it, man. Like you said, what better tool is there to introduce young people
Hmm.
to an actual sport and its history than a game about that
Hmm.
stuff? There isn't any. Yeah, there's nothing. I mean, other than, you know, God, knock on wood, we have another Ken Burns documentary or something. But that's another one. You know, any high schoolers that really want to sit through, how many hours was that? 9 episodes of 3 hours each or something? Who's going to do that? You
I
know, not that many. You know, not that many people. But a game, yeah, you can get people to play a game. And unfortunately, that means it has to be more visually stimulating than not, like MLB The Show, as opposed to Diamond Mine
As
Baseball. But
opposed to
that's,
MMA
you know, because
baseball, yeah.
you know,
And yet
yeah,
we played
but there's
three.
always
You know,
those kids that are gonna, oh, I don't care that Diamond Mine Baseball interests me for whatever reason. I'm weird, right?
yeah,
All of us in this community were that kid
yeah,
when
we
we were
are.
younger.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
When I was a kid,
And-
and I think I think I mean, well, you guys already know this. There's something wrong with me, like because I'm a mess, dude. Because when I was 12 years old, I was already studying dead ball baseball. I don't know
yeah.
why. Again, I think it's because of my attraction to to the gambling, to the cheating, to that period in American whatever it is. But I
Yeah.
just and I'm like
Uh,
this 12, and so all the other kids are, you know, they're talking about whomever, right? And I'm like, yeah, but Hannes Wagner and Grover Cleveland
Yeah.
Alexander, and they're like, who the hell is that? And so, you know, and I'm breaking out of my comfort zone. I actually played a 1970s baseball game the other day. No, I'm just kidding. But I mean, I think you bring up a lot of valid points, and you know, there are no right or wrong answers. I mean, we do have our own biases, you know, and way back, MV said Stones all day. Now I could have answered and said, yeah, the Beatles wrote their first hit, and while the Beatles were together, every time the Beatles did an album in a certain style, the Stones copied it, and the Stones even admitted that. But it's cool. He's a Stones fan. I'm a Beatles
Yep.
fan.
Yep.
It's all good. Now
You
when
don't
I
live
was
under
now
his
now when I
roof. You
was
don't live
19,
under his.
I would have said, look, you're a feckin' Aegis. But now I'm a, you know,
Yeah.
you know, it's like, come on. But now it's like, no, I get it. And the fact that McCartney played on a Stones album is like,
Yeah.
it's okay. Now that feud's over. But
Yeah.
even within the two bands, there was a lot of rivalry. Why not?
But
But
this is
getting
how you know this group cares about baseball
this
so much,
group
is
loves
that
baseball. Yes.
I'm willing to. I mean, I'll debate the validity, you know, the merits of the ABS versus not, and I think I'm right, and somebody who's, you know, is wrong
Hmm.
about it.
Hmm.
But you know, at the same time, I'm also willing to say, hey, you know, I can agree to let's not implement it, you know,
Hmm.
or whatever, because that's what's best. You know, it's like two kids that stop arguing, two two siblings that stop arguing with each other because it's making mom cry. That they're, what I'm saying. They
Yeah.
both love mom too much to. Okay, we'll stop arguing because we care about mom. That kind of a thing.
Right.
And it's like we all care about the sport that much that I don't think there's anybody here that would say, well, it's got to be my way or to hell with it.
Oh,
Right?
I don't
Like
get that sense
a
from
river
anybody.
runs through it too many
Yeah.
times.
Exactly,
That's
exactly,
a great
Dwayne.
example. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic example. And that's why I love this community. Jamie says something that resonates with me. I think it's going to resonate with very many people here. He says, when he was a kid, all the kids in his street played these games. He said, we didn't do replays, but we like playing games with guys on the baseball cards. We made up games with baseball cards. Did you guys do that?
Yeah. My dad talked about them doing that when he was a kid. We did the thing where we pretended to. I mean, I did that with myself, but
Mhm.
with friends, it was pretending to be the ball players when we were playing
Correct.
with a ball or something.
Yeah,
Oh
you
yeah,
had to
and
do
you
the
had to
right
have the
batting
batting stance
stance.
right. Yeah, exactly, right,
Yep.
Dwayne.
Yep.
You
You had to
better
throw
you.
like on
Yep.
Louis T. You had to spin around.
Louis
Yep.
T.
I want to be Joe Morgan and do the arm flap. No, that's
Yep.
me. I do a better chicken wing than you. So
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Carlos, it's cool the Stones are your favorite. It's all good, man. I do love that. But now let me ask you back to baseball cards. So what we did though is if they were scrubs, those were the guys that ended up on our bicycle wheel spokes,
Tires. Yeah.
right?
yeah.
Kind of sound like a motorcycle.
Oh, absolutely. So if I was a kid when Bobby Bonilla was playing, he would have been, I mean, he's still being paid by the Mets, the bastard. But I mean, no, sir, I would have put Bobby Bonilla. I wouldn't have put Barry Bonds, to
Yeah.
make it sound like a Harley. But yeah, Bobby Bonilla, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I know there's Bonilla fans out there, but you got to remember.
More like Jose Lind or somebody. Yeah.
Jose Lane. Jose Lane. Oh my
I
God. I
thought
was
you
at
was
a
going to say Sid Bream is who I thought he was going to say.
Oh my God, Sid Brink, Francisco Cabrera. There you go. I would if I had a bike right
Easy
now,
now, easy.
dude. I would be getting a friend. Who's this guy? Right. So I told you, right? He's a friend of mine's Collins. I didn't have that. Right. He's like, we're going to the series, man. We're going to the series. We're going to the series. Like, yeah. Finally. Here we go. Then he calls. He says, and I quote, this some dude named Francisco Cabrera just came up and blah. I'm like, oh my God. He said some dude named Francisco Cabrera. No, I've heard that he's done
My
some cool
buddy bought
things. And
tickets to that World Series too, for real.
Oh,
Had
really?
to get his money back.
Oh my
Yep.
God.
Troy Carter that I play with at NASCAR. Yeah, him and other guy we grew up. Jeff Selhammer bought tickets to the World Series with the Pirates.
Oh,
Yeah.
jeez.
Yep, and that ruined his World Series. Yeah.
Oh my God. It's
Let me ask you guys something I've never asked. I've never thought of this before, but I mean, just now listening, talking about the scrubs
sure.
and stuff. Along the lines of every dog has his day.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't you guys agree? I'm just going to put this out there as I'm going to assert that in baseball, way more than any other sport, the nobody can have his one day in the sun where the guy who's been in the majors who spends a whole month of his life only in the majors goes 5 for 5 in one given day or something like.
Yep.
I mean, with the longer seat with 162 games and keeping people healthy, it just seems to me that the opportunities for those types of moments have to be exponentially greater than in other sports.
Right.
I can't
I think you're
imagine I can't imagine a Moonlight Graham story in the NFL, for
No.
example.
I mean, you
so
look at baseball in the World Series when I grew up with. A lot of times it was the backup second baseman that ends up
yeah,
winning MVP. Goes 3 for 5 in one game, 2 for 4 in another. Gets a pitch hit double in one game, and you're like, what the hell happened to the star? I'll tell you, a guy that for the Braves that was Mark Lemke. He didn't hit worth a shit during the regular season, get him in the playoffs, and the sucker was a Hall of Famer.
yeah.
You're right, though.
Yeah.
Baseball does do that, and wasn't it Legends who said, that baseball really highlighted players, and I think there's definitely some truth to that because We
Mhm.
talk about great teams, but we more as baseball fans talk about those players, and frequently those players that have, and every Pirate fan and every Brave fan is going to know Francisco Cabrera. And yet, where
Yeah.
is he now? Right? Right? We'll remember him as much as we remember Barry Bonds, or we remember Roberto Clemente, or even Hannes Wagner.
Yep.
We remember Francisco Cabrera, who was, sorry, Dwayne, essentially a scrub. But yet,
And
Correct.
isn't that
yeah.
true, and even more true in our Sims,
Oh my
right?
God, hell
My
yes.
Yep.
Yes.
in the last few years, I mean, I think the moment that watching all the games, cards and dice or computer, whatever, that stand out to me, I don't think I've been near as excited as I was watching one of Ron's games live on Twitch a couple
Mm-hmm.
years ago,
Mm-hmm.
and he had a regular in there who's a Dodger fan, and the Pirates were playing the Dodgers, and they go into extra innings, and Mario Mendoza hits a game-winning walk-off home run, and of course, the chat's exploding and stuff. It was like being at the ballpark,
Yep.
and it's like Mario Mendoza, who they've basically enshrined as the worst player ever because with the Mendoza
Mendoza
line,
line.
Right.
and stuff. And it's like, how is that even possible? It was so unbelievable, and
It
stuff.
is.
Yeah, it's just it's the type of thing that you can replicate. You can replicate that feeling or that moment in a game, and it's just as real in the game that you're simming as it would be if you're at the ballpark.
Oh, I agree with you. The night I did a broadcast out here and Jimmy Fox hit for the cycle, it was like I was like watching somebody like actually at a ballpark hitting for the cycle. I got
Yeah.
to put in something here about Carlos Yaz, because he was a bit of a sadist to his sisters. So he's talking about he's because you guys remember how awful that gum was in baseball cards, and he
Oh
says
yeah.
here, he says
Which
when
we
he was
ate
a kid
anyway, but yeah.
he gave the gum to his younger sisters. Carlos. Oh my God, that's funny. Jamie says Mario Mendoza. Who said? Oh, George Brett coined the Mendoza line. I didn't know that.
Did he really? I didn't
Carlos
know
says
that.
that. Yeah, he says he believes it was George Brett that
Very
coined that
cool.
term. How about it?
Yeah. Which
But
Mendoza never actually hit 200 in any given season. So,
why does it always happen to the Pirates? And okay, so really quickly, so what is it about Boston? Now I realize, okay, that Ken is in here. He lives in New England, but he's a Phillies fan. There is a huge amount of Boston Red Sox fans in this community. What is that about? And I love you guys. I'm just curious. I think
sexual frustration.
there's is that what it is? Because there's like 4 Pirate fans that I know of,
Yeah.
including
No,
myself.
yeah. I was going to say because they're too impatient since the last
Red
championship.
Sox Nation.
Red
I
Sox.
used to.
We got a Red
I
Sox
used
fan on here with us who's been very quiet.
Yeah,
So
I
yeah.
used to. I mean, I used because growing up, I liked the Red Sox, Boggs, Clemens,
Uh-huh.
Dewey.
Oh, great
in the 80s. So
franchise. Yeah.
I loved that team
Hmm.
and stuff. And so, here was my only beef with the Sox is, and again, this is a generalization, so I'm not smearing anybody as an individual, but they seemed self-absorbed with the curse, right?
Hmm.
I mean, after 8 decades, I can get why,
Sure.
and we
Sure.
came close this time, and we came close that time. I wasn't around in '67 or whatever,
Right.
but '48, whatever. But I remember '86 real well. So was that, and they, not to the same which is really weird, not to the same extent that Mets fans were, but it always bugged me. I'm like, why do so many Red Sox fans measure the Red Sox by the Yankees' success? And it's like, oh, if the Yankees make a move, we have to make a move to, to counter it and stuff like that. Because I'm like, George Steinbrenner doesn't give a crap what the Red Sox do, in the offseason. He's just doing what he needs to do for his thing. And that always, because it's Beatles. You probably
Oh, you broke up a bit.
is the you probably know a little bit of what I'm about to say,
Hmm.
and I'm not a football fan, but
Hmm.
my most of my sports fans friends back home in the greater Cincinnati area
Hmm.
are more Bengals fans than they are Reds fans.
Really?
And almost to a man, they're obsessed with what the Pittsburgh Steelers do year after year after year after year after year. And so, oh my God, and so the Steelers are like the Bengals' biggest enemy, and they get blamed for the Bengals not going to the playoffs and stuff. And I'm looking, and I'm looking around year after year, and I'm like, the Bengals didn't go to the playoffs because they suck. It's not.
But that made you real popular.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm almost, I've lived half a century as a professional wet blanket, so there. But
Awesome. Love it.
I'm like, you know, the the Steelers aren't good because the Bengals let them, and the Bengals aren't bad because the Steelers are keeping them down. The Bengals suck because they suck.
Hmm.
They need to make better choices, play better, get better players, play better, games, and so year after year, and I'm like, to a Steelers fan, I'm sure nobody in Pittsburgh. In fact, in Pittsburgh, who's the big rival for their football team? The Browns, historically, maybe. Do you even know?
Wait, for the Steelers, what?
Yeah, from a Steel. Yeah,
Oh, it
from
was always
from
Steelers Browns. Steelers Browns. In
yeah,
fact,
yeah. That's what I was gonna say.
oh yeah,
Yinzers don't
yeah.
look at Yinzers don't go, oh, Cincinnati's our rival.
No,
Because
it's the Cleveland
Cincinnati's never
Browns.
been good at the same time. Yeah, I
Right.
mean, when did Kenny Anderson ever knock Terry Bradshaw out of the playoffs in the late '70s? It didn't
Hmm.
happen. So
Right.
there's no reason for that. So it's like they're just a flea on a dog kind of thing to the other team, and I've seen that with tons of other sports teams. In baseball and other sports, and I always kind of like it didn't sit well with me. I'm like, why don't the Red
There
Sox
was a
get their
college
act
game on
together?
today that's called a rivalry, and I don't know how and I live in the state. How do you call a team that's beaten you 43 times out of 47 a rival? That
Oh
was
my
Penn State,
God.
Maryland.
Oh,
That's not a
are you
rivalry.
serious?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah,
Oh my
43
gosh.
out of
Yeah.
47 times. Now it's 44 out of 48 because they whipped them again. But yeah, no,
I mean, if you're talking like that's the only two teams, like the University of blank and blank State University, like they're the two schools in the state, like I don't know, Nebraska or someplace like that.
Hmm.
Okay, fair enough, but you're right, yeah, because it's not a thing. Anyway, I'm talking like in the '90s.
Yeah.
I was like, why don't the Red Sox fans just get their, not the fans, but the
Oh,
team? Why are they so obsessed with what the Yankees are doing and
it's
stuff?
the Red Sox
And
Yankee rivalry. It's the rivalry.
no, yeah, I get that, but it's it's
I mean,
like, but
believe
it's
me,
only really a
I grew up in that
rivalry
whole
when they're
thing.
both excellent.
Yeah, I mean, believe me, I grew up in that whole thing. And the Yankees suck chants were like more. You would hear that no matter what sporting event or what event you went to around Boston. You went to a
Yeah,
BC football game. You went to a show at a theater. Usually, a Yankee suck chant is gonna
Oh my
break out
God, that'd be
somehow.
funny. You go to see Macbeth, and there's somebody there. Hey, the Yankees suck. I can
No,
just see it
honestly,
now.
God, it's like you wouldn't be surprised. The Yankees were in so much were in the
yeah,
Red Sox fans' head so
but I
bad.
think what Big
Oh
Clue's getting
man.
at, you wouldn't hear that in New York. They're not
yeah. Well,
obsessed with saying
at the
that about
time, which is
Boston.
funny because
Right.
yeah, because again, let's all use the stereotypes. Not that New Yorkers aren't above being petty at all, but it just it always struck me as odd. And of course, it's really weird was the under Fred Wilpon's ownership, how the Mets were constantly feeling like we're playing second fiddle to the Yankees. I guess because they share this again. There are plenty of sports fans in New York, greater New York City for you both. It's not like
Hmm.
the Yankee fan isn't a Mets fan because the Yankees are better,
Yeah.
although I'm sure there's people like that, but it's not like you don't have plenty of fans. You guys suck because you suck,
Yeah.
that just anyway. And then it's been fun for me with the Epstein, John Henry's ownership and stuff. I'm like, good for you guys. And winning four in what,
No kidding.
16, 17
Well,
years.
that
Yeah.
that kind of cured all of our ills as far as what
Yeah,
you don't hear those.
absolutely. Now it's the other opposite, right? Now it's
Yeah,
we didn't win this year. Let's fire the GM.
But
Well,
you know,
no,
it
the
could,
Red
like
Sox,
it was.
the Red Sox have been,
Whereas
you
the
know,
Yankees haven't gone for 12 years, and their
yeah.
GM
Well,
still has
But
job
here's the
security.
thing. Through all that time, right? And the Red Sox, right, with the curse and everything, and of course there was the the Cubbies as well. They hadn't won since 1908. But
Yep.
everybody forgot about the White Sox. Nobody gave a damn, and their drought was as long
yeah,
as the Red
right,
Sox.
right.
And it's
Right.
like
Again,
we don't give a
whose fault
shit.
is
Who
that?
cares about the White
Yeah.
Sox,
And they
right?
won
And
the
it's
year after the Red Sox.
they won a year after the Red Sox, exactly. But it was
So
like
Yeah.
there wasn't the big thing. It's like so the curse, like really caught it grabbed the country. Right? It's like yeah, the curse is gonna break it. And the Chicago White Sox are like, dude, like, what the
Yeah.
hell, you
Okay,
know?
guys. Speaking of which, has anybody been on MLB.com in the last 2 days?
I have not.
Okay. Go there and look at the article about the curse. This is a thing. Apparently, there is you know how we have the curse of the billy goat and the curse of the bambino,
Right.
right? So, in the curse of Steve Balboni, you know, for the
Steve
Royals, if
Botman.
you ever heard that one. Yeah. So, apparently, in Japan, the Hanshin Tigers have the curse of Colonel Sanders.
Oh, here it is. I've got the article.
Yep. Oh my God, this is awesome sauce. Yeah,
So,
pull it up.
Curse
'Cause
of
all right, here we go,
you
guys.
might as well read it.
Baseball.
Anybody still listening to
Yeah,
this?
we have 8
Yeah.
people in here. We have 8 masochists. All right. So here we go.
This is the funniest thing. And again, if if you're familiar with Japanese baseball or just Asian culture in general, it's as you read this, it's real like, oh yeah, it hits home for me. Having grown up there, I was like, oh yeah, I can just imagine.
All right, here we go.
But
Let's
the
give it a
Hanshin
go.
Tigers are currently in the World Series.
Baseball history is full of curses. There's the curse of the Bambino. The Red Sox sold the legendary Babe Ruth to the Yankees in 1920 and didn't win another title until 2004. Then there was the curse of the Billy Goat. During the 1945 series, Billy Goat Tavern owner William Cianis and his pet goat were asked to leave Wrigley Field because they were being bothersome to spectators. Cianis said the Cubs would never win again, and they didn't until 2016. But maybe the weirdest, most outlandish curse in all of baseball is one you may never heard of, but wish you had. The Hanshin Tigers' Colonel Sanders curse. Oh my God, only in baseball. Yes, the team that plays in Nippon Professional Baseball Central League is cursed by a fast food chain. But this year they're back in the Japan series and finally have a shot at breaking it. It's part of the local culture, if you will, the subculture of Tiger fans. Hanshin Tigers writer Trevor Raichura told me over Zoom. Any Tigers fan that sees the statue knows what it represents. Funny enough, the curse got its origins during a jubilant time in Tigers history. The team, mostly an underdog franchise throughout its existence, shocked the Japanese baseball world by winning the Central League pennant in 1985. Hundreds of fans frolicked through the streets of Osaka, singing and chanting deep into the night. Eventually, the crowd gathered round Dotonbori Canal. I hope I'm saying that right. A sludgy, extremely polluted river in the city. A bit high off the victory and a bit inebriated, the fans looked at each other, looked at the water, and knew what they had to do next. This is funny. The river has that history, Raichura told me. There's some famous author or manga writer or someone like that who said in the 80s, if the Tigers win the pennant, I'll jump in the river. So one by one, fans jumped into the canal. Each pretended they were a member of their first place team so others could serenade them with the player's song during their dives. But then they got to Randy Bass, the American-born player who hit 54 home runs that season for the Tigers. The revelers realized nobody in their group looked like him. Oh my God! But there was something nearby that did. A giant statue of Colonel Sanders outside the local Kentucky Fried Chicken. I'm sorry, I'm trying not to laugh, but this is funny. They pulled the statue from the store and tossed it in the river, celebrating it as it sank into the murky waters. The Tigers went on to win the Japan series a few weeks later. There was no talk of any curse yet, and why would there be? The team just won the whole thing. But then, after the '85 championship, things began to go awry. On his blog, Raichura lists numerous things that went wrong. Star slugger Masayuki Kakefu got beamed by a pitch in 1986, kept getting injured, and retired prematurely in 1988. An ace pitcher went down with a heel injury in May 1986. The team lost out on 12 consecutive first-round draft pick lotteries that included legends like Hideo Nomu and Hideki Matsui. Bass was dismissed in the middle of the '88 season when he failed to return to Japan after a visit to America. And the Tigers also got really bad. They had their worst winning percentage of all time in 1987, just 2 years after winning the championship, putting up a 331 clip. In Japanese, they say Dame Tora, Rachura told me. Dame means bad or wrong or not good, and Tora is the Japanese word for tiger. So, like you'd hear the words Dame Tora more often, or more than you would hear about a curse. The idea of a curse didn't actually gain traction until 1988. A popular mystery solving show called Night Scoop was commissioned to pull up the fallen colonel from the Dotonbori Canal. They tried several times but couldn't get it done. When they finally had given up, the host declared something that stuck in the mind of Tigers fans. Until the colonel is rescued and cleansed of its sludge, Hanshin has no hopes of winning a championship. For the next 18 seasons, the Tigers didn't win a pennant, finishing at the bottom of the league almost every year. Attempts to retrieve the colonel and reverse the curse failed. This is so funny. Oh my God. The colonel began appearing in the river or outside the river in Japanese TV shows, video games, and other pop culture arenas, haunting Tigers fans everywhere they looked. But then in 2003, the team finished first again. Once again, there was mayhem in the Osaka streets. More than 5,000 fans jumped into the Dotonbori thinking their team might win the series and put the curse to bed. Tragically, during the celebration, a man lost his life. Police constructed barriers to prevent fans from jumping the river in case the team won the series. The Tigers didn't win, losing the title to Fukuoka 4-3. Finally, and there he is, it's coming up now. Finally, in 2009, the Colonel statue was found and pulled up during a routine cleaning of the canal. He looked a little gray and was missing a hand and his glasses, but his smile was still there, albeit a bit creepy. Tigers fans had newfound hope. It's incredible, Bass told NPR at the time. Put all of your money in the Tigers, that's for sure. They definitely have a shot. They have a great team, too. They finished in fourth place in 2009 when the glasses in the hand, were eventually found, standing outside the ballpark. Eventually, because it seemed like the statue was not bringing luck and only making things worse, the colonel was moved back to the KFC office in Osaka and bolted down. The curse seemed to, even after the colonel was pulled out, it seemed to live on. Was the initial damage the fans did back in 1985 too much? Would the Kentucky Fried Chicken ghost haunt them forever? The Tigers didn't come in first for the next 13 years, a travesty for one of the most popular teams in Japanese baseball. As far as passion goes, the Tigers fans are probably more knowledgeable than any other fan base out there, Raichura says. They're greater in number, they're probably greater in volume. As such, they're probably greater in their acts of hooliganism or fanaticism. They're a step above everyone. But this season, the Tigers took first place in the Central League. They won the pennant for the first time in 20 years. Fans crowded around the river post-win, but the antics were much less than they'd been in prior decades. Only 26 people dove in. They were probably all hardcore fans that would have come to this channel. Anyhow, maybe a bit wary of what they should do or not do so they wouldn't somehow elongate the curse. Tigers fans were much more calm than we expected, said Satoshi Oshimo, an Osaka Prefecture police officer. They used to be violent, like smashing up signboards, but there was nothing like that. And now they're back in the Japan series, having split the first 6 games against the Oryx Buffaloes. The decisive Game 7 is on Sunday. Unlike when the Red Sox or Cubs were in the series after long droughts, Raichura says the talk of the curse isn't too prevalent. It's not all-consuming like it would be in American sports. The media, the players, the fans don't seem to talk too much about it. Maybe because, well, Colonel Sanders' curse is a ridiculous thing, or maybe they're afraid mentioning anything about it may jinx them. Still, it's not being completely ignored. interestingly enough, the local KFC right next to the stadium, they have like a cardboard replica of the Colonel statue, the one that got pulled out of the river. Retro said they have it on display in the store right now. Oh my God! There's the picture, guys. Even Retro, who pretty much tried to prove why the curse was a hoax in this blog, seemed hesitant whether the Tigers would win, sounding like a fan of a team that definitely might be cursed. I read that 75% of teams in Japan that are up 3 games to 2 end up winning the series. The odds are in our favor, but one of those 25 percenters was the Tigers in 2003. They went on the road for game 6 and 7 and got pasted. The Tigers lost game 6 against against Buffalo's ace Yoshinobu Yamamoto. The Japanese baseball world, and particularly that old gray weathered statue of Colonel Sanders, will be watching Game 7. That was brilliant, man. Thank you.
Yes, it was.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
that is so much fun. Baseball.
Game
So,
7 starts in 3 hours.
oh my, what's that?
Game 7 starts. Game time's in 3 hours from now. So I'm staying up to watch it.
Oh no, but I'll be checking MLB.com for that when I
Yeah.
get up later.
By the way, the pitcher that won Game 6 to even the series,
Mhm.
that's the big free agent that's up this year that's coming to Major League Baseball, and he's deemed the second best free agent on the market after Ohtani this year. So,
Oh wow. So where's Ohtani
Yeah.
going, guys? Speaking of which,
I think it's the Dodgers myself.
you think
but
he's going to go to the Dodgers?
that's
What do you
what-
think, Dwayne?
Yeah, I think it's going to be LA.
LA.
I don't see him leaving out there.
Well, I mean, Cohen has the
Yeah.
money to lure him to the Mets, doesn't he?
he's made into 3 things. One, the Dodgers last season were preparing for him a year in advance. That's why they didn't spend in free agency.
Okay.
That's why they didn't go out and get a shortstop instead and went with the rookie Gavin Lux, but he got injured. Number 1. Number 2, I've read I don't know how many stories about Ohtani. He loves the West Coast.
Okay.
So the thinking was he might stay with the Angels, but staying in LA would make sense. Number 3, and this was a big one for me. Anybody who watched the All-Star game or the All-Star weekend, everything about him that came from him or one of the other players was about him and Mookie Betts being best friends forever now.
Oh,
Well,
I
where does
see.
Mookie play?
Right.
Yeah, so and when he came to, and here's the other thing, when he came to the States initially, and people thought the Mariners might get him, right, because of the Ichiro connection or something,
Sure.
he said, I chose the Angels because I wanted to play with the best player in baseball. He wanted to play
With
with
Trout.
Mike Trout. Yep.
Wow.
Well, who just had an MVP caliber season for the Dodgers?
Mm.
I mean, besides
Yeah.
Freddie Freeman, Mookie
Right.
Betts,
Right. Right.
So, and him giving all the, in his interview, he said that was my big thrill at the All-Star game this year was getting to meet Mookie Betts. So,
Wow.
does history repeat itself? Maybe. So,
Interesting. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, even though LA, right, they get Ohtani, they just seem to be like last year. Because last year I miscalled it, and everybody knows not to listen to me. But I thought the Dodgers were going to take it all last year. I mean,
Yeah,
2022. And I don't know what they can do. They've got this great team. They dominate all year, and then they fold in the postseason. I wish there was a Dodgers
Kershaw's
fan
the
in
worst.
here to talk about that, but there's not. So
Kershaw is like the worst postseason pitcher ever.
Oh, I know, right? Oh my God,
he
Kershaw's
got
like,
punched in the nose hard this year, in the playoffs.
yeah, and he's
Um,
gonna end up with the Pirates
they
at the
don't.
end of his
Their
career
offense disappears in the playoffs, is what I've noticed.
for LA.
So,
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know if you have to look at Dave. Again, I'm just spitballing. I don't have any information to go on, but I'm saying obviously looking at the manager would be, in his postseason decision making would be part of the process. I would expect any club to take over that. Not that I'm saying he's a good or bad manager,
sure.
but anyways,
easier to fire
again,
him.
I don't watch the games that closely. So.
Neither do I.
But yeah, something's got to get. They basically the Astros and Dodgers. It should be an Astros and Dodgers World Series, pretty much most years for the last 7 years. And yet we only got that matchup one time.
Yeah.
So, the Dodgers certainly underachieved in the playoffs.
I thought Baltimore had a legit chance going all the way through. I really did, and I thought the Phillies. I was calling, and I was way wrong. I was thinking it was going to be a Braves Orioles World Series, or failing that Phillies Orioles and Diamondbacks and
I don't want
Rangers.
to get back on the Rob Manfred train,
Hmm.
but when you have the four best teams in baseball win 99 or more games each, and not one of them makes either league championship series,
Hmm.
that's a problem for.
Two
I don't
years in a
see that
row.
as that's not something I'm bragging about as the
Hmm.
commissioner. That's
Two
something I'm
years in a
looking to
row.
address.
2 years in a row, yeah.
Nonsense. Yeah, we
And
had a
then the
5
third
and a
year the
6
Braves
season.
got there, and they wasn't the best team in baseball, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad they won.
Pib 99 says Roberts is a big part of the postseason problem. Team needs a new voice. So they're talking about
Meaning the broadcaster? Because Vin Scully just retired. I know that's not what you mean. You mean the manager?
Yeah, that's who he's
Yeah.
talking
Oh,
about,
there. Yeah,
Roberts.
Roberts is a big part of the problem. Okay, I just saw that.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that wouldn't surprise me. And of course, anyone who read Bill James' Guide to Managers, I think, was it there that he originally made the comment? Anyway, one of my biggest takeaways about managers historically was made by James. It might have been made in another abstract. Excuse me, but it's that teams generally do better with a new manager,
Hmm.
period, just as a matter of course,
The
at
Pirates have
least
done
for a
better with
period.
Derek Shelton so far.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And there'll come a time that Shelton's no longer that's no longer true, and then
Right.
whoever replaces Shelton, they'll get a bump with that new guy.
You
Well,
look at
the
the Phillies.
James theory was that, and he had lots of examples for it. Was that it's because it's when that happens, and it's a shift in the personality of the manager. Like you go from a hard ass to an easygoing guy,
Hmm.
and stuff. So that's a positive change for the team. But then the easygoing guy, gets old. So then you go back to a hard ass, and once again you get a bump. So it's not that one or the other is better. It's that the change is what's inciting the good play. And of course, who's the best example of that in baseball history? Probably nobody better than Billy Martin. Billy
Martin.
Hmm.
Martin got
Yep.
excellent results his first season or two, and then as time went on, wore out his welcome.
Right.
So,
Turned every team around. Every team had a winning record his first year. And
Yeah.
some of
yeah,
them, like I said, was completely reversed. They might have lost
yeah.
50, 60 games. And
Detroit.
yeah.
I mean, even didn't he manage the Rangers for part of a season too?
Billy
Yeah,
Martin?
he
Yeah,
managed
he
the
did.
Rangers
Yeah,
for 2 or 3 years, and he turned them around his first year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
so the days are gone where you're going to have managers like John McGraw managed the Giants for what 30 years or something.
yeah. And that's awesome. See, another thing about that is you go back to that period of time. Who's the guy running baseball operations? It's not a separate department. It's usually the manager, isn't
Right.
it?
Right.
Right.
So because you've got the money men, right,
Right.
and then you've got the baseball
Right, and
man.
They let McGraw,
And
like in
that's
McGraw and
usually
Mack, Mack actually was part owner of the team, but McGraw
yeah,
would sign players. John Brush wouldn't say, "Well, we're gonna
yep,
no," uh, McGraw signed players and put together. We got Christy Mathewson pitching a 3-hitter right now, but I mean McGraw, right? So, I mean, I think being a baseball manager, right, because those are the guys who are going to get the axe first. Because as somebody once said, well, you can't fire a team, but you can fire the manager, and
yeah. You can't fire the owner. Yeah,
yeah, and who is it? Who is it? There, I guess who the Giants are getting this year. They were there. I don't. They did interview a woman. She may, but I don't think she's getting the job. I think it's shit. Who is it? The Giants are getting. They're talking about. He's managed before elsewhere. I can't remember. But I would. I don't know. I don't know that.
oh, they just
I don't think I'd want
they
to be
just
a
hired
baseball
Bob
manager.
Melvin. The Giants just
Bob
hired Bob
Melvin.
Melvin
Bob
away from
Melvin. That's Bob Melvin.
yeah,
Okay, yeah. I wouldn't want to
yeah.
be a baseball manager. Oh my god. Because you
No,
know.
I think it's funny to me that the organizations that routinely get blasted by I'm just going to call it the press loosely in baseball, are the same ones that years later they'll praise like the Rays. Oh, they never hang on to the players, and damn those analytics people and stuff like that. But 5, 10 years later, they're going, oh, Kevin Cash is arguably the best manager in baseball, and I'm like, yeah, and you guys are the ones that are telling me every playoff time that, oh, he made the wrong choice pulling that pitcher.
Mike,
But
thanks for
at the
coming
same
in.
time,
Yeah. Hey guys, it was a pleasure hanging out with you. I gotta hit the rack though. So
I understand, man.
Alrighty, Mike.
Thank you for coming
Yeah.
in. It's
yeah,
a
we'll do it
blast.
again.
Yeah, we'll do it again next week, hopefully. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
All
and,
right,
and, and,
guys.
and tell Mrs. Mike that, like, don't hate us or anything, please.
Oh, she went to bed like 4 hours ago.
All right, man. Sleep well.
Yeah, you too. You guys have a good one.
Thanks,
You
Mike.
too.
the Beatles, since you mentioned the old time, like my pa, one of my favorite stories about Barney Dreyfuss, he would do his own scouting, and it wasn't that he was a great talent judge per
Mhm.
se.
Mhm.
From what I've read about Dreyfuss, he took copious notes from any authoritative source he ever got, scouting reports. If he read it in the sporting news and it made an impression, he wrote it down, and he kept what he called his dope book, which is like a personal black book file on every player in Major League and Minor League Baseball.
Mhm.
And so he, you've read the stories like Earl Weaver kept people's stats on the index cards, right? So that's how he
Yes.
knew when, I'm going to platoon here and there and stuff, because and stuff. It was like that kind of a system, but 80 years, 70 years earlier, by the guy that actually got his job, because he was basically he was the accountant in Louisville and slowly bought into the ownership of the team. So I mean, what a wonderfully clever guy running that franchise. It's no wonder um, did they finish? Was it second in 1900 and then first 3 years in a row after that? 1901. I know they won it all in 01, 02, 03, but I think
Yeah.
they finished second in. Anyway, if you haven't read Mark Armour and Dan Levitt's 2 books on team building for great teams, I highly recommend them. I'm looking for the first one on my shelf. It's somewhere. Anyway, the second one, which dealt more with the development of front offices and the general manager's role,
Mhm.
is In Pursuit of Pennants, which is probably about almost 10 years old now. But their whole first chapter is on Barney Dreyfuss. You'll love it.
Oh, I'll definitely look into it.
Yeah, that'd be worth reading. I wish I had it on PDF. I'd just send it to you for that alone. But for goodness sake, he's yeah. In terms of it's whatever you call the position, it's the team builder. That's and he was pretty special. So
Definitely check
this
that out.
this Geitcher book I just started. He's mentioned quite a bit in the first chapter, because again they were going in. They're laying the groundwork for how baseball got to where it was in the 30s. And anyway, quite a good book. So my wife, that was a nice surprise. So
Yeah.
I had to act fast in the chat tonight, because I thought, hey, if I said, "Oh, my wife gave me my early anniversary present," I was like, I know Todd B or somebody's gonna. I'm setting myself up, right?
Right.
So I'm like, no, that's a book. So at my age, it's a better gift.
There you go. Yeah. Hear that.
Baseball.
Hear that. So we're doing a lot on here, just a lot of book recommendations, people back and forth, and that's the other thing I love. And another thing that I miss it. And right now, by the way, we have on Back to Baseball. We're not going to be here that long, but this is the shot heard around the world game, Giants Dodgers 1951. So if anybody wonders what's playing,
with Apple back in the day.
Magley, yeah, the barber, yeah. Hey.
Yeah. Well, Red Barber's call after that was the Giants won. Pretty much, as opposed to Russ Hodges. Which, by the way, trivia before I get on to my thing about books. If you've watched The Godfather, so when Sonny when Sonny is killed on the causeway, which is supposed to be 1945. The game that's playing in the background, the turnpike guy or whatever's listening to, is this game, the 1951 game, the Bobby Thompson shot heard round the world. That's the game that's
Somebody
playing on the
didn't do
radio.
their, yeah,
No, they didn't.
yeah.
But another thing that I
That's
miss.
not as lazy as Joe Jackson batting right-handed in Field of Dreams.
Oh,
But
I
hey,
know, I know. But Ray
Fielding
Liotta looked pretty
left-handed.
good swinging, though. You got to give him that. Ray
yeah,
Liotta did all right.
yeah,
But
that's true.
the thing I miss, and a billion times I've said it, is I miss the big. I mean, I've got a whole stack of them sitting right next to me. The days of the big fat baseball books. Man, oh man.
Yeah.
I mean, I love sites like this, Back to Baseball and Baseball Reference and Almanac and all that, but there is still nothing like holding a 2,500 page behemoth and trying to figure out how the hell am I going to put this in my lap without becoming a soprano and just leafing through it, right? I miss it. And we're never going to see those big books again. We're not.
No, the world's just changed. I mean, there's no need for them. It's as much as it's nice to have.
Mm-hmm.
Bernie got me a little misty-eyed because he's talking about in 19, replaying the 61 season or whatever, the 62 season with Appa,
Mm-hmm.
and he'd lay on the floor and do that kind of stuff.
Right.
And I'm, thinking about that. I was like, hey, when I first started doing that, I'd stay up late and I'd be sitting on the floor. But my memories of laying on the floor was I'd get home from a date night in college back to my apartment, and I'd whip out my Macmillan baseball encyclopedia. I'd
Yep.
be staying up till 3 in the morning just flipping pages and stuff like that. Oh, look at these leaderboards. Oh, look at this team in this year, and isn't this cool, and that kind of thing. And it's you kind of have that a little bit with baseballreference.com, but it's because you just click and you go to the next one, and so it's easy to get lost. But it's just not the same as
It's not.
actually sitting there with the thing in your hands and turning the page. So when Bill James makes up the Hall of Fame monitor thing and he calls it the black ink test,
Mm-hmm.
at the time he writes it, everybody knows what he's talking about. As anyone who's opened a baseball encyclopedia knows what the black ink means, right?
Exactly.
That term is totally lost on people. The fact that they even use that term on Baseball Reference, I'm like, nobody who's ever started using baseball statistics since 2000 has a clue what that means.
Exactly.
So,
And I love them.
it's
And
just
I know there's, I can easily go to Baseball Reference and I do. I use Baseball Reference. I use Baseball Almanac. I use all of these tools when I'm doing stuff. But there is just something about, there's times it's just like, no, I'll pick up Total Baseball or, like the Rob Nyer book, or just whatever, any of these big boys here, the Stats All Time Source book, which is 2,600 pages. And I don't know.
Tom Stone's book,
Like
right?
I get, what's that? Yeah,
Tom
Tom
Stone's
Stone's book.
Now,
Oh my God.
yeah.
I
You
love
want to
that
read
book.
that on Kindle? Yeah.
You can't, no, you have to, that kind, you got to look at that book. You got to hold it. It's like, I don't know, man. There's just and I know, right? As you say, there's no need for them. And look, publishers aren't going to do it. People are going to say, yeah, but Baseball Almanac, and it does. It touts over 500,000 pages, right? So you're talking like if you wanted to do Baseball Almanac or Baseball Reference as a print thing, then you're talking about the Oxford English Dictionary, which if you've ever seen the full thing, I
Yeah.
think it's 24 volumes or something. But
Yeah.
I miss them, and so I'm like snapping these up when I find them on eBay. I don't care
Oh,
that
I'm
they're quote unquote out of date. The history's not out of date, and I love these
Yeah.
books. Jamie mentioned the Nefton Cohen encyclopedias. I've got one sitting over here. I've got
Yeah, I'm looking for what was the last year for that. I've been looking for the final one.
Nefton Cohen.
Because you know what they have? The one thing they have that none of the others have is the injury information.
Yeah, I think 2006.
2006. I'll have to look.
I think so.
I've got my. What am I missing? I've got the last Total Baseball. I didn't bother with the last Macmillan because there's really nothing in it that's not in
Right.
Total Baseball.
Right.
Which one do I have?
So the last Total Baseball is the one with Bonds on the cover.
The stats ones. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I got the ESPN encyclopedia. That was the
Yeah.
actual last baseball encyclopedia period. Oh, you remember the other week when you're talking about the Baseball Chronicle and you go, "Oh, look, here it is on eBay for $4," and I'm like,
Yep.
"Hey, I just snatched that. I just
Oh
bought it.
hell
It
yeah!
arrived. Yes, it arrived in the mail yesterday."
And isn't it a brilliant book?
Yeah. Oh, it's
Yeah.
the one with the green cover. Love it. I was
Yep.
flipping through it this morning. It's just awesome.
And you know
And you
what? I don't
can't.
care how
Yeah.
good the baseball site is. You grab a copy of Baseball Timeline, and the fun thing about that book is it's weird to read because it's like, do I read what's on the top in the margins, the main thing, the boxes?
Yeah.
It's a book that you're not going to tear through in a month. You're just not. There's just no
Oh,
way.
Bert Solomon. Yeah, I've got that too. No, I the Baseball Chronicle one was the one I ordered. That I did not know about that book.
The timeline.
No, the Chronicle.
Oh, Baseball Chronicle.
Yeah,
Oh
I've
yeah.
got. I already have Bert Solomon's timeline. Yeah,
Oh, the
that's
Chronicle's awesome.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had not. The other one was, in fact, I did used to have that. Or is it the other one that was called A Century of Baseball, where they did something similar? Like each
Yes.
page was one season. Okay.
Hmm.
Anyway, I had one of them, but not that. I think the last one I owned was like around 2000 or so, because it was it had just the 90s had ended. But you were talking the other night about the biographical baseball encyclopedia, and of course that brings back memories. I used to read that, just ooh, who is this Bill Dolan I've never heard of?
Yep.
Who
Yep.
is who is Doc Adams? I've never heard of him,
Hmm.
kind of thing. And I'd get little tidbits, who is Jack Dunn? And
Yeah.
find these little tidbits, and I'm like, holy hell, how come this guy's not in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah. It's
And
brilliant.
even the guys that aren't that level, it's like you say all the time, these guys deserve to be remembered, and not just the books, but in our games.
They
These
do.
guys, in our games, as in our imaginations, these people never die. They never stop playing baseball. They never cease to be good
They
ball
never
players.
do. And I
Yeah.
think you know what?
Joey Votto will never retire the rest
No.
of my life, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, it's like Jamie says here. He says Neft and Co Encyclopedia Micro League Baseball, and we could create any team when we back in the day. He also, I didn't know about this. He said Bert Solomon did a great. Oh yeah, he did. I know this. I read that. I didn't realize. I
Where
forgot that
they
he was the
ain't, yeah,
author.
that's a
Yeah,
good
Where
one.
They Ain't. What
Yeah,
a great baseball book that is. I didn't. I
yeah.
forgot that Bert Solomon wrote that, but I love that book. But that one of the
Uh,
things that drives me is not so much that I'm trying to be this, sort of prophet for dead ball baseball, but because, and I'm not talking about Ron now, but I realize, but there have been people on some other channels that aren't necessarily part of this particular community or whatever that have dismissed older baseball out of hand as being meaningless. And it's like, because when I started this channel, it was just because, okay, I just want to do some baseball, and I tended toward older baseball. And after hearing that, I'm like, this is bullshit. This is meaningful. And what have you. And that's part of what drives me is I will never forget hearing this on somebody's channel saying, well, you're talking about dead ball and that doesn't count. Why the hell doesn't it count? So,
yeah.
yeah, I mean, you
Well,
you
I thought,
you, you don't
man,
have to
that
be interested, but you're dismissing all these
yeah,
players, these great players who do deserve to be remembered in these great baseball stories.
yeah.
And look, this little channel and this great family here was 386 subscribers, and the most I ever cap out on here, is like 15, which makes that's fine, that's fine. And
It's
I
a
know
hundred
at
more
the hey, at the
people.
end of the day, it's not gonna make any difference, except it does make a difference to me and maybe to a
Yeah.
few others here. Ken Castro, you guys here, and about these players because I'm learning about them. I'm no expert on dead ball baseball or 1920s baseball or 19th century or any of that stuff, but I don't think that we should forget them. And maybe that seems
No,
terribly like I don't know, Pollyannish or something like that, but I don't want these players to be forgotten. And at least you know
no,
what?
give me a break.
And somewhere in a little corner of YouTube, they're gonna at least live, and they're gonna live in our consciousness. And I'm happy with that. I
Yeah,
mean, reading about guys like Dave Beauty Bancroft, which I did the read here one night of his entry in the Biographical Encyclopedia. My internet went totally wonky, and it was funny. I'm like dying laughing, and I didn't realize the internet went out, and I'm apologizing to everybody in the chat because I was laughing so hard, and then I realized it had died before I even started reading it. So I do have to do that one again. It's the funniest one of
People
the
are
funniest
like,
thing I've
"What
ever
are
read.
you apologizing
I
for?"
know. Jeez. So hey, welcome back, Al. So Al, this is actually called Back to Baseball. It's a great website, Al. You gotta check it out, man. And so what I'm letting it play out now is the famous shot heard around the world game. I believe it is. Anyhow, we're playing October 3rd, 1951. You pick a game in history, watch it. You can do players. It's a brilliant website, Al. Just do Back to Baseball and you'll find it. And it's just playing the game as it happened. And you can do an audio replay if you want of it, which I wouldn't recommend because it's the stupid uh, Microsoft narrator. But that's what it is, not a game.
That's another thing about the games. Not everybody is a reader, right?
Right.
People, we're all gamers. Everybody in this community is a gamer of some form or fashion.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't care if it's on a tabletop or on a PC.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. And
yeah.
yeah,
I think
in
you're
one
talking
minute
about the
it's going to
dead
be
ball.
1 a.m. again. Somebody said, and they're right. Dwayne said that.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Big Clue.
No, you're fine. Oh, that's right. Crap. Okay.
Yeah.
I totally forgot about that. Well,
Dwayne's laughing back
congratulations,
there.
everybody. Give me a minute to fall backwards now.
Yeah.
But the crap, I lost my train of thought. Never mind.
Sorry.
What were you just saying about? Oh, about Deadball. I think I know some of the people you're talking about with respect to Deadball doesn't count. I got really mad about at Bill James a few years back when he wrote something about, well, what the hell's the point of trying to get somebody from the 19th century elected to the Hall of Fame because they're dead? They're not gonna, kind of thing. I'm like, well, in because it's, honoring the past is important, not for the sake of the dead person.
Mm-hmm.
Why do we remember George Washington? It's not for his benefit, right? It's for ours. And I think we live in a day where at least everybody, but at least people below a certain age in this part of the world, in the West,
Mm-hmm.
I'll say, really have the attitude of, and this is ignorant and dangerous in my opinion, that what happened before I got here isn't of much consequence.
That's,
And
oh my God.
that
Yeah.
seems to be a much more, again, not to smear a whole generation, but it just seems to be a much more prevalent attitude than it used to be generations ago.
And it's
So
frightening. It's frightening.
yeah. So I look at it as, it doesn't matter to me, like you said, if I'm the only man on the planet who still remembers, Honus Wagner was a great baseball player, at least when I die, I'll have known the truth, right? I
Yeah.
mean, that's kind of, I think of, God help me, this is a horrible movie. What was it, a made for TV movie? What was the one with Chris Christopherson, and he's the the Russians take over the U.S. and he's on like Bandit Radio or something. You know what? You
I
may
know.
never
I
have
can't
seen
think of
that.
it. Yeah, I can't. It's 1 in the
Yeah, it was
morning.
some. I mean, it's
Yeah.
Chris Christopherson, so it's a forgettable movie.
Uh-huh.
But anyway, it's kind of like that. Like if I'm the last one to go before they silent, haul me off to the re-education camp or something,
Uh-huh.
then at least I did. At least I stood for what's true,
Yeah.
and not what's BS. And so, hey, and this is a way that I love this community because this is a way that I can share what I love with somebody else who loves the same thing, and they can share what they love about it with me, and we can all learn from each other.
Oh yeah.
And it's a mutual admiration society, not in that we're all admiring each other as much as it's that we're all admiring the same thing, which is baseball.
Exactly. And I mean, education, we call it a constructivist learning community, and that's really what we have here. It really is.
So,
I learned so much from everybody here. Everybody. Aaron, I just wanted to take a second to say hey to Aaron. and hopefully you're feeling well. He said that he's been having some difficulties. So, Aaron, we've got our all pulling for you. And Bernie's back. He says, "Can't believe we're still going, dude. Are you kidding me? We just got started." No, just well, see, Bernie, we got an extra hour. See, that's what happened. It's actually 1 o'clock now again. So there you go. In the springtime, that'll be a different thing. Then we're only going to do 3 hours or 4 hours, whatever it is.
Wayne, you're still on with us, right?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah. Who's
Yep.
your favorite team?
The Braves now. Growing up as a kid, I was a Yankee fan, and then 1982, PBS came to Hagerstown, and I fell in love with the Braves because I could watch them 150 some games a year, and they was
Yeah.
good then. I mean, 82, 83, and 84. Then I got to
Yeah.
watch, as the song says, I got to watch the rotten years.
Well, they didn't last long. John Shearholtz got you guys turned around pretty
Sure
quick.
did.
Yeah,
So
my whole thing,
yeah.
Ted Turner, he irritates me. He says his biggest mistake was firing Bobby Cox the first time. I said his biggest mistake was firing Joe Torre. The Braves
I
kept
think his
finishing in
biggest
second
mistake was
place
selling the
behind the
team to
Dodgers. So he
Time
fires
Warner.
Joe, so that they solved that problem. They finished in last every year.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah. I
that's an
think
owner
Joe
that
Torre could have been that.
might deserve the Hall of Fame, right? Wouldn't you
What's
say?
that?
That's an owner that might deserve the Hall of Fame. I
Ted
mean, you
Turner?
can make an argument, right? Ted Turner.
I
Look
mean,
how he innovated for baseball. How he turned. I mean, again, the Braves weren't America's team, quote unquote, because they won all the time back
right?
then when they started using.
'Cause everybody
It's
could see
because
him.
he pioneered baseball on hey, this new
Yep,
medium of broadcasting could help baseball, and it grew the sport. So
you're correct,
good on
Bernie. He
him.
did manage a game.
I remember him
Yeah,
sitting there
Yeah,
with.
that's his. Was it just the one game?
just one game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see if I've got. I think I do. Hang on. One of my favorite quotes of all time about baseball is from Ted Turner.
Ted
You
Turner
guys
was a hell
seen
of a sportsman. I mean, he
John
won
John
America's Cup.
Hellier's Lords of the Realm? About Lords of the Realm, John Hellier's book about the came out like right before the 84 or 94 or 95 strike, I think originally. Anyway, it's a great history of baseball behind the scenes.
Mhm.
Yeah, here we go. This is Ted Turner said this to the owners at an owners meeting. Gentlemen, we have the only legal monopoly in the country, and we're fucking it up.
He would know
Yeah,
because he was a hell of a
yeah.
businessman.
Now that was said almost 40 years ago. Not
Yeah,
much has changed.
Not much has
yeah,
changed. You're right. That's interesting too.
yeah.
How like the other sports, the other team sports haven't challenged that. Baseball is the only legal monopoly in the United States. It's still protected. It's still exempt. And I wonder,
Yes, it is.
yeah, I wonder whether that's always going to be. Yeah, Connie
It
Mack
Yeah,
should
they
was an
be.
talked
owner,
about it a few
Carlos. He
years
was
ago.
part owner of the
Yeah.
he was part owner of the athletics. You're absolutely right. Yes. What's that? What's that, Dwayne?
Yeah, which is the only
They
reason he
thought about it
managed
a
for
few
50
years ago.
years.
That's when Congress had a few um scheduled meetings and stuff about it or not.
Yeah,
Yeah, whether to get
That's
rid of
the
it.
only reason baseball implemented the drug testing was when
Yes.
Senator was when Congress started talking about that. Uh, it's the it's primarily the only reason the first 3 rounds of expansion occurred
Mm-hmm.
was because teams that relocated the senators in those states that lost their baseball team threatened to go do it. Most famous, I think, was who was it? Symington from Missouri when the A's left Kansas City. That
Mm-hmm.
was the most famous one, but several of the others, they weren't lawsuits. They went instead, oh, you want Congress to look at your antitrust exemption? So,
Yeah,
anyhow,
and he was in
it's
the
totally
yeah,
fair.
he was in the baseball the Ken Burns baseball documentary. Or no, he
Yeah.
wasn't. He was in the Civil War documentary. I'm sorry, but yeah, that's where the name rings a bell now. I wonder if baseball will always have the antitrust exemption. And like, I
They
guess
should.
the other sports. I mean, I wonder what they think about it. What do you think those guys? It's like,
Oh, they're mad as hell. It's unconstitutional, but it's a, I mean, the government won't do anything about it or until they do.
hmm
So it's funny you were talking about fatigue. Is that the right word? Fatigue of the rules changes,
yeah,
right?
I am.
And I could
Yeah.
only think, I'm like, oh my, holy crap! I totally identify, because in my mind it's like, if I hear, hey Brad, did you hear Congress just passed a new law?
hmm
My gut reaction is, oh God, what did they screw up this time? So it's the same thing, isn't it? Like, right, hey,
Sure.
did
Right.
you hear baseball's going to make another rule change? And you're like, what are the odds that it's actually helpful as opposed to
hmm
making things worse? Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I get it. I'm like, I'd much rather them do nothing than screw something up worse. So that's kind of, I'm there with you as far as that goes. Most of their changes have not been either necessary or or helpful, and they've been very reluctant to re-examine most of them and say, yeah, okay, maybe we, it didn't do what we think we did. So testing it in the minors for half a season at low A or something,
hmm
I don't think that's enough of a trial for this stuff, for most of these things.
Yeah.
But anyway, they do what they're going to do. And we can do what we want to do thanks to The Sims. So thank you
Oh,
very much.
right. Yeah. And I'm
And you
actually.
say, much as we nitpick about The Sims, and much as we nitpick about baseball is very similar,
hmm
in a very real sense, as consumers, this is a golden age to watch and consume baseball, right?
Oh,
Oh,
We
yes,
agreed.
it
have more
is.
ways to do it. It's more accessible in
Yep.
more ways. I look at stuff from like video of games from the World Series games from even the 80s, and
hmm
I'm like, wow, the quality in the 90s, the quality of TV sucked back then. I
Yeah.
didn't know it when I was watching it live,
Sure. Right. Right.
right?
Right.
Right.
Yeah, nothing's in high def, that kind of thing. So I'm looking back, I'm like, holy crap, this must be what I felt
I
like when
still had a black
I
and
now
white
feel
TV in my
looking at
bedroom
90s World
growing
Series
up.
games like I did about
Black and
black
white
and white,
TV.
right?
Oh my
When I was a
gosh.
kid.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I had a black and
uh,
white TV in my bedroom. I
yeah.
got a color TV when Dad replaced the TV downstairs and got the TV fixed and gave me the color
Oh,
TV.
happy day.
Yeah,
We didn't know, man.
it's an
This
old
is
Yeah,
yeah.
RCI.
it's so funny.
Hey,
One of my daughters this morning said, "Dad, I need to get a." She was talking. She says, "I think I'm going to buy myself a new computer monitor for Christmas." And I said, "Well, what's wrong with the one you've got?" She says, "It's just." She says, "I've got two." So first of all, I'm like, "You have two and I have one." That's not right. But she
Right?
didn't have. She didn't have Bill. She lives with Grandma. So I said, "Let's look at the Black Friday deals." And I look. I'm trying to be clever and helpful. I'm like, oh well, you could get a TV, a TV, and have a nice big screen, if you find one for the right price. That's as much as what a monitor's. And they had one for, I forget who it was, for $180 or something like that, and it's a 43-inch television with four. And I'm like, I think we have a 40 something inch or 50-inch in our house, and I'm
hmm
thinking, I bought that. Now that I think about it, it's probably been 5 years, and I'm like, we paid $1,500 at the time. I'm like, and that's under $200 for something comparable today, So I was like, technology changes stuff, but the stuff that we
oh,
have available
exactly.
as baseball fans, it's how much stuff can we get for free rather than
Right.
what did the Macmillan cost or total baseball cost when you walked into Barnes and Noble 20 years ago? 60
40,
bucks, 50
45 to
bucks?
45 to 60
40, yeah,
bucks. Yep.
$45. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, and could you search and sort it like you can with not Statcast, what is it called on Baseball Reference?
Yeah,
There's
baseball reference. Stat
subscription.
head. Stat head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, for the price of for the price of or a little more than the price of the whole encyclopedia 20 years ago, I can search, in God knows how many ways and stuff through that. So I can do custom reports and all this type of stuff. Now again, I still prefer holding a book in my hand for many things. However, you can't beat that functionality. Well, in the same way, we can nitpick, and I call it nitpicking. It's not like they're not legitimate complaints about Stratomatic computer game, or pick whichever thing you want to Baseball Mogul or whatever, DMB not adding graphics or something like that. But at the same time, this really is a golden age
Oh, it is.
of, to use that term again, of baseball sims. And it just gets better. There's no reason for it not to get better. I can't wait for the next game to come out that we haven't seen on the market yet that's going to put these games to shame. You know, how many years of changes to Action PC are we going to see before a substantial change where we go, oh, this is the only thing I'm playing? Or,
Right.
God forbid that, Hal Richmond or what's his face, John over at Appa,
John
pull
Herson.
the stick out of the butt. And I
Right.
wake up tomorrow and holy crap, they've got a 21st century website all of a sudden.
Oh, dude.
So it's just,
Yeah.
it's not like those things are implausible at all. So it's
Right.
and then of course I'm sure all of us have the same thought I have. Well, I don't have any computer programming skills, but damn, I sure you put me in a room with some other people, and I'm sure we can come up with a better product than what's on the market today. It's not that
Right.
it's not that we're geniuses, but I mean, all of us as consumers, and this is what we like. If we just got together and said, what do we want to see in the quote ideal thing, and then how close can we get to that with $5,000 and some college kid that knows how to program whatever language we need, I'll bet we could come up with something for the community.
Down at work, we had
So
a guy that was just high school educated, taught himself more or less to program, and he had this great idea. It was amazing down at work. He would do programs for you, institution, and he'd actually go to the people that was going to use them and ask them what they needed. Write part of the program, have them test it and see if it worked, and if it didn't, then he'd go back and redo it. That was amazing, ain't it?
yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
and that's
how,
what
how
doesn't
many
happen.
guys how many guys put out like toy projects on the internet I mean, especially in the early days of the internet. You guys have all seen things like the dancing alien with the who's dancing to "I Will Survive" and the chandelier falls on its head,
Hmm.
or the frog in the blender, that little program, and things like that. From This has been around the internet now for almost 25 years. Those are done by people who work for Pixar for a living, and I'm just farting around in my spare time doing this stuff.
Uh-huh.
And it goes, you know, it's not that steep a hill to climb. And for crying out loud, the worst thing is that a company that has the resources doesn't go and say, "Hey, all you fans that use our product or similar products, what would you like to see in the next version?" I mean,
Hmm.
that's so it's too sensible for somebody to do, I guess.
Yeah,
But
it's
Yeah,
crazy.
where we've
every time I
come.
hear us complain, that's about I'm like, we just need to make our own sim.
Well, see,
Not that I'm trying to put
and
somebody out
but
of
here's where
business.
we are, because look at Pib 99 back here says a lot of mystique back in the day, and this is what you had, right? Game of the week, black and white TV, transistor radio, local sports page, and the sporting God, sporting news we hardly knew you. But now look what we
Yeah.
have, right? So just in the space that we've been talking, right, showing the representation, whatever, of the Bobby Thompson shot heard around the world, and now just did the seventh game of the 1971 World Series. I mean, so for Sims and internet and for baseball, right? There was the NBC, what was it? NBC Game of the Week. The baseball demos does that all the time, right?
Yeah.
You had that, but now I can be here in Pennsylvania, and not that I would want to, but I could watch Texas Rangers baseball if I wanted to.
Yep.
It's
Yep.
everywhere, and again, you're
And
talking
And it's
about
Hagerstown, they
baseball
don't
reasonably
provide
priced.
it.
at reasonably priced, and then you talk about baseball sims. So and again, I mean, for Pib 99 for Bernie, guys, imagine when you were like, Bernie, especially, right? And what a cool, and you're right, Big Clue, the story about, right? And what a connection. Here's somebody playing the 1961 replay, and Bernie was doing it the year, right? That was an amazing moment.
Yeah.
But here it is, right? So we what would you guys have done had you had all this stuff available then that we do now? And it's almost like, again, earlier, wait, 5 hours ago, I was talking about, geez, yeah, I'm looking for this game or whatever, and yet I've got like probably 8 or 9 baseball games that have every damn season in history or whatever, but I still want more because it's there, and it's like it's
Yep.
like how do baseball fans, if you were a nutcase like me, how did you indulge yourself back then? Because it wasn't everywhere, and you had Strat, you had Appa, but you didn't have. I
I
don't know, man.
I
Drives me
think the
nuts.
thing is before you get out of before you're 21, basically,
Yeah.
you have all the time in the world. You have way more time to do it than we do afterwards.
Oh hell
Until we
yeah.
get to Ken and Clinton's age, where we get some of that time back, right?
Mm-hmm.
In our day.
Yeah.
So I am so at work. I don't know how many times I've mentioned Ken Castro, not by name, to coworkers. I'm like, I have this friend, and he's a
Mm-hmm.
real son of a bitch because he's always giving me hell about how great it is to be retired.
I know, right?
And I'm like, and I've still got at least 15, if not more, years to go. And I'm like,
Yeah.
you son of a bitch.
Same here. And it's like,
You are
Ken,
the
you're like,
luckiest dog I know.
I know, right? Ken's like, yeah, just got up. I'm gonna roll up a few games, and I'm thinking I gotta go schlep for FedEx. I'm like, damn it. I mean, you earned it, Ken, but holy shit. And Bernie,
Yeah.
Because at my
right?
age,
Bernie's I've got 7
already
baseball
moving forward as
replays
kid.
and 3 football. And I'm thinking, you guys are so damn lucky. You guys are so damn lucky. D. Scott Howard joins us. Welcome, D. Scott. He says,
Scott,
retirement's
thanks.
a
Yeah, thanks
wonderful
for
thing.
filing on.
Yeah, rub it in, man. Thanks. I mean, we know you
Yeah,
guys earned
I
it,
really
but
do.
come on. Come on. You know what I think you should do? You should have
I'm
your whole
glad that
life.
I can go to work
I
so
know,
I
but you
can
should
pay
start
for
working
you
at
to stay
65.
home.
No,
Yeah,
you should
so that
start
you can stay home
working.
at 65.
Nah,
Yeah.
start working at 65, right? Because by that time you made
Uh,
all your damn mistakes. You don't give a damn about women anymore. You just want, and then you start work at 65. And if when I'm in charge, I'm switching it around, man. Unless I turn
Well, I'm sure you
65
heard
by
the
then.
story about
uh,
um, humans, the first human, and the cow and the dog and all. Did you ever hear that story?
No, haven't.
no,
Please
I
The
share
heard
it.
it that it was
cow.
the first human was with Eve, not a cow and a dog. But
Oh
okay.
no, a cow goes to God, and God says you're going to live to be 20 years, and you're going to work in the field. And the cow says, "Can I only live 5 years and do that?" And the human's standing there and say, "Can I have the other 15 years?" And blah blah blah. The story goes, and the dog and all. So at the end of the day, that's why for the first X amount of years, all you do is cry and poop and all, and then you work for 20 some years, then
Hmm.
you die, you get old, and somebody
Work
has to
like a
take care
dog.
of you and die. It's pretty
Oh,
cool.
it's pretty
Yeah.
bleak,
That's
dude. I don't know, man.
I know.
I mean,
But
holy
yeah,
shit,
that's what
Dwayne.
that's what we got. That's what we got. These animals were smart and thinking, man, I ain't doing that crap all my life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the human says, I'll take those years.
Yeah,
No,
right.
I
Yeah.
hadn't heard that one, but I don't know if you guys ever heard this one that when God made Adam and he put him in charge of the garden and he says, I'm going to give you a helpmate. And Adam says, oh, what a great idea, Lord. He says, hey, can you make it where she's always in the mood whenever I want to get romantic and that she'll never argue with me or undermine me or embarrass me in front of my friends? And I don't want her to question my decisions either or tell me I need to stop and ask for directions and so on and so forth.
Hmm.
And he says, come to think of it, he goes, where are you going to find such a, helpmate? And he goes, seems like that's a tall order now that I think about it. And God says, well, it is. He says, it's going to cost you an arm and a leg to get that. And Adam says, well, what could I get for a rib?
Oh God. Oh man. That's good. I love it.
Darn. Yeah, it's
Aaron
Now,
good.
my
Aaron's preaching a good
father-in-law
word
told me
here.
that on my
Yeah.
wedding day.
That's funny. What can I get for a rib? I'm gonna have to remember that. Oh my
Darn.
Yeah.
God, that is funny. This has been fun, guys. We're at 5 hours and 7 minutes. Can you believe it?
Oh,
But it's only
no, just
122.
kidding.
See that?
Exactly.
This has been really, really, really fun. Dwayne, what do you got coming up? Well, we might as well say today. See, to me, it's still Saturday. So what do you got coming up
Yeah.
tomorrow? on Sunday? What do you got coming up?
We got the Yankees taking on, I think the Angels,
Okay.
and then the Braves are taking on
The,
your Pirates
Damn
again.
it.
They're back to the
Okay.
Pirates already. Yeah.
Yeah.
the
See, they were
M&M
doing
boys
better
did you
that
hit
day
the
I came in.
Range
You're like,
Chicken?
oh, why don't you manage? Right. So the Pirates are leading.
They
It's in the
was.
7th
It
inning.
was
They
five
were leading.
nothing.
It was 5-0. This is how much I
Yeah,
suck.
and they lost 6-5.
Yeah, I come in. I
Six
come in from
unanswered
work,
runs.
right? Dwayne's like, "Oh, why don't you manage?" I'm
Oh
like, "Oh, okay." Blah
no.
blah 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 blah, and we lost. So yeah, this is the next time we better let it right because Ken, when Ken's there for Phillies games, Ken's like, "Yeah, move this guy, and he's managing." And Ken wins. I come in, the Bucks blow a 5-0 lead. So there you go.
Who hit that home run
You
at
mean
the bottom of the ninth?
I don't know, but I hate him now.
So
Yeah.
so you had the anti Bruce Bochy managing, I guess. So
Oh my
Yeah.
God. So Cooney says he has a
Jesus.
batch set of videos he's being worked on this week. So he's doing
Was that the game
2008.
too? Gibbons was pitching the no hitter, Beatles?
I think so. Cause I'm like,
Yeah,
I
he's
sat
pitching no
down. It's
hitter
like
going
end of
into
the
the
day.
seventh inning.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll
Yeah.
manage this thing. And then
5-0 and a no hitter going to the seventh.
yeah, and then
That's the
I'm
way
like, oh, well, I
that's the
better put
way
it
it
on
goes.
McBean.
Yeah,
That
that's
was
the way it
Let
goes.
me pull it up here.
so
Pretty
Sakuni
sure that was the
he's
game.
doing 2008 an inside pitch, guys. Keep up with that. Aaron says that that Appa baseball was a big hit with his girlfriend over the past week. So there you go, preaching the good gospel
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
And Carlos Yaz giving us some wisdom here. He says 10 more years, close to 9, and then retirement. And then he says all I have to do is breathe till then.
No, actually, that's what you have to do. That's all you have to do afterwards.
Well, breathe and roll up baseball sims and say, yeah, that's
Yeah,
right, guys.
there you go.
And
Yeah.
and these guys know it too, because like I'll be on my way to work. And, yep, gonna roll up a game, and I'm thinking, son of a bitch. So that's all right. No, it's all good. Like I said, they earned it and all that stuff. And I don't want to wish my life away, but it would be really cool to just like hang out and do this stuff. It would be so much
Baseball all
fun.
day. Yeah.
So I just get
Every
YouTube to
day
like,
Saturday.
yeah.
Alas, yeah.
I mean, I look forward to it. I really look forward to, just like the weekends when I have more time to do this, and because the stuff. I mean, during the week, I sometimes can't come on to 11:30 and whatever, and it's like 3 people, which still is fun. But I'm such a geek. I look forward to just chatting up with you guys. It's all good. So all good, all good, all good.
I thought it was. It was Gino hit that home run.
Gino Cimoli, that's right, because he was a
Yep.
pirate and he's a
Yeah,
paisan.
that's what we was talking about. Yeah.
Bastard.
Yep. And it was
Bastardo.
it was a no hitter going into the seventh, and Matthews hit a home run to break up the no hitter in the shutout.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thanks,
Yeah.
Gino,
Yeah.
jerk.
Yeah. I
So
knew it was somebody obscure that hit it. I knew it wasn't one of the big boys.
no.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah, isn't
god,
that funny?
so funny. But it's it's a
Yeah, because
good
we looked up, it was Johnny Logan went to the Pirates in that trade.
right. You did look that up, yeah.
Yep.
And then they got Gino Cimoli because Cimoli, I'm like, yeah, he was a pirate. So
From
But-
the Braves?
yeah,
Yeah,
Cimoli was on the
61.
61 Braves, but he was a pirate and he was traded.
Yep.
And the Bucks got Johnny Logan in the trade. And Gino Cimoli hit that damn
Yeah.
home run. And like, yeah, damn it. So I suck as a manager. I know that. But I mean, that was kind of embarrassing. 7th thing, I'm like, yeah, this is cool. I'll be easy. Tired from work. I might have to just say, oh, yeah, pinch in for this guy. But no, I actually had to manage and it sucked. And boy, the 61 Pirates had no bullpen. I mean,
No,
Clem
they don't.
Levine is at the end of his career. Al McBean just sucked that day. He wasn't bad, but we didn't have a bullpen. We really, really didn't.
I
And
think
in fact,
Face was probably the best pitcher in the bullpen.
oh, absolutely, absolutely. And
Yeah.
if I recall, I called him in, and he didn't do well.
Yep.
Because
Oh,
yeah,
Roy?
bring in Roy Face, and he didn't do well.
Mhm.
God. Aaron is asking you, Dwayne. Do you know a fellow by the name of Ralph Garr? Hell, yeah. I'm not a Braves fan, and I know Ralph Garr.
And yeah,
Yeah.
good outfielder.
Yeah, he was.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. So here it is. It's funny, even how baseball fans are. We always look it up. Now we're even looking up things in our Sims. Right. When Casey
Right.
Stengel say, you could look it up. Here we are. Well, let me look back on this game I had. Oh yeah, it was him.
That's one reason I got into YouTube. 'Cause, man, I wish I could go back and see some of the stuff we did in the 80s. And I'm like, well, for
Oh my
selfish
God.
reasons, I'll just put this on YouTube and I'll
Yep.
go back and look at the 1961 game that I took Whitey Ford out when he's pitching the no hitter.
But you know what? People are gonna find it. I just had somebody make a comment tonight on a video, and it was back from the Ken Castro dead ball tournament, which finished like 4 months ago. So I mean, people find this
Huh?
stuff. It's gonna be
Yep.
there. Yeah, and I love that. I love the fact that, you know, right, Dwayne, somebody is gonna be there and it's gonna be like, damn, this is pretty cool. This guy's doing this replay of the Braves and Yankees and blah 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 blah. I love it.
That's right, Aaron. Greatest game in the world. Yep.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And,
It
and
is.
I'll steal Dan Ockrid's line about rotisserie baseball and apply it to sim baseball.
Hmm.
It's the greatest game since the greatest game.
It is. Yeah,
Yeah,
it is.
it really is because I mean you can't you can play it any number of ways.
What did
Any
Casey
I
say
mean
about
how
baseball?
many
It's the
seasons?
greatest
I'll never
baseball
play the
game of
same.
baseball.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it'll never unfold the same way twice.
No.
I mean, it's always fresh and new. It's just awesome.
And as
So
much as
you
we
know,
bemoan the
I do a
changes
lot
of
of
the game, we look
football
forward
games.
to opening day every year. And at least for
Yep.
me, I always look forward to pitchers
Yeah.
and catchers report.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. I bitch and complain about the rules changes, but every year it's like it's baseball season.
Yeah. Yeah. Spring
Although
has
for me,
sprung.
baseball season never ends thanks to these Sims. You know, before I discovered these things,
Yeah, no,
Big
that's true.
Clue, you know what? It was the off season was like, what the hell am I? I mean, yeah, I had magic and music and stuff, but I'm like, what the hell am I gonna do? I don't have any baseball, right? What am I gonna do?
Uh,
It was terrible. And then, you know, finding these things, it's like, yeah, baby. So, it doesn't end for me. I love it. And you know, in a way, I'm kind of envious of people who are fans of which is most of you who are fans of multiple sports. So you have something to keep you going. All this is it, man. This is like I've got these baseball sims.
no, you
So
see, no. For me, World Series games. What was it? What was the last day of the World Series? Last Sunday? Am I?
yeah,
Was it Sunday? The
yep.
World Series ended. Okay.
Hmm.
Well, so Monday for me was the first day of the 2024 season
Okay.
because I pay attention. I mean, from the team building, roster construction, so I'm
Right.
paying attention to. Oh, I know they've got the 5-day window to give players the options or cut them and da da da. All this. Then later this week we have the GM meetings coming up, so
Right.
there should be you could see some trades coming in. So I mean, hot stove starts. That's the other season for me, and then on
Yeah.
top of that, you also have hey, guess what ballot's being introduced here in another week or two. It's
Hmm.
Hall of Fame season. So
True.
that lasts until late January for me. And so by the time they announce the writers vote every year, which is big, for me, the day they announce the BBA results is bigger than Christmas Day for me.
Hmm.
So I mean that's how much attention I pay to it. So once you get there, then it's like now we're talking just a handful of weeks before spring train. So, but
It's a good way
same
to
thing
look
as
at
here.
it.
Roger
Yeah.
Rogers Hornsby said it best. When he was asked, "What do you do when in the winter when there's no
Yes.
baseball?" He says, "I stare out the
The
window and I
window.
wait for spring." Yeah, that's
Yes.
my life for the last 40 something years.
Same here.
Anyways,
You know,
yeah, and
one
these
thing
games
I
all year
remember.
round.
I remember, you know, Bob Costas saying this and whether you're a Costas fan or not, I loved what he said in the Burns documentary. And he said, you know, he said it's one of those things that you carry with you in your life. And I think about the things that have stayed with me my entire life, and baseball's one of them. And
Yeah.
in fact, my love for this game, I get it's more. It's not
He's
like
in that
it's.
documentary about Yogi Berra. He does a good job with that too. Bob Costas
I'll
does.
have to
But
check it
it's
out.
not just
Costas
that.
loves the game, you know, but it
You use
stayed with me.
baseball as the clock, right? Baseball's the clock by which you measure when other things happen, not the other way
Exactly.
around.
Exactly.
You
That
know,
is it. Yeah, Aaron. We for a few minutes we do anyhow. Yeah. We're at 5 hours.
here, Aaron, what do you? If you were commissioner, you would have the MLB app only play ads about the new rules. Yeah, I got a little sickened this year by the commercials. They brought in who's that actor? Bryan Cranston and stuff. Oh yeah, that's get rid of the shift. That's what I'm talking about. I'm like, A, you're one person who gives a crap about you. B, you're reading whatever script they've given you for the commercial. Nobody was hardly anybody was screaming ban the shift, that wasn't part of this group, other than, gee, batting averages are low, but the
Yeah.
shift's
Ted
hardly.
Ted Williams had the best answer to the shift. Remember 1946, right? Cardinals are hard shifting him right on the infield. And they asked Ted Williams about it. He said it's baseball. Williams could have
Yep.
hit the ball to the opposite field. He didn't, and Aaron Reed's on with us. Williams could have hit. He could have just blew. He was a great hitter. Ted Williams could hit the damn ball anywhere he wanted. He still hit in. He said, "Look, they're playing. They've got to try to get to the ball. It's my job to get it past them. They got it
Hit them where
done.
they ain't.
You know."
Yep.
That,
Hey,
that,
Aaron.
hey, Clue. That's
Hey,
been the
Aaron.
old saying for years. Hit them where they ain't. Um,
Yep.
I want to apologize in advance, fellas. My voice is a little messed up. I've been a little under the weather the past couple of days, but I thought since I'm still awake and can't sleep, but yet thinking about A, my girlfriend, and B, baseball, I thought I would just
Okay,
join you guys.
You have them backwards, Aaron, but that's okay.
Yeah, no,
Baseball and girl,
There you
what
go.
baseball and
what movie is
girlfriend.
that line in about? He's got the women troubles, and he goes, "What do you do when that happens?" I think about baseball.
I think
Think
about
about
baseball.
baseball. Pretty
Sounds
much.
like something Superman might say.
Exactly.
Fortress of Solitude. He watches baseball.
Yeah, oh my God, I can't remember that movie, but that's I think about baseball.
Yeah, Vanessa was. She was asking me, like, what? She's like, what? I was showing her what Apple was. She goes, what is this? And I said, it's a app that's been around since. It's a game, but it's an app that's been around since the '90s. It's called Baseball for Windows. And she goes, how does this work? And I said, well, you had to buy it first, but she said she's probably not going to have her own copy because she doesn't understand the. I don't think
Hmm.
she said she didn't understand the basics, but I showed her the advanced draft, the league manager, and how to set up all the bells and the whistles and things like that
Right.
when it comes to series and stuff. But she seemed to like she listened to Ernie with me, and I'm
Damn.
like
Hey,
explaining it to her,
You want
and
to
I
swap
said,
girlfriends and try to convert mine because she doesn't give a shit. Yeah,
um,
she's like,
I'm I
whatever.
love it. I love
Oh
Nessa
my
too
god.
much. She's been the best thing. Other than she's been the best thing that's happened to me the past few.
Oh, geez, Aaron, I thought I was. Oh well.
that's
Anyhow.
awesome.
Of course you. Well,
No,
you
hey, this
too.
is Aaron, not Robbie.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I'm sorry. I stand corrected.
But
Oh my god.
no, I just got back from seeing her for a week,
Hmm.
and we played. She's like when we were like when her little boy was doing his classes and stuff. You know, I would basically, if we were just like sitting around not doing anything,
Uh-huh.
I'd put ABBA on and we'd listen to, say, for example, I just made I just finished doing a 95 NLCS replay or a actually complete league championship series replay,
Hmm.
and it led to the Reds and Red Sox meeting in the World Series. And I showed her how to make that organization. She goes, why do you export? I said, it's easier that way.
Hmm.
Now, it won't keep track of stats, but when you do that, but it basically is like here they are. You put them in the leagues. You know can make it. And then she's like, "How do you do that when you can't see?" And I said, "Oh, it don't tell you directly like what it's doing, but it will tell you what you're looking at."
What I
I
love,
mean,
Aaron, is that I'm so glad because I mean it's a great baseball sim, and I'm so
yeah.
glad that your software works with it. And
Oh
I was just
man,
so overjoyed because that's what. Remember, we got you Action PC first, just in case,
yes.
and then you're like, "Yep, it works. It works." I'm like, "Cool. Now let's do baseball for Windows." And
Well,
you're
we
like, "It
read into
works."
everything, and
Right,
it
we
was
had
like
to because I
I
was really upset because old time baseball and out of the park baseball those won't work for you.
well, old
But
time
well, old time
is
almost does, but out of the
yes.
park, I was trying to help Joe Murdy a couple weeks ago, and it just
It
it
is not
yeah,
accessible.
you
I
guys
tried.
can't use it. But I'm so glad because baseball for Windows is you know I say this and guys, everybody knows Aaron is blind. Um,
Yes,
and so things that we're talking about these Sims, think about what we take for granted, and right
Yeah.
that we're talking to somebody here that has never seen and I say it in a literal sense, has never seen a baseball game and has the same passion about baseball as we do. And Aaron, I'm not trying to single you out and I'm trying to
no, it's all
drive
right.
home the
Well,
fact that
Aaron is clearly a man of intelligence and taste. So.
well, precisely. But I'm so glad that works for you because your
Yeah.
perspective on baseball, if you will, is unique to the rest of us.
Exactly. And
Because when you talk about having seen a baseball game, you have
you've never
seen,
seen it.
but you see, well, you see it differently. You see it differently is what I'm saying. The
Exactly.
way you
And
see baseball, I mean, working with you and getting these games to work and making sure everything was fine. And I told you, I'm like, wow, thank you for giving me this new perspective on this game that I love so much on baseball.
I mean,
And I love
and
how
then
you
whether
talk about, oh, my family and I, we'd go to see these players, and I knew what you meant, but
you've
it
got my
really
drift.
struck me. And so I'm so glad that you're getting so much joy out of baseball for Windows. It makes me
I
so
mean,
happy.
like I've often wanted to
More
see
ball games with Rob Manfred, I'll bet.
Oh,
what's that?
Rob Manfred.
I said you know baseball way better than Rob Manfred for
Oh,
sure.
I could be a hell of a commissioner if
Oh,
they
There
yeah.
you
would
go.
hire a blind man to do the job. I mean, basically, I would, what my main objective would be. I
Yeah.
mean, make the game fun, not restricted like it is now, where there's no shift. There's the damn pitch clock would go. Now, I'd leave it up to the players to decide what to do about the DH, but
Well,
it
the
does
players the
kind of,
players are going to be for the DH. Come on,
yeah, they could keep that if they wanted it.
Dave
But I would
Winfield and Edgar
say
Martinez
drop
loved
the
it.
ghost runner, drop
Yes.
the pitch clock.
Hmm.
Baseball it's like when you go to a game, it's like a picnic atmosphere. You're there to have a good time with friends. You're there to watch a good game. But it really irks me when people say, "Oh, the games are a lot faster nowadays," and it's such a success. It really gets on my nerves because it only drives home the point that idiots run the league. I mean, and then, but yeah, like with say baseball for Windows, I can go back and play say nine. I know we've been using 1990 off a lot because it was my birth year, but 1975 or something like that.
Hmm.
And it's like that. These are the guys that were around at that time that I wasn't even alive yet. My dad was only 14 years old, I believe.
Hmm.
But by the way, my girlfriend is a Red like me. She's a Reds fan as well.
And big clue, I'm on here with two Reds fans. Holy shit! What the hell? Now I got to side with a Braves fan here. I got Dwayne here at least. So Dwayne, thank
well,
you.
I would say I'm a Braves fan too, but I felt bad for how they got just just chopped out by the Phillies. in the
I,
playoffs
I
this
don't.
year.
I don't feel badly at all about it. You know, the
Well,
Braves. Braves were tough. The Braves were tough.
I don't.
You know,
But after 162
two
games, where the
games.
Braves are clearly better than the Phillies, why do they even have to play them again? That's
Right. I think
again,
I'm with you.
because the Phillies were a wild card team and they, the Braves won the division. But it's like they always say, I've heard people say this too. Once you've played 162 games and you make the playoffs, what you do at what you did in the regular season doesn't mean jack anymore because once crunch time comes around, if you lose, for example, like what the Dodgers did, best team in the West all year long, and they they choked in the
oh
playoffs.
yeah, we talked about the Dodgers probably an hour ago doing that. Yes,
I
you're right.
mean, and to think about how they're going to go back and look at the Diamondbacks and say these guys were the folks that they said would never make the World Series this year. They'd never go far. It didn't look good at the start of the year, and now it's like they got a National League pennant under their belt. Their first one in what was it? The guy
Two,
said 22 years.
yeah, 2001. I think is when they won the World
Yeah.
Series,
But
right?
yeah, they
Yeah,
beat the Yankees in '01,
yeah.
and then but it was so weird seeing a playoff year without St. Louis, Boston, or New York, any of the New York teams.
hmm
I mean, the Mets are a joke anyway, but it's so weird not seeing the Red Sox or Yankees or the Cardinals in the
It was
playoffs
refreshing, and I
because
would tell you this because I do
it
like
was.
I like the Cardinals, but it was nice to see some outliers. Carlos says something cool. He says one of the reasons he got tired of baseball is the batter stepping out, then the pitcher stepping off. He says so I don't watch, but maybe the pitch timer's good. Just throw the damn ball. I'm okay with that.
there you go.
But what I don't
That's a,
like
that's a
is the
perfect
limited throws
example.
over to first because you
Yeah,
can
that's
game that. That's a viable defense. You've got a
I
base
dropped the
stealer.
limited throw to.
Yeah,
I
you
would
got a
drop
base
the
steal.
limited throws to first.
Yeah, because that rule they want more stolen bases. They had a shit ton of stolen bases in the dead ball era. Just run. That's the answer. Have more players run. Draft more players with speed and power. You can do it. You can throw. How many times you allowed to throw to first right now? What's the rule?
I think
Three
it's
times you got to
three.
get
right.
him out.
Three
If you
times. So
Right.
if you
you
don't get him out on the third time, he gets second or
He,
third.
they give him second or third base,
yeah
and
they
Yep,
it's
the third time
stupid.
you must get him out.
that's
I mean,
bullshit. That's a
I mean,
bullshit rule,
I
man.
re- I
Well, I
think
think
it's
the main
funny.
reason though, Pete, was they use it is
Yeah,
not
they
to
did
increase
steal
the base
bases
run.
in the
They didn't
'70s.
want it to so they throw over the first 50 times to reset the pitch clock.
What
I've
Carlos does is a great example. It doesn't tinker with how the game is played. You know what I mean? It doesn't
Right.
change any. It doesn't change the rules. We don't muck with the statistics. You're not limiting strategy. That's just common sense stuff to keep the flow of the game going. So it's all positives. The only negative is a couple of players are going to have to get used to doing things in a more timely manner. Oh well.
I,
So
I
yeah, that would have been a
they're
better
gonna
intermediate step before the pitch clock, actually.
regardless of what we think about the pitch clock, it's gonna be around
Yeah.
probably forever, and there's not a damn thing we can do about it. I mean, we
Well,
could piss and complain all we want
right.
and say what we would do if we ran Major League Baseball
Yes.
or independent baseball or even minor league baseball for that matter.
Mm-hmm.
I guess Major League Baseball with minor league was falling to Major League because of all the affiliates that they've got.
Mm-hmm.
But they're gonna, they may even add new rules. I've heard. I don't know what they would possibly add, but like I said, if I was commissioner and they wanted to play a commercial showing off the new rules and saying basically like them because they're here to stay. If you don't, tough shit. I would say play that only once opening day and leave it alone. You know,
Mm-hmm.
if you miss it, then, look it up on the internet because there's no need to flaunt it, rub it in. It's like salt on a wound. It's like salt on a wound, and I've said it before, like I'll listen to the MLB app. Like, if you listen to a game on demand nowadays, I think they just play the radio station's ads for the game you're listening to.
Yeah.
And the cool thing is you can go back. I don't know how far back you can go, but you can go back and listen to games from like 2 or 3 years ago, even in spring training. But, um, like I said, we'll probably just, if we want to watch real baseball, like if a good game is on, we're going to have to get used to the rules because no matter what we say or do, they're not going to change them.
Yeah, but we have an antidote to that.
Yes,
Yeah, these baseball
we do.
sims.
Yes.
So you know what? We're all our own commissioners in that
And
respect.
you're right. And plus, it with our ways of doing it, it's year round.
Well,
I
and we
mean,
can make it what we want. I mean, and you're right. Yeah, we
exactly.
can bitch, we can moan, but you know what? Here is still the thing. At the end of the day, we still, again, we were talking about this before you came on, and a couple hours ago, and whatever. We still love baseball. I mean, we do.
Yes.
I mean, despite Manfred and despite the owners and despite all the bullshit, we still love the game. It's
I
just
mean,
that my point that I'd made earlier, Aaron, was that I felt that the
yes.
rules changes were too many too quickly. It's like
Yes.
let's
It's
try
like
a little bit of and some of them are bullshit. Ghost Runner, it's just stupid. You can't justify that. It doesn't,
I would drop the Ghost Runner if I was commissioner because
but remember, Aaron, don't no. It's with the commissioner's office. What did they say? We asked you and we heard you. No, you didn't.
yeah,
It's not
bullshit.
like you didn't send me a letter. You didn't send me an email.
Yeah.
You didn't call me, Rob,
There's no
Manfred. You
survey.
didn't come and say, "Hey, listen, dude, let's go out and have some good Italian food and Beatles eternally." What do you think about this and this? Oh, sure, Rob,
All
whatever.
right,
As long
all
as you
right.
pick up the check,
We
you
know how to
bloody
convince
bastard.
Beatles now.
What's
I
that?
would say it sucks.
We know how to convince you now. Hey,
That's
taking you
it.
out for
Just
pasta on my dime.
good pasta, some good. Yep, there you go, man. Some good
Vino,
vino.
yeah.
Oh hell yeah, buddy! I'll be like, that's right. Bring in cheerleaders and oh my
Bring
god.
in 2 liters. I mean, we're
And you know
drinking
what?
Coca-Cola or Pepsi all
So
day long.
I used to say, and I loves me some women, but I used to say, if they bring in cheerleaders in baseball, I'm going to be done. I never thought with all these rule changes, and I would say, you know what? I wish they just bring in cheerleaders and get rid of all the other stupid rules, because I'd rather watch some great legs out there in between the innings than a ghost runner and extra. Come on.
We used to have a dance team
Pah.
where when we were the Lexington Legends, we
Mm-hmm.
used to have a they didn't do this every single game,
Mm-hmm.
but sometimes the Lady Legends would come out and
Mm-hmm.
dance between innings and
Mm-hmm.
you know, I don't know if they were like late teenage in the or 20s and women in their 20s or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
but they don't even I don't even think they do that anymore because
Mm.
or that'd be like having the Reds mascots doing the YMCA
Oh God.
between innings while they clean the field of debris or some shit.
Ah,
Or
go back to the old days. Go back to the old days where there wasn't any of that crap, man. Except when you had
ex-
like, you know what? You know what's pure baseball? The
yes,
1934 World Series, Game 7, and Tigers fans are throwing soda bottles at Ducky Medwick, baby.
fruit.
That is baseball. Yep, and
That
rotten
was
fruit and everything, buddy.
rotten
And
fruit.
the
So
commissioner
that's
of
what
baseball had to pull Medwick out of the game.
he
That's
had to get him
baseball.
out.
That's right,
I
man. That's
We
I
baseball.
we
always
can have character and a lack of homogeneity. Ah,
Yeah, it's late,
homogeneous
dude. I
homogeneity,
behavior.
know it's late, right?
Yeah, yeah.
homogeneous behavior.
Anyway, we can have that without hooliganism, please. We don't want to turn this into soccer.
Or
Well,
what was
yeah.
that story
It
where
still was kind of funny, though. I mean, in a
I mean
way,
Yeah.
Ducky
I mean, let's
Medwick
bring
probably
back
wasn't.
umpire
He,
abuse while we're at it.
Medwick wanted to stay in the game.
yeah, he's like but the commissioner was like I think that was Landis,
It
wasn't it?
was
If it was
Landis. Yeah,
34.
yeah,
He said,
Landis.
"No, I'm worried about your safety because
Yeah.
you could get hurt out there with all those objects flying at you." I mean, what was that story? It was in '95. There was a Cardinals, and it was I think it was Dodger Stadium. It was the excuse me, Cardinals Dodgers, and they threw balls on the field,
Yeah.
and the I think the Dodgers lost via forfeit or something because of that, and then a couple like hooliganism. For you mentioned Clue. In 2000, there was a game at Wrigley Field, and the Dodgers went into the dugout, and then went into the stand and started fighting with the fans because the fans were just heck on them like stink on shit.
Oh
Pretty
no, I mean
much.
I'm not. You know, I'm just joking about the
I
thing.
know.
You know, I
Yeah.
mean certainly not, but I mean that was a hell of a story. I mean, but
You was right, Aaron.
you know,
August
Yeah,
10th against the Cardinals.
yeah, and then
'95.
of course there's the '84 Padres
we could
Braves
Oh,
just go
that's
brawl.
demolition
brawl
night here.
Oh
ever.
yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
That
still
was the
looking
best
for
brawl.
the full audio of that game.
Oh God, that was
Honestly,
awesome.
I am still looking for that. Um, all I
I
see
blame
is
that on
little
one guy, and he was a dick. Dick Williams.
Dick
He's the one
Williams.
that's
Dick was a Dick.
well
he was a
said.
dick.
Yeah.
Yep. He's the one
Dick.
that
Careful now.
caused that whole
He
thing.
managed Bernie's 67 socks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That was Dick Williams. I didn't know that. I thought it was somebody else.
And Dick
Because
Williams was
67,
managing the
the
Padres.
Impossible Dream Red Sox. That was Dick Williams. Was that his rookie season as a
Dick,
manager?
I know Dick Williams managed the Oakland A's for a
Yeah.
while.
Yeah.
But yeah,
And
like
then even
you,
get up with Charlie Finley. Yeah.
We need
Yeah.
Aaron, you have a request, but you got to get your voice back and everything first.
oh,
So
what's
Carlos
that?
says, can we get some Harry Carey doing mispronouncing
I
names
can't
after a
do
few
Harry
brews?
Carey tonight,
I know,
Carlos. I'm
but yeah,
sorry.
that's coming
My
up though,
voice
man.
is
That'll
it's
come up
coming
once he's
soon.
better.
My voice
Yeah.
is it's a little too messed up for that right now. This is cold weather that's getting everybody sick. I mean,
I thought it
but
was your hot date.
Yeah, man. Yeah, come on. Spill the beans here,
You had
Aaron.
you got the chutzpah to come on the air after catching mono tonight? That's
Yeah,
not
really.
cool.
oh shit.
Yeah.
No, like she's a baseball fan like I am, and she's a Reds fan too. They don't live that far from a Great American. They've driven by there a few times when they've gone places, and they've said, "Oh, there's the stadium
They
in
live on the
Cincinnati."
Kentucky side.
Uh-huh. She lives in Heapman.
Oh, okay. Yep.
But they got a minor league team called the Florence Yalls.
Yep.
I think that's close to Hebron, but
Yeah, very Hebron. Yeah.
but yeah, like she's a baseball fan. We've been dating now for a while, but she's you know, she wants to go to a game sometime with me. Like we go to a ball game together. And I said I'll bring my iPhone and we can listen.
We'll
What's
look for
that?
you
Watch
guys in
the
the
Hagerstown
jumbotron.
team come to town.
The Suns.
No, now they're not the Suns no more, Aaron. They're going to be the Flying Boxcars.
The flying
Oh,
boxcars. I love minor league baseball just for
Really?
that. Oh my god.
It's a plane that was built in Hagerstown. I never knew it, but yeah,
They're-
That's
they're-
Flying
awesome.
Boxcar.
the flying boxcars.
That's
Yeah,
fun.
I'm
would
eager
think
to see the
I would think
mascot
that's
for
the name
that.
of a Vegas team, like Boxcars is in France or
Yeah.
something.
Right?
I
No?
No.
Oh man.
well,
You have
I
to
used
look
to
it
live
up.
in
We got a logo
Jacksonville,
and all.
Florida,
I
and they
see,
changed the Jacksonville Suns to the Jacksonville Jumbo Shrimp
oh my
after some marketing firm came in. They're the Suns for decades. Perfectly fine name. And it's
Yes.
like, who's rooting for the Jumbo Shrimp?
jumbo
Oh my God.
shrimps. That's like
Yeah.
what they did with the legends. Now they're the counterclocks.
Yes.
minor
and
league
it
baseball is
sucks.
just amazing. I'm sorry, but you know what? My favorite team, right? Because just their name, the Richmond Flying Squirrels. I mean, come
The
on.
flying
Boy.
squirrels.
Because
Richmond,
when you
Virginia.
get to the big
Is
leagues,
their mascot named
I
What's
you
that?
know, it's just right because
Bullwinkle's his best friend.
when you
Wait a
go
minute,
to
wait
the
a minute.
bigs, when you go to the bigs, you're going to be a tiger, a giant, a pirate. But man, in the minors, you're a mud hen, you're a flying
You're a mud
squirrel,
hen,
you're a jumbo
Yeah.
shrimp. I mean,
a
come
jumbo
on.
shrimp. You're a
I think
bat.
they have more. I think they have more fun with the minor.
You're a
Like even though
biscuit.
some of them are stupid, that's fine.
You're a
Yeah.
I
biscuit.
watched the documentary on Netflix, and the main reason that these minor league teams aren't calling themselves after their affiliation is they can't sell merchandise.
No, they can't. The
I mean,
So
minor
now they
leagues
dude,
got
and
their
actually
own name
gets
and they get all the money for the merchandise.
so it's
They don't have to
serfdom.
split it
It
with the affiliated team.
Oh, the minor
what
leagues
was
get screwed so badly, right? And with the latest the latest CBA or whatever it is, the big clubs have actually really put the screws to the minor league teams, and it's
you're a clipper?
and the thing is they
Yeah.
there's
Oh, with the reorganization, yeah.
yeah they've
Oh my
really hurt
gosh.
the minor leagues. And the thing is, minor leagues bring in a ton of revenue. There was a book, Big Clue. I don't remember the title. You probably remember it, but it came out like about 15 years ago. But it's this study about how minor league baseball positively, like in a big way, impacts towns where it comes. And if the big league clubs are just like, okay, we're going to just screw you more and screw you more, and
I
it's a
remember
shame.
what the documentary's called. It's called 50 Summers,
50
and it's
summers.
about the ball club. Oh, ain't that awful? The Royals Farm,
Oh, I
Triple H Farm
watched
Club.
that. Yes, I
The
saw it on
Yeah,
Omaha
YouTube.
you remember that?
Royals.
Yeah, I saw it
Yeah,
on
and they
YouTube.
changed their names from the Royals just to
Yes.
generate more money.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah.
Great documentary.
that's
That's
what it was on.
Yep.
Yeah, 50
Basically, the
Summers.
GM of any minor league team, his only job is to like come up with creative promotions and
Mm-hmm.
branding for like how many companies in town can I sell tickets to. He does. There's no player, stuff that
No, they
they're
can't
involved
sign
in.
anybody anymore.
the
Yeah, it's
major
all
leagues
dictated
do all of
by
that.
the
Yep,
team. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
that is
like,
correct.
and I know this because in '04, I believe it was the year that the Astros traded John Buck to the Kansas City Royals for
Oh wow. Yeah.
what was it, for
John Buck.
a couple guys in the, I think it was like a couple guys in the minors or whatever it was, and Buck went to Omaha. Um, and then, or I'm trying to think of one I won a few years ago, but or because like yeah, the minor leagues are the development league, and yet you know the major league owner teams are the ones that make the big decisions as to where you're going to go, who you're going to play for at the start of the year. I mean, I used to listen to the occasional hot stove leagues, which I believe are going on right now. Hell, this is kind of our own hot stove league,
Mm-hmm.
but
Yeah.
we just talk about you know the hodgepodge of baseball. But with the actual hot stove league, they talk about off-season trades and stuff like that, and it's like that's why I don't watch the MLB network on TV that much because they don't do anything else during the off season. I mean, they just kind of it's like they just hang around. Why don't they play like old games from years gone by or something like
Yeah,
that?
I think that's a huge missed opportunity. I don't need to see the Naked Gun for the 58th time this winter on
Yeah.
the same channel, or worse, Rookie of the Year or some other bad movie like
Little big league with
Little
the
Big League
Minnesota
for the
Twins,
100th.
Now, but
Yeah,
I could always
I mean,
watch. I
or
could always watch
and God
Sandlot.
bless Ken Burns
the
Oh, exactly.
baseball.
Sandlot. Yes,
Yeah,
Because you're
but they
killing me,
all are
Beatles. You're
you're
killing me.
killing me, Smalls.
same year, the
Oh
same
my God.
over and over and over again. Yeah.
I mean, they'll show a movie like every night. If I want to watch an old baseball game, I'll either A, go on YouTube and find it through this is where you find classic baseball channel or the radio channel they got,
Classic baseball
or
on the
I'll watch,
radio. Yeah.
yes, oh my God, or I'll watch Pluto because there's an MLB channel on when they ain't doing like season documentaries or player documentaries or showing those little old like highlight films of a
Mm-hmm.
World
Yeah.
Series or an
Yeah.
All-Star game. They're
Good
playing
stuff.
like old games from many years ago. I think according to the on-demand section, The oldest game that I've seen was from 1952,
For
I
on
believe.
there, okay, yeah, because I think because
Yes.
classic baseball on the
MLB
radio
should have
goes
had
back
its
to
own
1934.
production company, yeah, for a half century making that kind of content.
Hmm.
There should be endless amounts of content like that. They could do it now, and they're not doing it.
Pride of the
It's,
I mean,
Yankees, you're
as
right.
we were
Great one,
saying
Carlos.
earlier,
Great movie. Babe Ruth's
yes.
story,
promote,
not so much.
yeah, promote your
I,
history, man.
So,
I
so
mean,
why is it that the greatest, well, arguably the greatest baseball player in history has had the shittiest movies about him, right? Not only
Yeah,
the
because
William Bendix Babe Ruth story, but then the John
who
Goodman
Ty Cobb?
version, right? The best version of Babe Ruth I ever saw was Joe Don Baker playing the Whammer in The Natural. That was
Yeah,
like, why
in the
didn't they make a Babe
natural.
Ruth, right? Yeah, in The Natural. Why didn't they make a Babe Ruth movie with him? Because Babe Ruth movies
Yeah,
suck. But the Pride of the
uh,
Yankees, yeah, you had Gary Cooper, a serious actor, awesome stuff.
I mean,
No, don't get me
I
wrong, I
mean,
love
Cosmo.
John Goodman, but I mean John Goodman is
wait,
great. Big Lebowski, gotta love it. But come on, um, so why is it Babe Ruth gets like shat upon in cinema?
Yeah,
Netflix has right if or not Netflix, if you go on Amazon, right, because I'm an Amazon Prime subscriber, and it's like I'm looking around, and it's like no, they don't have The Natural on there, or Field of Dreams, or Sandlot. No, they've
oh, I
got the
love
William
Field of
Bendix.
Dreams.
They've got the William Bendix Babe Ruth story. I'm like, you bastards,
yeah,
you
yeah.
People
Where
will
the
bastards.
come,
slugger's
Ray.
wife.
And and
The
Babe Ruth
Slugger's Wife, I've heard of that.
Babe Ruth, they showed him that movie before he died. It
Of
wasn't
the
released
Braves.
yet. You imagine, here's Babe Ruth dying of throat cancer, and they
Yeah,
subject the Bambino to the William Bendix Babe Ruth story. I think
Here's a
that
shitty
is
movie
cruel,
about
dude.
you. Watch it. I
Oh
mean,
my god.
and to think that Babe Ruth last played with the Braves
Yeah,
before he
but you know what?
retired.
That was sad too, because that was a circus show, and what happened with that, Aaron, was they brought Babe Ruth on as a quote unquote assistant manager, which we know there's no such thing in baseball. Babe Ruth wanted to manage badly.
yeah,
So what they did is they trotted him around the National League, and
yeah.
finally it got to Pittsburgh, and Babe Ruth's like, screw this, hit 3 home runs, and that was it.
And
And
now he said, I'm done.
the way he was treated, I mean, it was just so. I mean, Joe
Yeah,
McCarthy, right, took over in the Yankees. What was it, 33, 34, around there?
Yeah.
Uh,
yeah. They weren't giving it to Ruth at that point. Yeah,
right, and,
I
and and so he gets traded to the Braves, and it was a dog and pony show, man. And I mean, the Braves, in that final year for Ruth, 1935, they
come see
weren't a
the
good
bearded
teams.
lady. I mean, Babe
Yeah,
Ruth. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, exactly. And that was
that's
terrible. The Cobb
that's why they
movie,
say
based on the Stump book, which has been largely discredited. Carlos, yeah, was talking about the
yeah.
Cobb movie. Yeah, largely discredited. I agree. I like Tommy
Eight
Lee
Men Out
Jones, but
has been
eight
largely
men out.
discredited.
right, Eight Men Out had all kinds of things wrong, didn't it?
I,
Oof.
I remember the first time I saw that. It was like the middle of the summer of, I want to say, the mid 2000s.
Hmm.
And I was strolling through the TV one day, channel surfing, and I put on ESPN Classic,
Uh-huh.
and they're showing this movie, and I'm like, obviously it's a baseball movie because I hear the sounds,
Yep.
I hear the crowd, I
Hmm.
hear the guys saying, or the fellow saying the part crier
Hmm.
telling what the score is
Yep.
at the end of the game and everything like
Yeah,
that, like how they used to do it
Yep.
back in the day before radio came along.
Hmm.
But and my brother was like, that's Eight Man Out.
Hmm.
And I said, what is Eight Man Out? And he goes, it's the movie about the Black Sox scandal of 1919. I said, huh, they made a movie about it. But I watched it and I'm like, I you know, I felt bad for the players that didn't you know, go in on the fix, willingly.
Mm.
It was like they were forced into it. So thus they got barred from baseball. I
Well,
mean,
th-
there's, you know,
there was one thing the movie got right, and that
yes,
was the look. I mean,
yeah.
so the way the movie looks, like the game on the field, they it got that right. But yeah, they didn't. It's like they really didn't. It's like maybe you guys should, because it was one of the most compelling stories, not only in baseball but in American history. And it's like you guys could have actually done some research and actually did a really, really good movie. They had a good cast. But
Yes, they did.
I mean, but like, an important they didn't have anybody playing. There was no Christy Mathewson, who Christy
Nope.
Mathewson was one of the people to help broke that scandal. Because Huey
Oh man.
Fullerton asked him, he said, look, he said, I got a feeling there might be some things not quite on the level. Would you also keep score? And he and Mathewson weren't sitting anywhere near each other during the 1919 series, and they were circling the same players and the same plays. And I just thought that would have been a nice touch for history's sake to have. Christy Mathewson, who's returned from the First World War, he's dying, because he had inhaled some mustard gas during a training exercise. And, but
Yeah.
who was like, my God, Christy Mathewson was like the paragon, right? And I think that would have made for some great dramatic tension in addition to the historical fact. But the movie got it so many things wrong, and it was too bad.
You know, on a personal note, I
Mm-hmm.
used to read about games from, say, the early 1900s, like the Merkel's boner.
Mm-hmm.
And I often wonder what a radio broadcast of that game would have sounded like as it's being called.
Well, you were
I
2 years
mean,
before the first baseball broadcast,
Yeah.
so because the first one was Pittsburgh in 1921.
yeah,
Hey,
gosh.
Aaron, since you
Yes,
mentioned Merkel's boner, I want to pick on something Legend said earlier this evening
yes.
before you got here.
Comiskey was a tight ass,
Beatles, did
Carlos.
you
Yep.
see in chat where he made the comment about, and I'm not beating up on Legends, but where he
No.
makes the comment about, well, in a 16 game season, every game counts. Did you see that
Yeah, I did
little
see that.
I
Yeah, I
think
did
I
see
remark?
that.
did see
Yeah.
that.
And I'm thinking, yeah, and every game counts in a 162 game season 10 times more because, gee, which one is more impressive? Winning your division by a single game
Mm-hmm.
after 162 are played
Oh yeah.
or after just 16 are played? I'm
Yeah.
like, 1908 pennant race is the perfect example of that.
Oh
Yes,
yeah.
it
You know,
is.
you're going to tell
Oh my
me that
God.
any one game that season didn't count in the National League? I don't think so. Tell it to you think the 1993 San Francisco Giants don't know that every game counted that summer?
And
You know, I
yeah,
don't think
every
so.
game does count.
So,
And
you know,
baseball, by necessity, needs the long season by nature of the game.
that's right.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Because
That's
like
the
I
thing.
mean, like we did like sometimes these like I did a one and done tournament which actually flopped. I thought it would be a good idea, and it actually flopped because baseball you can't do one and done in baseball. You can't do it.
No.
No, no. That's,
Because
I mean,
the 1985 Pittsburgh Pirates on any given day, right, could beat the 2004 Boston Red Sox on any given day. Like just on a given day, that could happen. Baseball
Yep.
is about the long season, and yes, you know what? And those games count because, and I get
yes.
in one respect, Legend says, yeah, if I miss, 12 games, I still have. I do get that part for the casual fan, but every game counts, and you're going to win a third, you're going to lose a third. What's the saying? It's what you do with the other third.
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
what you do in baseball. It's what you do with the other third, and even the other ones, And so 16 games or 17 games, but how many months is that? It's still almost as long as baseball in terms of months. It doesn't
Yeah,
feel as
almost.
long, but what?
No.
So baseball goes April to September, 5 months, right? Well,
Yeah.
March,
Yep.
end of March. So April to September, 5 months. Football, 17 weeks. That's 4 months. So it's almost as long, but they play fewer games. Basketball feels like a long season. Hockey, they're long seasons as well. So I
Yeah.
don't understand. And I'm not saying this is Legends doing this.
Especially if you add their playoffs in with
Yes.
hockey and basketball.
Well,
Oh,
basketball goes forever.
And what's more physically grueling, getting beat up and then having a week off before you do it again, or day after day after day
day.
after day, the daily grind with what? Maybe if you're lucky, 2 days off every month.
Mm,
In baseball, it's just there's no comparison. So
yeah.
even
Baseball's the
saying, "Oh,
grind.
physical's a physical sport and baseball's not," nonsense.
Well,
You
no,
know,
it's
so
very
Baseball is a physical.
well.
It's a
Not only
physically
that,
demanding sport.
well, not only
yeah,
that, but with baseball, right? I mean, okay, you have a couple specialists, right? So now you do have DHs and relief pitchers or whatever.
Yes.
But generally in baseball, you've got to be able to run, hit, throw, catch, right? You can't be, and I mean, so analogous to that would be hockey. You can't play hockey unless you can skate. So you have to be a good skater and you got to know how to play the game. Well, in baseball, for the most part, right? You know, and again, and it was true before the DH and before all this other stuff. You had to, in baseball, right? It's not this game that's lacking action. In fact, right? So it's interesting with for me with football is you get like a play and they'll run a play and then they go back and they huddle. But in baseball, right? The pitcher pitches, ball's back. He gets the sign, goes again. And in baseball, all hell can break loose in a second. Boom. And it's over just as quickly. And but I know I'm getting off track. I believe to me every game does count. Now, granted, if you're in the cellar, you're the Pittsburgh Pirates here at the end of the season, although we didn't do as badly as last year. Okay, the best you can do is play spoiler. But I also would
Right.
argue that the games count because you're trying to assess for the next season. So it may
Right.
not be for the fan, but I, I don't know. I used to complain about, and I would make fun of my friends that were football fans. I'm like, you follow a sport where theoretically a team who played 500 ball all year could make it to your championship season. Well, now that's theoretically possible in baseball. I can't even make that argument anymore,
I'll tell you
right?
what,
I mean, what was it one year? It was the Angels in the American League West were in second place, and they were like 3 games below 500.
Yeah.
that's
Oh
insane.
yeah, you know how
I'll
to
tell you,
fight. You know how to. You have to know how to fight in hockey, Sakuni. Absolutely. Well, they
you
cleaned it
do
up a
have to
little
know how
bit,
to
but yeah,
fight in hockey.
I don't know. I
I will.
mean, I think it's the greatest game, Aaron, as you
It
said.
is.
It is to me the greatest game, and that's not saying that the other games are shit. I'm not saying that. I respect the athleticism of those games and whatever, but there's something about baseball. The hardest thing to do in sports, what is it? We've all heard it. Hitting a baseball.
Hit hitting the
That's
baseball because
hard.
it's coming at you so many
What's
miles an hour,
it's coming at you, but it's not
and
just
you
that.
ain't
Think
got
about
a
the
lot
other.
of time to decide whether to swing or not.
But what about the other aspects? Think about what the pitcher has to do. He has to throw a strike, but he has to throw it in such a way that the batter can't hit it. The batter,
Right.
nobody can block for you. You can't go to your best player in baseball. You have to hit that ball, a round object with a round object, and there's 9 other people out there against you.
Trying to catch it and stop you getting to
Exactly.
base.
And
I
that's
mean,
why I will always maintain baseball might not be the roughest sport, but it's the most difficult team sport of the four. I really believe that. I think it's the most difficult.
that's what
Legends disagreed with me on that, but I think it's the most difficult sport. I really do.
Deion Sanders said something similar to that one time. He said
And he played
baseball
both.
is
He
he
played both.
played both. He said baseball is so much more difficult
Yeah.
to play than football because it's so like football you just F ball you just run up and down the field and don't get tackled. For example, baseball you
Well,
have to do
Deion
so
Sanders was
much.
fast enough that happened, but right.
Right,
But
right,
I mean, I get what you're saying, and I'm not picking on Legends at all. I mean, he brings up
right.
very valid points.
Yes,
And by me saying that baseball's the most difficult sport, I'm not saying that the other sports are cakewalks.
right.
But when you're
No,
running,
no
I think
sports, no sport is easy.
no sport is easy. But well, no. But correct me if I'm wrong. Is it more demanding or more physically kind of challenging to run straight? And even though I know people are going to tackle you and it sucks, or you're running on a baseball field and you've got to make sharp turns, right? And
I
people's like I'll hear people fans of other sports say, "Well, why don't they play baseball in the rain?" Look at the way the game is played. You can't play in the rain. You can't.
you can't. No, you can't.
You hit a gapper in the alley, man. You're tearing around first base, and if that infield is wet, you're gonna end up tumbling somewhere out in right field.
You're gonna fall onto your
Yeah,
face if you're not careful.
but I never want to come off with, and I sometimes get this sense from some of the people when I say I don't. I'm not trying to make it a competition. I'm not.
Right,
I love baseball, and I'm one of those rare people who is a baseball only fan. And it's not because I'm ignorant of the other sports. I've been
right.
exposed to football all my life, and I don't like it. That doesn't mean that I feel crappy about people that love football. No, I don't. I don't like it. But where I get upset is when people don't know anything about baseball and say they don't like it. Then it's like, well, why don't you learn about something before you say you don't like it, even just a little bit? If you don't like it, cool. But to just say I don't
At
like it,
least you tried.
well, have you ever seen a game?
Yeah.
No. Have you ever heard a game? No. Can you name 5 baseball players? No. Why do you hate it? I just hate it. It's boring. But yeah,
I mean,
I don't know. Whatever. I don't want to
you know,
get into a. It's not this thing where I'm trying to get like nasty or stuff
I
like
will
that.
tell you,
I'm
I
not.
will tell you something that irked me at the start of the season.
What's
It
that?
was opening day, and I was trying to find a game on TV. This is what my
Mm-hmm.
brother told me
Mm-hmm.
that he asked me to if I wanted to share his MLB account with him
Mm-hmm.
so I could use it and
Mm-hmm.
listen to out of market games. I was channel surfing trying to find a game on say ESPN, and I put on ESPN. Excuse me, and
Thank you,
Max
Carlos, for
Kellerman
that. Go ahead
Max
now.
Kellerman had the absolute gonads to say from day one the Yankees were going to win the World Series.
Was he a
I
Yankees
mean,
fan?
I guess
Okay.
I don't know,
Right.
like I think it was First Take or something like that. But he's talking about the game they won. They just won a game early in the afternoon, and he goes, "The Yankees are going to win the World Series. That's it." I'm like, it's one day. I mean, yeah, they've got Aaron Judge. They got all these guys.
Yeah.
I mean, one man can't carry a whole team on his back for a whole year. He got hurt.
Except Walter
Through,
Johnson. But go ahead.
yeah, Walter Johnson did do
Walter
it.
Johnson did do it, but yeah.
He did it.
Yeah.
And I mean, but yeah, and then the Yankees wound up sucking, and not even making the playoffs this year. Along with, I mean, the Orioles snuck up on everybody. That
Yeah.
was, I mean, the Rays were hot, the Pirates were hot, the Orioles were just,
Well, we were only hot for a month, and if you remember, I even said, because Big Clue's really cool. Again, you'll say, "Hey, congratulations," but I'm like, and he knew that too, and I'm like, "Yeah, Clue." I said, "This is just, this isn't gonna last." I knew it wasn't gonna last.
and
I
it
enjoyed
didn't
it,
last.
but I was so stoked about the Orioles, and I was like, "Damn it!" And then they
Sort of like
didn't
the
make it.
1 week this year that Joey Votto hit like Joey Votto for a whole
Yeah.
7 or 10 days.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, the old Joey Votto's back from the injury. I'm like, give it time. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Did you see where they didn't renew his contract?
Yeah, something that's been predicted for 5-6 years now because of how he played.
He should just go ahead and retire. He's done enough. I mean,
I hope.
the guy has been with the Reds since 2007, I believe.
Yeah, he's
So
Hall of Fame. He's Hall of Fame.
That's what? That's 8, 9, 21, 2, 3, 15
Well,
years.
Besides, how old
so
is
a person
Votto? Because he's got to wait 5 years to
40. Votto's 40 years old. Yeah.
Okay,
So
yeah.
forget how old Votto is. My father's 76.
Okay.
Yes.
He and I went to Cooperstown to see Votto's induction. So not only do we have to wait the 5 years for Votto, how many more years do you think before he won't be able to make a road trip? So
Right.
we don't want to wait till my dad's pushing 90
Exactly.
to go see him get a. The writers aren't going to elect him the first year, unfortunately, because they're
No.
knuckleheads.
No.
And so I was like, Votto,
Do you believe in that?
Please stop.
That you're a first year Hall of Famer. I don't believe in that. You're a Hall of Famer or you're not a Hall of Famer. I
Yeah,
can't.
well, no, I agree. You are or you aren't.
Yeah, but tell that to
Right.
Rogers Hornsby and Joe
for good
DiMaggio,
reasons, it takes
who
time
didn't
to
get in
form a
first ballot.
consensus around that. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
I mean, that's
but the whole
crazy.
first
I'm not
ballot
voting
thing
for you
is
this year, but I'll
nonsense.
vote for you next year.
Yeah, you're
Well,
right, Dwayne. Yeah.
that's nonsense. Yeah. Babe Ruth didn't get 100%, so I'm not giving my vote to blank this year. Yeah, it's
Right.
nonsense. It's total crap, and those guys should lose their vote. Hall of Fame says it's nonsense, but
Now,
they
if you
don't
own-
do anything
If you
to
got
punish
10,
these people.
you're only allowed to vote for 10 guys, and there's 11 of them worthy of it. Then by
Yeah.
all means, your first year, I'm not going to vote for you because I'm going to get these guys in ahead of you.
Mm-hmm.
And when
Well,
does that ever happen?
Carlos, you're never
It
going to see a
seemed-
Nolan.
Carlos,
You're never going to
I'm-
see a Nolan Ryan again, Carlos. Carlos saying in chat, that he threw 100 fastballs a day between games to stay in shape. Nolan Ryan, pitchers like him, man, they're throwback players. And I mean, I'm saying that as a compliment to Nolan Ryan. You know,
I
one
actually,
thing that old time baseball understood was this idea of throwing, keeping your arm loose and strong. And it didn't hurt Nolan Ryan. He walked a lot of batters, but he struck out a lot of batters. How many no hitters did he throw?
7,
Damn
But
dominant
Ryan's an
pitcher.
7.
anomaly for any generation of ball players. I mean, there isn't anybody like Nolan Ryan.
No.
I
He also
actually,
didn't throw 100-mile-an-hour every pitch.
Yeah.
No,
I actually,
but I mean,
He
here's
might have
Brett
thrown 97.
might have thrown
Don't get me
97.
wrong because he's Nolan Ryan, but he
Right.
actually did reach back and give it some extra on a 3-2 count. They throw their fastest fastball from the first pitch until they get taken out. They don't know how to pitch. They throw the ball.
Yeah. Yeah.
I remember
But
when
I
I
mean, he
was
would
a
do
wee
the extra.
little
He would do
boy.
like a 45-minute exercise bike workout after pitching a game. The dude was a throwback.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just to
yeah.
stay,
Ask
When he
Robin
was
Ventura.
Ryan.
Yeah, right.
On
Robin
lefty
Ventura.
Carlton, he
Oh my
threw
God,
the
that was
outfield.
like watching a Rocky movie. Like the first rounds when
oh,
Apollo Creed's
they were
whooping
throwing
on
punches
Rocky in
like
the first
crazy.
rounds. Poor Robin Ventura. You should know. Nolan Ryan's a badass, man.
There's another good documentary on Nolan Ryan on Netflix.
Yeah.
There you go.
He's still
Yes.
alive, isn't he?
Yeah.
Isn't Nolan Ryan
Oh
still?
yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
I
Oh, yeah,
actually remember as when I think I was like maybe 3 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And this may sound crazy saying this, but my mom and dad were watching baseball one night, and Nolan Ryan, he was pitching, and I didn't know E from Adam at that point, but it was like the way they were describing it was this guy's throwing electricity practically, and he was going to retire. That was the year he was going to retire.
Mm-hmm.
But like I looked at it, I looked up his career later in life, and he played in 4 decades. That's amazing. I mean,
He was tough,
think
man.
about all the players that have done that or could say they've done that in their long careers. I mean, look at Rick Dempsey did it. Nolan Ryan did it. Carlton Fisk did it.
Yeah.
I mean, like it, but like I remember I look at the Hall of Fame classes every year, or at least try to, and it seems like the past 10 or so years now, it seems like the guys that are going in, it's now to the point where I used to watch them play. I mean, I think
You're
the
getting
whole,
older. That's
Mhm.
huh?
you're
You're
getting
getting old,
older.
he said.
Congratulations. Yeah.
Yes, I am getting older.
Well,
But yeah,
gentlemen,
like,
we gotta. I hate to bust in here, Aaron, but we're at 6 hours, so I think we're gonna close it down here in a few minutes. I just wanted to
yes.
take a couple seconds, and guys, just hang on a sec. So Big Clue, man, it's been so awesome having you on tonight. I hope you guys will remember the night that we have Bernie on. This is not about me building the channel, believe me, I'm not about that. But hopefully, guys, and anybody who's masochist enough to have stayed this entire 6 hours listening to this
Wow.
after the fact, 6 hours and 11 minutes.
If you've stayed,
We're gonna have
you are a trooper.
you're a trooper.
Well,
We're
we
gonna have
appreciate you coming in and closing it out with us, man.
yeah, exactly.
I gotta do this more often with you guys,
We're
except for when I'm
we're gonna
with
have
my
Bernie.
girlfriend. But
We're gonna have Bernie Strom. We're gonna have him on some night just on his own. He's gonna be talking about some baseball memories. Here's a man who saw Ted Williams play, who has so many great stories about
remember that.
baseball and
Canigliere game.
the
Wow.
Canigliero game. I mean, Bernie is like, that's why I'd like to get. I
Wow.
want to get Ken on here some night too. I mean, these guys who have seen something. Ken with his being a journalist. You guys have read some of his Substack. He's brilliant. I'd love to get Ken some night and just talk to Ken about baseball and get these guys who can teach us so much. And so
Can't
I'm
believe
hoping
Ken
that you
don't come
guys.
on. He used to go on the line with Rob.
Yeah, yeah. I will get. I mean, I've had Ken on voice a couple times, but it's been a few.
Oh,
It's
have
been
you?
a few years. Yes, but we will get him on. I'm really hoping.
You're going to
Clinton,
need to link those videos in Discord. I want to hear that. I've never heard Ken on
Well,
the
he wasn't too
on the
bad with
line.
Rob when he was on Rob's YouTube. He never got Rob banned. I'll put it that way.
Carlos says he'll take. He says if I can get Ken on, he'll take a vacation day from work. Well, now I'm going to try even harder, my friend. But anyhow,
That's awesome.
big clue. I'm hoping that at some point, I know you got a lot going on. We all do. But you know what, man? You with your knowledge, even if you did like a once every other week kind of podcast thing, I mean, you've got all this great knowledge, and I know you're always in the chat and like typing up and stuff like that. But you are, man, I'd love it for you, to start doing like a little podcast thing or something. I think you get. I'm serious. I think you get a lot of people. Dwayne, you man, you're demon. You're the streaming demon, and
Yeah,
I'm
he
I,
is.
I'm
Dwayne, we got it.
I feel really privileged that you guys are, you know, part of this. We're all part of this community, and
It's
there's
like a
never a
big
time.
family.
There's never a time I don't come off of here where not only do I will learn something, but I found it's just been an amazing experience because I can't imagine hanging out and talking and being 6 hours and not bored. And the only reason I'm about to shut it down is because it's been 6 hours and whatever. But I want to thank
Drinking
you
beer
guys
all night long,
and to
talking about
well,
baseball.
actually, I didn't do any beer and whiskey tonight, but
No
I
beer and
stayed in
Now
to
we
do
whiskey.
all
this.
Damn.
No,
go
this
to
is
our
Saturday night.
separate rooms and think
I'm
about baseball.
I'm never ever
Remember,
on Saturdays. I'll tell you how far back. Um, so guys, forgive me, please. YouTube only goes back so far in the chat when you go this
yes,
long. And the very first comment in here was SGJ Jamie saying Sammy Baugh. So that was when we were talking
Sammy
about the
Baugh.
football, baseball
Oh,
thing,
wow.
whatever. So all of you that came in tonight, everybody that lurked, everybody that was on the mic, Mike Silva was here, of course, Dwayne, March, YouTube Sports Network, Big Clue, Aaron Reed closing out, Bernie Strom. What a fantastic, amazing community that we have here,
Farewell
guys.
again, everybody.
So there he goes. We've got a little bit of Harry Carey there. Don't strain your
I,
voice yet.
I will get my voice back eventually, and
All
maybe
right.
Dwayne, we got to continue that series that we started with
All that 90, 83 series.
83
Yeah,
Braves, 90 Reds, and
that was
maybe I can
fun.
do the
There you go.
macho Harry Carey stretch and a little
Right.
maybe some Vin Scully on top of that.
So
Oh
Big Clue,
Because I
yeah.
Carlos says if you do a podcast, he'll have his earbuds at work.
Oh my God.
So no, I mean no pressure, but come on, dude.
Yeah, no.
I would you at least think about it? Because seriously, you bring.
my
So
voice
guys,
kind of
if
sounds
you're
like
on
an
the
old Ernie
Discord,
Harwell or something.
and did you put this out in the main Discord, Big Clue, before we wrap it up? Your proposed realignment of baseball. Did you make that public, or was that just to me?
Oh no, I'm sure I posted that somewhere in
Yeah, I
the
remember seeing
greeting.
it. It was pretty
Okay,
cool. I liked it.
dig through if you
Uh,
you guys remember the Discord. Look in there, and it'd be nice to some night just talk about that. Big Clue came up with this uh, realignment for baseball that makes perfect sense and makes divisional
yeah.
play meaningful again. It was really good. And the other reason why I'd like to hear him do a podcast is he always he comes up with these wonderful not only ideas, his sense of history, well read. And Big Clue, I really hope you'll at least think about it. You got a good voice, and you just I really hope you'll think about it. You're very knowledgeable and a good
I have
guy.
spent
I think you should do it, man.
as the son of a preacher man, I've spent my life trying to not be a public figure.
Wow.
It's a good song too.
There you
Uh,
go.
Preach me.
Carlos, I'd love to get you at some point on talking baseball. There's another
The
you guys.
Los
I wish we could get
Angeles
everybody
Dodgers.
on here. It would be total mayhem, but
That
it
would
would
be a
be
blast.
yeah. But you know what? It would be a
there you go.
prelude. It would be a prelude to the convention that we're going to hopefully do next year. Sakuni 007, who's been doing 2008 Inside Pitch. Please make sure to check that out. Al, Red Sox fan, of course, his channel. He was here tonight. Bernie, everybody, Legend Sports Universe, and I will always say this: his franchise stars baseball league is amazing and cool, and I wish I had thought
Oh,
of
yeah.
doing it. It's amazing. So,
I
guys,
wonder
I
if
didn't even know you could do it.
I know, right? And I'm all of a
I
sudden
thought it
like,
was
what's this?
I thought it was a controller game. I didn't know you could do that.
Oh, in fact, and I owe him another huge debt of thanks in that, because for many years I'm like, yeah, MLB the Show, that's fine, but I don't really feel like, if I play Twitch games, it's usually, you know, shit like Diablo or whatever. I'm like, I don't want to play it. I
Diablo.
don't want to play a Twitch baseball game. And then one day I'm talking about it, and Legends is like, yeah, but you can just manage in it if you want, or you can just watch. I'm like, what? So I immediately bought like five versions of MLB the Show. I bought a
I got the whole
PlayStation.
series on my PS4 for crying out
I
loud.
bought a PS5. I bought a PS5 because I wanted to get the newest one,
Well,
right? But I got a
hard drive,
PS5
anyways.
just for MLB the Show. I've never bought like a piece of equipment just for like a couple games. I've never done that because I'm a PC gamer. But it was like, okay, one day I left work and I bought a PS5 and I went home, got on the PlayStation Store and bought MLB 19 through 23, whatever, 18 through 23. And so thank you to Legends for that. And while he and I may not see eye to eye on some things, I do respect him, and I think he's very knowledgeable, does some great broadcasts, and love what he's doing. And I know he says he's not trying to educate, but the thing is he is anyhow. And if some kid out there on PlayStation is, you know, some 15-year-old is downloading, uh, you know, his work or some of the work of the other excellent modders in MLB the Show, and that brings them ultimately to the baseball sims that we're playing and gets them into the big fat books and stuff like that, I love it.
There you go.
I
Yeah.
I
love it.
love reading baseball
So,
books, especially
nothing
the
like
ones
it.
in Braille.
Well,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah, nothing like it, right? So,
I
guys,
mean, just the history.
yeah. So, guys, we'll do this again. You know, don't know if it'll be 6
Oh
hours, but
yeah,
we'll do it again. And I just want to thank you, especially Big Clue, Dwayne, Aaron, Bernie, Mike,
Well,
yes,
for being on the mic,
thanks for
and
having
Pleasure.
us, man.
that's a
always,
blast.
and for all you
Always
guys
enjoy.
here, everybody. And I always feel badly that I can't get to all the comments, because there's been some brilliant comments made throughout this entire chat. People talking about just amazing things, and it's incredible. It's almost like I wish I could go back and read the stuff seriously. With that in mind, until next time we meet, we will see you around the batting cage. All right. Good night, everybody.
Go,
All right.
go Henshin Tigers.
Go Henshin
Tigers.
Tigers.
All right.
All right, guys. Good
Wait,
night.
is the Japan series still going?
Good night.
Oh,
All right, guys. Catch you later. Bye.
ciao.